start to begin.
Come on, OBS. What are you doing? There we go. What's up, Juds? How's it going? I meant to stream the 23rd, but shit came up. That's what I'll say. Also, I was being lazy as fuck. As the vid going, still haven't recorded. I'll record the worst games tomorrow. I'm still playing Expedition 33, only a little at a time. I'm not sure I'm even gonna finish it. I'll be honest. I feel like the gimmick has really just, it's gotten tiring to me.
Press start to begin.
Thoughts on Abby and the Fallout show? I only saw the first 20 minutes of episode 2. So, if that's a spoiler, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Review Fallout? What, does something insane happen in episode 2? I thought the scene with Maximus in the power armor was pretty good, and the Rad Scorpion scene was kind of stupid, but it was entertaining at least. I don't know. Them showing like the Shady Sands shit was definitely questionable. For racial reasons, as you know. Hold on. Audio and you. Let's turn down a little. I don't think this is gonna be a loud stream. Not feeling that energetic today. Yeah, I'm gonna drink a bit of beer. I don't know if I'll drink any wine, but I don't think I'm gonna get drunk. Yeah, Duck Station's UI does look a little weird. Three most anticipated games of 2026. Didn't I answer this recently? I would say it was Resident Evil 9, Crimson Desert. I don't know what else is coming out next year. I'll have to look it up. Okay. Yes, Merry Belated Christmas. Oh, I'm wearing one of my Christmas presents. Hold on, you can't see it. A great ironic shirt. I love those. It's horrible. I know some of you can't read, so it's Procrasta Gaming. It's, you know, a boomer grandpa tier shirt. My dad is 60 years old, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised, but I don't know, given how my dad is, I thought, I don't know. It gets worse though. It gets worse. The sweater he bought for my brother is the worst thing I've ever seen. Legitimately the worst fucking thing. It says something like, I can't adult right now, I'm gaming. I'm just like, oh my god. So, we might have a return of Dadcast. There might be another Dadcast. And, me and Devin are gonna wear our sweaters during Dadcast so you can see the extreme cringe.
Free at last.
Your dad wants you to get bullied. I don't think people are gonna bully a 30-year-old man.
It cannot be. Evil, great evil has come.
Am I gonna play Terraria Calamity with Devin? Maybe. I'm not sure if he's still playing it.
Even once, but you, Cortex, you have failed me twice.
Great. Uka, it was that infernal bandicoot.
From deep inside.
I'm not sure how to feel about this. That Cortex is like, yes, he was serving an evil mask. I mean, like, since when did Aku Aku even fucking matter? So now we got this Uka guy. Why couldn't he just be an evil scientist with an army of intelligent animals?
So, we've had a few unfortunate setbacks.
And failed. But since your bumbling has managed to set me free, I am feeling generous. There is still a way for us to amass the power needed to enslave this miserable planet.
N4, you have been placed in timeout by a moderator. Yeah.
We'll make sure that you do it right. After many eons, my evil twin, Uka, has been freed from his underground prison. Long ago, I locked him there to protect the world from his malice. Now, free once again, he must be stopped.
Yes, let's stop him.
Children.
Since when is the polar bear our buddy? We jumped on his head like 20 fucking times for lives and shit.
That lay scattered across time. I have brought you here to recover the crystals before they do so.
The crystals.
Time portal.
It's always about crystals.
And then jump into the portal. Good luck.
Alright, Crash 3 time. This is... you know, I think Crash 2 is a better game, but this one's still pretty good. That's more or less my opinion on this one. This just has too many gimmick levels. You already know from my Spyro 3 playthrough how much I don't like gimmick minigame stuff.
Crash, why must you always muck in my mud? Oh look, I have a mask helping me too. We will find out which one is more powerful soon enough.
Give me the crystals while you're at it. That's a stupid ass meme. See, we have our own brain right here. Like, you know, we can make fun of 6-7, and then I'm just talking about crystals for no reason. Shit, that's not good. Hold on. There we go. I missed a lot of Wumpa fruit, but who gives a fuck? You like that? I can just walk on the edge of the map and ignore the water. Ignore the water! I love baby games. So let's see, what did I watch over Christmas? Obviously we watched some Christmas movies. What we watched yesterday was The Family Man with Nick Cage. That movie's ending sucks. Like, that is like, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, this is a psychological, or not psychological horror, I don't want to be a Redditor, but this is a torture film, is what this is. You know? You have, you know, rich Wall Street guy gets placed in alternate timeline by magical N-word. They literally do the magical black man thing, where it's like Don Cheadle is just magic black guy who puts him in an alternate timeline where he married his college girlfriend instead of flying to London and then like ending up working at Wall Street and all that shit. So, you know, obviously the movie has a great message, which is, you know, starting a family is way better than being a rich prick or whatever, right? Which is true. You know, that's a pretty good message. But the problem is, it's emphasized this is only a glimpse, right? So it's a temporary visit where he gets a taste of the life he could have had, right? And so you think where the movie's going is, I don't know, he'll confront Don Cheadle somehow and get to stay in that timeline. No, what happens is he gets sent back, and then he just wants to get a date with the chick, right? So all that is erased, all that's gone. He got tortured, he got a taste of like meaning in his life, and now he has to cope with 12 years of his life being gone. I mean, he's a millionaire, I guess, so you know he'll wipe his tears with his piles of cash, so to speak. But it is interesting where it's like, okay, so you now have a chance at a relationship now that she's a post-wall roasting. You have to insert that, of course. But anyway, the point... You get my point, though. It's like, that's like a consolation prize. He would have... His life would have been just fine. Maybe ultimately meaningless, like, when he's old. But, like, you psychologically tortured this guy with, like, a much better, more meaningful life than he had before. And now he's like, okay, now you just get a chance to get that 12 years later? What? That's horrible. What the fuck? Alright, anyway, so there you go. Those are my thoughts on The Family Man. Good movie, but didn't like the ending. Not really. Yeah, it is a bad ending, but I think I still enjoyed the movie. It's still pretty good. See, you guys see what I mean by gimmick levels, and we're already in a gimmick level, and it's only the second level in the game. Oh boy, water levels. I remember when gamer complaints were just like, I don't like this level. Now gamer complaints are, this is the biggest piece of shit I've ever played in my life, and people are pretending it's good online. I guess maybe that's just my life. Some, you know, people who don't review bad video games for a living, they wisen up and don't play the shit games anymore. But no, not me. It was good to see 21 Kilotons still around, though. I didn't realize he hadn't made a single vid in 9 months. I was just wondering if, like, somehow I'd missed one. That's crazy. You should, definitely join me in reviewing the slop again. I don't want to miss any crates, chuds. It's life or death. I need these crates. Cha-ching. I should watch Nick Cage's Leaving Las Vegas for the real Doomer entertainment. Well, I mean, I don't want to watch Doomer movies around Christmas. What do you mean? Let's see. What else did we watch? We watched the live-action Jim Carrey Grinch, which I forgot how unhinged those movies are. Now I want to watch the live-action Cat in the Hat. Because, like, I remember I saw it when I was a kid. And as a kid, you're just like, you just accept insane shit. You don't care. But, like, I remember years later seeing, like, the Nostalgia Critic review or something. And him, like, showing how insane it is. I'm like, yeah, that is kind of fucking crazy. You know? And so, but even that was over a decade ago, I watched that video. So now me, like, watching the live-action Grinch, I'm just like, this shit is fucking nuts. Like, what is up with this? I mean, it's kind of Kino a little bit, how insane it is. But I'm just like, this is weird, man. Like, the Who's just look dysgenic. They look like freaks, okay? They don't work in 3D. They don't work in 3D, dude. I don't want to see this shit. I just like the kid. The kid is normal, though. Like, because they knew, like, back in the day, Hollywood knew, like, people don't like ugly. Like, they didn't try so hard to enforce ugly, so of course the child has to look normal. What is her name? Cindy Lou or something? Yeah, she has to look normal. All the other Who's look like fucking freaks. You know, it's like, I don't know, I'm on Team Grinch. I'm on Team Grinch, okay? You know what I'm saying? Anyway. So, what was the other shit? What else we watch? I don't know, we watched some shit. I think we... the problem is my memory's so goddamn bad now. It really is. I'll just, like, blank out and not pay attention, not care what's happening. I'm just reaching... My ADHD is peak brain rot, you know? I'm a proto-zoomer, dude. I can't beat the allegations. These levels are always such a pain in the ass, because you gotta, like, end up killing yourself like 100 fucking times. I just missed it. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. I need the crates. I need them. So you're gonna see me die 10,000 times to make sure I get all the crates. I have to have them. Fuck. There we go. So far, so good. So far, so good. These are not good levels to be rambling about random shit. It's way too easy to fuck up. Okay. I don't think I've missed anything. Do we win? Am I the win I'm on? Yep. Hell yeah. Let's go. So we getting drunk chill or drunk the stream is immediately privated? I don't think Crash is gonna have me talk about anti-Semitism. I won't make any anti-Semitic remarks, don't worry. I know, everyone's disappointed.
And Cortex want tiny
Alpha Berserker, thanks to the $100. Hey Synth, glad you're enjoying the classics in the face of the slop. These corpo shite have ruined modern day gaming, but I'm glad you're smiling rather than being depressed and reviewing stuff. Also, what's this breaker shite chat keeps referring to? Merry Christmas. Thanks, man. Dragon Ball The Breakers is a multiplayer game that I played for like 800 hours. It's a asymmetrical multiplayer game that's like half Dead by Daylight, half Evolve, and I streamed it like 10 billion times. That's all you need to know. A lot of stream memes came from that game. We love the runaway levels. I actually do really like the runaway levels, so it's too. Whether it's Boulder, Polar Bear, Triceratops, whatever, all good. I like that these ones in Crash 3 also have like normal level segments too. I need the red gem. I like how they have like the prehistoric crash. I don't know if that shows up in this level or not. I know Breakers is a failed game, just want context and sent about it. Yeah, it's too bad. Like, it's so sad to see, like, Dead by Daylight is a game that even the fans fucking hate it, but there's no game like it, and so they stick with it. And then Breakers was basically dead from launch and never had a chance to thrive. Because Dragon Ball fans were never going to give it a chance. Plus, it was also always a very severely flawed game anyway. So it's not that surprising. But like, Dead by Daylight not only has like the most subhuman fans in existence, yeah, but also the developers regularly abuse them and laugh about it, and they love it. Which, you know, I mean, at what point do you deserve it because you just let it happen, you know what I mean? They kind of do deserve it. Ooh, yeah, look at that, dude. Look at fucking that. Baby game champion over here. Anyway. I don't know. I always feel good playing baby games on stream because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm good at these. Pretty good. I know in one of these levels you have to purposely let the pterodactyl take you to get a secret level. I don't remember which one that is, but talk about obscure shit. At least the motorcycle one makes more sense, because, like, the alien sign stands out. Hell yeah, dude! Easy. Fucking easy, dude. Fallout 4 is a pointless game. It's a good new video. Yeah, I got recommended that. I never watched it, but I wouldn't mind watching it. Crash 3 is weirdly easy. Yeah, Crash 3... Like, if you compare Crash 3 to Crash 1, like, Crash 1 has, like, some insanely hard moments. Crash 3 is way, way easier. I think Crash 2 is just right. Crash 2, they pretty much nailed everything. It's one of my favorite games for a reason. Really, with this one, my issue is not the difficulty, it's just the gimmick levels. There's so many of them. I mean, you can just see, just look at the fucking screen. Like, who the fuck wants to do this? You know what I mean? God damn it, dude. But yeah, you know, I'm 30 years old, obviously, so I don't give a fuck about, like, you know, my Christmas gifts being questionable or anything. Like, that doesn't really bother me. I mean, it is kind of funny. Like, you know, I got my dad... Me and Devin got our dad a troll gift one year. So, but the thing is, I'm not entirely convinced my gift was a troll gift, and it was more like, you know, my dad wanted to get me something, kind of just panicked and got gamer shit. A gamer for boomers, not for gamers. It doesn't help that Devin has unironically sabotaged my parents' efforts to get me a gift before. I know he'll claim that's a lie. Like, if one of you guys bring that up on stream, he'll be like, no, it's impossible to get Kobe gifts, or whatever. But remember, last year, my mom got me a fucking, you know, a Goku shirt and a Goku jacket when I hate Goku. And Devin knows I hate Goku. He knows! And he's just like, I don't know. I don't care. Also, no, Devin didn't get me anything. If you're gonna ask me what I got Devin, I got Pokemon cards, because we love opening cards. We both had fun opening cards. So, yeah. You should also ask them what other cards I got. I'll just tell you. I got... Shit. You really have to go fast. Or is there a jump button? No, there's no jump. Yeah, you just have to hit it going really fast. Anyway. The other cards, I didn't just get Pokemon cards. I got Monster Girl Encyclopedia cards from China. AKA Coomer cards. What the fuck? Am I losing it, chat? How am I not hitting this? Is there a jump? I'm hitting every button. There's no jump. Show him? Well, I kind of want Devin to show him on stream, but I could ask him. I could pause the game and go get the Coomer cards. They don't have any nudity, because China can't have nudity, so... Alright, I got it that time. So I could show him on stream, since there's no nudity. Alright, there we go. I've been having videos shitting on Spider-Man 2 on my feed lately, years after its release. Once again, I was right. Yeah, but do you think they don't give a fuck? All they care is, oh, is he that racist, sexist incel guy? That's literally it. Like, that's literally it. It doesn't matter if I'm right, because these are, you know, giant cocksuckers who are making these critiques and shit. And a lot of times they don't even address the politics.
Coco! Store the pretty crystals! Tiny, take them back! In Gladiator Arena!
Thoughts on the Fallout show having Shady Sands blown up by a mini nuke on a cart? Yeah, that was stupid, but we knew it was gonna be stupid. I just find it funny, like, Shady Sands, like, looked so similar to the society before the nukes. Like, if you imagine, like, a post-apocalypse, like, the lack of imagination in the Fallout show is somehow one of the worst elements. I mean, you could say maybe that's not that important, but I do think it's important. I think that's really fucking important. How it's completely lacking creativity in so many elements. You know? Like, it just feels like they don't give a single fuck about anything. I mean, that's why there's so many member berries and shit. Is because it is just for normies who just recognize things. That's it. I forgot how easy this boss was. I didn't realize you can just spin the lions. I thought I was gonna die there. Wow, what a bitch. That's why they call him Tiny. He's got a tiny weenie. Haha. Alright, I forgot the moves in this. They kind of just slow down the gameplay a little. That's the issue. Like, none of the moves in Crash 3 really, like, enhance the gameplay.
Well,
like, the hover spin, obviously, is really useful, but it's too slow. But that's the only one. All the other ones are kind of boring.
Go back to the center of this time twister and save your progress, if you wish.
Lucy leaving the goal behind because his giant meanie head. Oh, shit, I haven't watched that far. I haven't watched that far. Fuck. Brian only watched the first 20 minutes. Spoilers. You're spoiling. I already said I'm not going to review it episode by episode, but maybe I'll review episode 3. I don't actually care about spoilers, but I do want to see that for myself, you know. Anytime now. I saw the notification in the upper left. Episode 2 is at least twice as worse as 1. The sad thing is, like I was already said before you got here, I think the scene with the feral ghouls and the rad scorpion was okay, just in terms of entertainment value. But if it gets way worse, then I definitely gotta keep watching.
Tiny was a good fellow. He hated everyone and everything, but a good heart nonetheless.
Based. Holy fuck, literally me. Alright, I take back my insults about Tiny. Yeah, but Don, I played Twin Sandy before. I actually reviewed it, believe it or not. I have a video on my channel from the old days, back when I did retrospectives. What does the N on his forehead mean? Nice guy, because that's what he is. Wow, he's out. You like that? Like that super body slam? This reminds me of an old argument on Oni Plays, where they were arguing how many bounces it takes to break those crates. It's on a timer when you start bouncing on it. It doesn't break by number of bounces. It's when you bounce on it the first time, it starts a timer. I just always thought that was weird. I'm like, you guys could literally just test this instead of arguing about it. It was back in the Ding Dong Julian days. I should have been there with the autist knowledge. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be able to handle Chud like me. 2 gays and a guy who's been huffing California air until it broke his back. Yeah, I don't think so. Not a spoiler, but they make the Brotherhood Knights act like literal retards. Dude, the Brotherhood has been they were retards ever since the first season. They love making the Brotherhood of Steel stupid in the show. Like, I don't even know why normies like it. Like, legitimately, if they had to explain why they like the show, could they even explain it, you know? That's why I find it so fucking disgusting. And I don't even think people care about the show anymore, you know? Like, these fucking bot subhumans, which I noticed there were a couple top comments. They're like, people? What do you mean people? You know, because I said, like, people downvoted into oblivion. It's like, you're right, they weren't fucking people, but, you know, for the sake of this video, I will pretend that they're people. Fuck. Wow. Damn it. That was stupid. Shit! Please play Breakers again? No. Nope. I should do a Katamari stream. That'd be a good chill stream. But the thing is, the problem with chill streams and me is, like, you either get an actual chill stream or you get, like, a nuclear level rage stream. You gotta keep people guessing, you know? There's still time. You guys know I'll just get mad. I can make myself mad. Let me just hit that first. Yeah, okay. This is positioned in such an annoying spot. There we go. Alright. Ask in your next Fallout video why do you like the show in the comments. Well, the thing is, my last video didn't even get pushed in the algorithm. I mean, there were some new people who saw it. Like, I noticed there was a Mauler fan. who said something like, "Oh, I didn't realize I stepped into enemy territory." It's like, first of all, stop talking like that, fag. What do you mean enemy territory? Like, it's not illegal to be fans of two people who don't like each other. It isn't. Yeah, well, you know, if I was the dictator, it would be illegal. Do I really want a Mauler fan? Do you know how many borderline normies there are in my audience who haven't seen a single stream? Many, many. Just trust me, many. How much for the DMC stream? No, no, you cannot bribe me to play a game. In fact, usually it's the opposite. The more you bring up a game, the less likely I am to play it, excuse me. Those are the rules here. Alright, you just cut your pants off. I feel like if this was Crash 2 or 1, Crash would have been chopped into pieces. Oh, there's censoring it. Oh, no. I don't know. These are the type of levels that really fucking suck when you're going for the relics. Anything that, like, slows you down. And part of it's almost like a puzzle because you can use, like, the hover spin to get around some of those segments. But, I don't know. Like, any level where the pacing is slowed down really sucks for time trial shit. The crystal. I can't believe I got the crystal. I'm sure there's a movie I'm forgetting, but you know how it is. My mom almost watched the fucking Antifa movie. I'm just like, don't watch that, please. I'm begging you. Wait, what? That should have broken. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on here. Fuck! Yeah, one battle after another or whatever. Yeah, she almost watched that. I'm like, Mom, please don't watch that shit. Like, it's fucking Christmas time. We don't need to be watching propaganda on Christmas. Will I watch vids today? Probably. Probably. Supposed to be a George Floyd movie? Yeah, that's a good idea. Why not? Let's see, what else is noteworthy from Christmas? Yay, gem. I don't remember how you get the yellow gem. Is it like a warp from another level? I noticed there's a yellow gem there. My favorite Crash as a kid, my least favorite now. Yeah, probably just because of the gimmick levels. I think kids love gimmick levels, like that one schizo who loves Spyro 3 here. I'm just like, listen, play it again. You will get bored before the end, I promise. Mom bought me these weird, like, energy gummy shit. I have no idea what's energy about them, but I'm going to eat them. What's in here? I see a lot of organic. Organic. Okay. I don't know. Listen, how energetic can something be if it doesn't have caffeine in it? That's what I'm saying. He's about to get high? No. Alright, weed gummies would be the opposite of energy. That would not make me more energetic. Yeah, Coke gummies. Alright, let's go. Let's race, boys. Is there a way to boost at the start? I don't remember. I always hated these levels, I'm gonna be honest. These are my least favorite ones. These ones actually make me mad. Like, don't get me wrong, the hovercraft ones, or, I don't know, not hovercraft, whatever, this jet ski ones. That's what I mean. Jet ski ones suck. But these are enraging. Like, if I stop going for all the boxes, it'll be because of shit like this, trust me. Awesome. Well, hey, at least I got the gem, so we can just go all out. Kenotism. Alright, there we go. There's the boost at the beginning. It's like Mario Kart. I don't really need to break the crates. We need to just win. The issue with this is, like, it's just so fucking basic, which is ironic because, like, Crash Team Racing is a good game, but this is not good. This is not good. I think they learned a lot of lessons from this, and then that's why Crash Team Racing was good. They're just like, yeah, those gimmick levels were yes. All right, there we go. Easy win, easy. Nice. It's incredible how normies have no pattern recognition. Just today I heard my fellow wage slave colleagues talking about how great the second season of The Last of Us was. Are you serious? Why? What did they think was good about it?
Good day, mates. Dingo Dial's the name, and Uka Uka and Cortex gave me orders to bring the crystals to them during the Ice Ages. So give me the goods and shove
The
off, or
crystals.
I'll roast
Why
you
did Cortex
for-
want the crystals? See, when he says it like that, you have to listen. It's like saying, would you kindly, you know? It's just brainwashing, like MK Ultra shit. If you pronounce crystals normally, it wouldn't work. I don't know what it is about playing video games and like the whole like let's play stupid ass style of humor, but I don't know, it just doesn't get old to me for whatever reason. How about the oil is ice? I don't think those are the same. I think Devin's excuse for not getting me anything was basically just like, I never finished the Pale Dramon model, so I got upset or something. I was building it the other day, but those model kits take a long fucking time to build, which is why I wasn't building it until the Christmas break. It's weird they replaced the scenes in the show that were faithful to Last of Us 2 game just because Ellie is too short, even though Joel's death is already unrealistic in the first place, lol. Yeah, I just don't even understand, like, why the fuck would normies like it? You killed the only likable character, even though, you know, I definitely don't like Pedro Pascal, but just, like, at least, like, Joel as a character is easily the best character in The Last of Us. You know, if you're not named Druckmann, you might even say he's the main character. Now, of course, you know, that changed. Apparently, no, Ellie was the main character the whole time. Which is retarded, but... whatever. Oh, I need the purple gem. I don't have the purple gem. I don't have it, guys. Why would they do this to me? What were they thinking? They were thinking backtracking, which everyone enjoys. I mean, backtracking can be done okay, depending on what the game is. Fuck. This camera angle is... You bitch. There we go. I love the Egyptian flamethrower technology. I mean, I guess the scientists are just like, they're just cosplaying or LARPing, I guess, more or less, but it's still goofy. Yeah, see, there's boxes down the purple gem path, so you can't get it, dude. You can't get it. I played some silly shit. Dude, what do you mean? This is a great game. Not as good as Crash 2, but it's a good game. I can't play dog shit all the time. I gotta play good games sometimes. I finished Fantasy Life I. It's very anticlimactic. I feel like you just kind of fight the Shadow Dragon, then you fight the evil elf dude, and then the game just kind of ends. The weird thing too is like your waifu is still dead. Yeah, I mean like she's shit. How the fuck did I miss a thing? How about Coco is fine? It's the animal that gets abused. Like when it's crashed, the polar bear is fine. And you know, he dies. But now it's the other way around. Because it can't hurt the woman. It's Crash 3 woke, dude. Someone called PETA. How did I fuck that up again? God damn it. No, Blue Archive will not be mentioned for Game of the Year. You out of your fucking mind. Not only is that game over 4 years old, but it's a gotcha slop. Okay? It's gotcha slop. End of story. He's taking this shit slow. Well, I don't know. What I was gonna say shit, but it's like, I don't know, the game's kind of too easy anyway, except going for 100% type of stuff. Oh, you gotta do the fucking, you gotta do the run. You gotta do the run. Oh, well, I guess in that one, Coco gets hurt, but not really that hurt. Why can't she get, like, disintegrated or something? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Shoulds. I was doing so much chilling over Christmas that I really don't have that much to talk about. I mean, the food was great as always, but that almost goes without saying when my mom's cooking. When she actually cooks, it's amazing. I love calamari. And we had baked pasta yesterday, which is pretty similar to lasagna. It's just pasta instead of lasagna.
Right. Now you've gone and done it. Them crystals are mine.
But I say this is the last canon Crash game. No, who cares about Crash canon? We need to stop thinking about canon. Cartoons don't need to be canon. I was watching a video. I forgot the channel name, but it's one of the channels from the old days. I was shocked that he's still around. But I watched a guy do a video. It was like all the times Tom 1 and Tom and Jerry. I'm just like, listen, canon don't fucking matter. It's a cartoon. It can do whatever the fuck it wants. Millennials are too obsessed with that kind of shit. Blammo. It's a fun explosion animation. Oh, I almost outran all of them. I should have just ran the other direction. I wanted to see if I could outrun every shot. Oh well. What did Solar say? You guys are saying demod him for power scaling? What did he say? How about he's just like firing it in random spots? Why don't you just fire it at me? It's hard. Oh, now it is. Oh, he's double firing. Ooh, you almost got me, bitch. You almost got me. Oh shit, let me out. Nice.
You thrashed me, mate. No worries, but you'll soon be up against much worse.
The double jump in this, I hate. I'm gonna be honest. I hate the double jump. It sucks. You lose all your momentum when you use it. I don't know what they were thinking with that shit. They must have known that's not fun. I mean, would it break the game if you just maintain momentum? The funny thing is, you actually don't even need the double jump most of the time. Because in Crash 2, they added basically a secret super high jump. Where if you slide jump, but you spin as you're going upward, you go even higher. And that's still in this game. So that goes almost as high as the double jump. So you actually don't even need the double jump a lot of times. Oh, shit. I accidentally skipped levels. Oh, well.
Well, haven't we gotten far for a pair of fuzzy marsupials? I am Dr. Nefarious Tropy, master of time and creator of the very time twister machine you see before you.
So it said Crash canonically can intercept light speed.
In this little charade, so you won't be leaving my area with the crystals.
Devil Artemis is leaving Death Battle, citing the toxic community as a main reason. Synth, you did it. You killed Death Battle. Holy, I'm based. God, I'm so based. Dude, that's what I was thinking when Devin was like reading that Reddit. Or I'm like, you know, Reddit is like, he's allegedly the brother of the synthetic man who, you know, has racist titles and blah, 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 blah. Which, I don't even know what the I still don't know what they're talking about, racist titles. Because even my Mind's Eye video, it's the thumbnail, not the title that's racist. You know what I mean? I know you could say I'm playing semantics, but like, what? I wonder what video they're thinking of that's a racist title. Synthetic Man said Kratos should beat his kid. Yes! Yes! I do think that. You fucking pussies? What do you want? I don't know. That was just that was funny to me. I just find it funny. Like, I don't. The Nintendo grifting subreddit is legitimately just for Devin and like Nintending, and for some reason I get mentioned like 30 times. I mean, yes, I did review 3 Nintendo games this year, but I guarantee none of them watched the Kirby vid anyway, so that one basically doesn't count. But like, I got nothing to do with any of this shit. I know it's mostly just because Devin, you know. Allegedly, of course. Allegedly. Do people even know what allegedly means? Like, you can't allegedly be someone's brother. You either are or you aren't. Like, this is not, it's not like it's a crime. It's literally, are you biologically related to this person? Yes. Wait, is this the real path? Hold on. You always go down the optional path first. Hold on. Okay, I see. So there must be an exclamation block up here. Either that or it's another like warp situation. We have to get in the level from a different level. I don't know how people are offended by me doing like the retard voice for deaf people though. Come on, how's that offensive? That's hilarious. You know, like that's still. Devin says like that's like the only time he's laughed out loud at any of my videos is the Afrofuturism thing. Like, it's like, yeah, I mean that's fucking funny. That's why. That's hilarious, dude. It's the absolute absurdity that we have to accept. You must accept this. You're a bad person. Speaking of which, I saw that Sargon vid. I guess there's like some video going viral on Twitter of some like brown chick interviewing some like white nerd guy who's trying to the white nerd's trying to explain, yes, there's obviously genetic differences between black women and white women. Like literally just melanin, how our genes express melanin is a difference. And she just like an NPC's literally like, but the science says there's no genetic differences. Like what, do you even, like at what point are you like, do you even know what the words coming out of your mouth mean? Like do you know what science is? Do you know, like you're just saying words. I hope this isn't one of those levels where I have to backtrack all the way to the exit from here. Ooh, the nitro crates. This is how you know it's an optional path. I don't even remember if there's death routes in this game. Are there? I haven't come across one yet. I got hurt there. That's not good. Just gotta be careful, chuds. Gotta be careful. Oh, be careful. Hell yeah, dude, yeah! And we got the red gem. Yeah, I could do a Reddit stream. The problem is I'm probably gonna lose my shit at some point. I just don't have tolerance to stuff anymore. Like, the type of people like that based if true guy, I've seen some of his videos where he just kind of goes through Reddit and like laughs at them or calmly explains how absurd it is. Excuse me. I can't be calm about it. It's too insane to me. It's too crazy. Low tier god got banned from Twitch again. Well, why do they keep they keep putting this black man down? This is fucked up. What the hell just happened? Wait, what? Are you guys seeing this? Is this an this got me an emulation bug, right? There we go. That was weird. Look at prehistoric crash. Yeah, kill him. At what point do you kill enough of them the crash just ceases to exist? You know? Any one of these could be his ancestor. Oh, right, yeah, and someone mentioned this earlier, I didn't finish my thoughts on Fantasy Life. Yeah, so it was like, yeah, you beat the final boss and seal away, like, the Gear of Time thing that was gonna fuck up everything or whatever the hell. I kind of forgot some of the plot because it had been so long since I played. Okay, we need the yellow gem for this one. And then the game kind of ends with like the ghost of the waifu chick being like, yeah, I'll remember you forever, Growler, the dragon. Because, you know, the past dragon and the present dragon were the same dragon. It's just, characters are dumb, you know? And then the game kind of just ends there. It's like, did we really save the day? I don't know. I mean, we did beat the bad guy, I guess, but it's just kind of like, it's not like the civilization suddenly exists in the present. All those tribal people, they're dead, I guess. They just, their civilization goes extinct for unknown reasons. Don't question it. I don't know, I felt like a very rushed ending. I don't think I had to finish it. At least it didn't take me that long, since my late game equipment could brute force all of the stat requirements for the jobs, the lives that I hadn't started yet. To be fair, you and Devin don't look similar at all, so I potentially could see why Redders didn't fully believe you guys are brothers. I mean, it's not like all brothers look like twins. We've said like 1,000 times that we're brothers, though. Like, it's just bizarre to me, like, I'm the type of person where if I'm truly gonna hate someone, I need to know a decent amount about them. And I feel like that should be normal. I mean, how do you just hate someone you don't know jack shit about? Yeah, like, I'd say 90% of the people who hate me, if not more, don't know anything about me, like, at all. It's like, how... I don't know, you fuckers are stupid and deserve to be manipulated. This is all I'm saying, those type of people. I just popped in for a bit. I'll be back later, probably. I'm spending time with the family on Christmas. Yeah, that's good. Feel free. This is just a chill stream. I'll check out the routine game a bit later, but we might do a video watch segment in between this and that. Fuck. I hate sometimes, like, you know, unless you see it coming, it's kind of like trial and error gameplay a little bit. I mean, you could probably feasibly have fast enough reactions to get that great, but it's just kind of a dick move to put that there. Dude, what? My memory is not good. I'll just say that. It's not good. Like, I need to memorize, like, the landmark. Ooh, shit. Oh, because the yellow gem, I did that for no reason, because the yellow gem hath had 30 fucking crates. Merry Christmas, Vintage Warfare. I see Clavicular run over some mud crimer that was stream sniping him IRL. No. No, I don't keep up with any of that shit. I don't. What's Ricardo? You're calling Crash 3 slop?
So,
this fucking boomer. I swear to God.
Aren't going to back off, eh? Just to continue to gather crystals and see what I do.
All right, never mind. Slop confirmed. I died in a video game. It's bad. Those are the rules. Trying to think. I gotta like dig deep in my memories. If there was, I swear there's more stream topics I wanted to talk about. Probably something to do with one of these vids. I did see the, well, I saw someone review the Animal Farm trailer, because I noticed people were talking about that in my Fallout review. And yeah, I mean, I won't say I was surprised, but I just find it very funny how you turn, like, a book that's basically anti-communism. I do find it funny, I think it was a 50s movie. The 50s movie was funded by the CIA, because, I mean, that makes perfect sense, given the Cold War and all that. But it's just, like, something that, I mean, if you want to be less, like, modern political, you could just say Animal Farm, totalitarianism, bad, whatever, right? But that got turned into some incomprehensible, capitalism. Oh, right, I have a double jump now, I forgot. That's the first time I've had to use it. So I don't know how I didn't die over there a second ago, but I'll take it. I could have made that, damn it. There we go. Also, I feel like if Seth Rogen is in a movie, you know, it's gonna be the biggest dog shit of all time. Like, it just... anything he touches is gonna be shit. Oh, there was a... Alright. I was talking about how, are there any death... I don't remember if there's any death routes in this game. Yep, there was a death route right there. Alright, let's restart that. I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
Gobi,
Yeah, what's up?
how in the middle of things are you?
I mean, I could pause here.
You want to see something really funny?
Sure.
Go to the Nintendo grifting subreddit and search by new. That Super Mario 64 guy made a video.
Oh, jeez. Are we gonna bully someone?
It's only like
It's
4
bullying
minutes long.
Nintendo...
Okay. Hello.
Oh, it was right there.
And then just search by new.
Video about Lord Frogmire is finally out. Okay.
He hasn't posted it, but this is like his preamble. Yeah, it's 3 minutes long.
So, Lord Frogmire mentioned me. Yeah, dude, I hate. We already got Reddit speak in the title. Let me pull that up for chat. Hold on.
I almost feel bad.
Saw the
Almost.
video about why the Nintendo Switch 2 negativity failed video, and SH's video about Lord Frogmire,
I'll
then
have
you
to
know
watch
exactly
those. I
who
didn't
he
even know
is.
those existed.
He's pretty much a scumbag who mocks and harasses anyone for having fun with the Nintendo Switch 2, and he
Mocks
has a
and
brother that has
harasses.
done some
How dare
pretty
he.
questionable stuff.
Pretty questionable stuff. Let's see. Synthetic Man is a bad critic.
That's
Amazing.
True.
Synthetic Man does get Silent Elf. Yes, I do. The problems with Synthetic Man, why I stopped watching him. Who the fuck are you? The political extremist gamer, that's true.
I think this guy's a transphobe. He didn't use any of Dead Domain's videos.
Behind the scenes. From what I've heard, some people are
Yeah,
not happy with him using Shigeru on his thumbnail, considering the fact he's not responsible for those decisions. And you wanna know why he uses Shigeru on his thumbnail?
Shigeru Miyamoto. Is that what he just fucking said? Not even fucking close.
Here's a video explaining why directly from him.
Although I get some criticism for it, there's a reason why all of my thumbnails use Miyamoto. He is the face of Nintendo. Despite barely even working in games anymore, he still appears in the Nintendo Direct. He still has a legacy, and people still recognize him. I would love to use the president of Nintendo, but no one even knows who he is.
Absolute brain dead cringe and take.
He doesn't say why it's bad, by the way. Like, he literally...
What? Okay.
It's like,
this guy's just an idiot. I mean, what?
That's what I'm
is...
saying. Like, you're openly retarded. There's nothing to argue with.
Cringe and take. So, on top of the autistic slur, he just is, you know...
He even writes autistically. Not just reads autistically.
Furukawa, the president of one of the biggest gaming companies on the planet, who has a monopoly on most people's childhoods, doesn't even have a face for his Wikipedia page.
Yeah, you can see an understandable reasoning why a lot of people despise his take.
What do you mean? No, I can't understand why people despise this take. Please explain.
Considering the fact I did make a Twitter post about it and got really...
No,
this
dude,
is the most stupid.
2,000 likes. This is what he's saying. Everyone agrees. 2,000 likes.
Out of 293,000 views,
dude,
only 2,000.
I'm like, brother, if I got 2,000 likes on a video, I'd be like, damn, people are pissed.
Yeah.
Popular, everyone despised it.
Holy
everyone.
Shit.
2,000.
Yeah, everyone.
There's only 2,000 people,
likes.
I guess.
And it's probably the reasoning why he mentioned
I was
me.
literally like, holy shit.
Hey, folks.
Oh, no. Okay. I even try to not be mean. Look at how mad he looks.
Ew, no. Be nice. Be nice. Brutal, dude. He looks angry.
Bug.
He's mad at me.
Here goes nothing.
Bro, he's gonna make a video on me. I'm destroyed.
Hey, it's Crypto.
Alright, are we done? Dude, I don't want to do it. Let me find one more. We'll give him one more shot. One more shot. I'm gonna search by like most viewed or something.
Dude, that thing's way too bright.
One more shot.
Yeah, hold on.
Like I said, at a certain point it becomes... Oh, okay, this is a good one. Alright. This is what he's gonna make on me. This video is called Ouija Pie is a horrible YouTuber. Alright? So I assume he's gonna make a similar video on me.
Not gonna lie, I'm not actually embarrassed or insulted. I'm actually impressed he actually noticed me.
Dude,
Answer his question no.
Alright. Listen, I don't want to bully chat right now, you know? This is why imagine about half of you guys are like, so, yeah. Okay, well. Anyway, should I listen to the rest?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, okay.
No, I have no plans to make a Ouija Pie-like video exposing him. Although...
Ouija Pie like that. You know, if your fucking username's Ouija Pie already, you know you can't take a single thing they say seriously. So this is...
No, that's who he made a video against. He's
I see.
64 Bros.
So he made a takedown of Ouija Pie.
He made a takedown of Ouija. I don't even know who that is. I
yeah,
couldn't
who the
want
fuck
to get
is
through the
it?
video. It was too cringe.
Oh, I am going to be calling out some gifters of my own, but I will be doing it.
He said gifters, not grifters. Well, dude, why not just take another take, dude? I mean...
They can't do it.
I mean, I'm sure you can hear in Audacity or, you know, Adobe Audition or whatever you're using that you did a flub. You could just re-record the line.
In a honest, grounded way. Regardless, though...
Also, I really wish he would stop showing Spider-Man 2. I fucking hate this game.
It still doesn't give you any excuses to mock or harass anyone for enjoying the Nintendo Switch 2 or any Nintendo product, despite the decisions we absolutely despise. If you don't admit that, then maybe there's a reasoning why some people absolutely despise your behavior and the way you...
Okay, but why should anyone care if some people despise your behavior? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure chat despises this guy's behavior, but he wouldn't take any of, you know, my audience seriously. So why should we care what, you know, Nintendo fanboys think?
Kobe, those whole 2,000 likes, man. I need to be freaking out.
you mock others when they make response videos towards you. Also, as a
No, mocking others is based. Okay, end of story. All right, next point.
reminder, if you saw SH's video, he did actually mock someone for calling him out, but deleted the live stream like a coward. But I think he
What? Deleted the live stream like a coward? Or how about you can get reported and get strikes on your channel like I have
All of our
things you
live
say.
streams are unlisted.
still kept it. I don't know, I was busy with real life stuff. But other than that, that's about it for this video. But by the end,
I hate when Redditors say shit like, "I was busy with real life stuff." It's like, oh wow, yeah, that's so unique. I'm glad
Sure you
he
are.
touched grass. He touched grass, dude.
today, all I can say is this. All Lord Frogmire did was just proved my point even more.
You proved his point. I can't believe it, dude.
I know.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll watch your takedown vid whenever it comes out. That'll be funny.
Yeah, just a glimpse at the top comment. Just give it. You don't read the whole. I didn't read the whole thing, but just the first sentence is really funny.
The pinned one.
Yeah.
What makes Frogmire so annoying is just how arrogant he is with it all. True. That's Devin. Anyway, he basically carries with him an air of having won every argument no matter what. Dude, me and you, this is why both of us though. This is literally both of our channels, isn't it? This is why we piss people off.
Like, dude, I'm like, you get it. I mean, you got it. That's true.
That is exactly what we do that piss people off.
Get fucking owned.
This is 100%. If you had to boil down why we make so many people mad, minus the politics, it's this. Anyway, and it's just kind of irritating because you want to see someone like that slip and fall on his face and actually be fazed by it, but he knows if he ever does, that he's cooked. So he does his best to always act like everything's beneath him. What are you talking about, bitch?
Dude.
Just look at my channel. I've slipped and fell
like
100 times. Who fucking cares?
No, I'm like, dog, we're talking about video games for babies. It should be beneath you, too. All of this should be beneath everyone. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Dude, great joy. I get great joy out of enraging these people. Anyway,
just once, I would love to see him have an actual conversation with someone who disagrees with him in real time. What do you mean, Devin? Haven't you disagreed with Nick's buddies? You know, it doesn't.
Dude,
Nick,
I disagree. Nick loves ZA. Like, I mean, they're my friends though, and I don't. You know, none of us care. Like, it's not a big deal. You know, why would I type? Why would I talk to these psychos? You know? I mean, I hate the, we should just have real discourse. Why? What is anyone
your
gain?
opinion is worthless.
Yes.
At what
mean
point?
Nothing to me. Nothing. Literally nothing.
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? I walked Bob Dylan on stage.
You're nothing.
You're nothing.
Anyway, who disagrees with him in real time? Because that way it would become so obvious how far off base he is. But I doubt he has the spine to put that to the test. What the fuck does that even mean? What, do you have to go in a debate?
Give me free exposure and money.
Do you have to, like, are we going back to the gay debate bro era or something? Like, what do you mean?
About baby games.
Yeah, about video games. Like, are you fucking kidding? As long as his ego keeps getting fueled, that is what matters. True. It's only when
that one's accurate. That part's accurate.
It's only when inevitably his own fans turned against him that will finally start to crack. Well, here's the thing: a bunch of your fans are synth cells, and my boys will never turn against you.
First of all, the Frog Squires are loyal, but second of all, bro, my average like ratio is like 60%. My fans are against me already. Like, that is the fuck are you talking about, dog? But
yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so this is just delusional.
The Frog Squires are loyal, and everyone else hates me, so who cares?
Yep.
We're at the gates. Yeah, that was, dude, I just thought that was so fucking funny. I'm like so ready for the full video. I'm like so ready for it.
Yep, it'll be amusing.
That'll be a good stream. That'll be a really good stream.
Yeah, I give it a dislike, get fucked.
Ooh, get disliked. 8, dude, that's brutal. 8 likes and 1 dislike.
Yeah. Brutal ratio. We only need like 2 or 3 dislikes, and it'll actually be like a, a real like negative feedback style video.
Yeah. Good times though. Good times. It's just funny, man. It makes me laugh. Anyway, I thought you'd enjoy that.
Yeah, I did enjoy that, and I'm sure I'll enjoy the full video quite a bit. I know there's gonna be a segment just about me. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
like
right,
there'll
I
be a
know,
short
I know.
segment just talking about all the things I've done.
If
I'm
he
like,
doesn't say allegedly, I'm gonna get upset.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway, all right. Goodbye, chat. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, I should catch up on Super Chats. It is weird that Crash's pause screen is completely quiet. There's no music. I drew a target on my back. Seeker, I've like, dude, I've had a target on my back for over 3 years. Reindeer Rider, thanks for $5. I was falling asleep on Fallout Goyslop episode 2. We need you to cook them. Well, I'm kind of still enjoying my vacation, but I don't know. I'll watch the last 25 minutes I think I have left, and then if I think there's enough to talk about, maybe I could just poop out an episode real quick. I can do that with TV show reviews. I can make them in about a day. It's pretty easy. Much easier than reviewing video games. I can see why there's so many of these anti-woke people. Brian the God, thanks to the $2. What did Debin give you for Christmas? Nothing. And I got him Pokemon cards and Coomer Monster Roll cards. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on. Before he goes to bed. Well, he'll still be awake for another hour and a half. I'll get the Coomer cards. Devin, Cat wants to. All right, I'm gonna pee real quick. Hold on. No, it wasn't a long piss. I just decided to wash my hands just because I knew I was going to be handling the cards. So I did wash my hands. I know. It's a new day. Wait a minute, that pinned comment was made by the same autist that made an hour-long video on Debin. Oh, really? I should tell Devin that. Brian the God, thanks $5. I got gifted a Grim Reaper graphic tee that says "Gamers never die." Lol. Yes. Well, that's kind of more funny in an ironic way. I feel like the Procrasta Gaming is kind of funny in an ironic way, but the one that Devin got is like horrific. Like, this is too cringe. We'll show it next Dadcast. We'll show off our sweaters. We're supposed to do Dadcast after New Year's because Devin's gonna hang out with Nick. Hold on, I'm just gonna expand this thing since I'm gonna show the Coomer cards. Wait, I just realized I don't have to do that. What am I doing? There we go. I forgot that I set that up. General Winkster, thanks to the $2. I remember when Naughty Dog made fun games. Yeah, that was a long time ago now. Giga Doomer, thanks to the 8 months of membership. Toucans got loaded with coal like every year. Yeah. Yeah. Brutal hairline, yeah. Yeah, there's not much left. Face cam streamers. Everyone's saying I have brown eyes. I fucking hate... you know, that's the only... Literally the only reason that I've been tempted to get have a real camera set up instead of a face cam, just so you guys can see my fucking 80% green eyes. Hazel's a green cope alarm. Here we fucking go. Everyone's like, no, Hazel's not a real color. No, Google's wrong. It's cope. The science is wrong because cope is a funny word. Martin Greer, thanks to the £5. American Krogan, Wilhelm Iverson, I didn't know his name, said on Millennial that he'd be happy to come on Chudcast if you reach out to him, doesn't want to invite himself. Okay, that'd be a great guest for next year then. It's pretty cool that he came back. Yeah, it'd be nice to talk to him. Nate Diaz, thanks to 18 months of membership. A Grinch movie is an N integrating into white society. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. The Wayfaring Smuggler, thanks to the $5. A baby game a day keeps the toucan slop away. True. Mick Sterlison, thanks to the $20. Hey Synth, I know your positive videos don't get as many views, but have you thought about reviewing older games like this? I missed a lot of baby games growing up and you're an expert, so I'm curious what your thoughts are. Well, I mean, you kind of, you know, I mean, you didn't phrase that like a, well, okay, I guess the first sentence is a question, but you basically answered your own question. They don't get many views, and it hurts to put a lot of effort into something and see it fail. It's just that simple. It's not about the money, it's about the effort. I remember what I told chat is probably one of the most true things I've ever said about myself, which is that my life is split into 3 different things. Time, money, effort. And effort is the thing that I value the most out of those 3 by far. And it's a lot of effort for something that, you know, is, you know, not going to be something most people care about that watch my channel anyway. I flex on camera to muscle mog the haters. There you go. I haven't done that in a while. Online whiskey consultant, thanks to the £2. So how was Hanukkah at the Goldsteins? We do not celebrate Hanukkah despite the opinions. Anyway, no deficit at all. I'm fat. What do you want from me? I mean, I'm not gonna do a gut cam because I don't want to please the 24% today. But I put on probably 10 pounds over the past month, so. What happened to the cut? Because it's winter. Is what happened to the cut. I'm not cutting. I'm bulking. Did Nick give you the air rise meal? No, actually, it was Leia. I know she wanted me to mention that. I haven't talked about her in a while, but yes, yeah, Leia actually did give me that. And Nick is gonna he's gonna give me the Waddle Dee one because me and Devin got him a wedding gift that was, I think it was a graphics card. So I'm assuming he wanted to get me something for Christmas to pay me back. Anyway, Nate Diaz, thanks for the $5. Speaking of your old videos, I listened to your RE1 remake video, and you used to tell us you loved us. It would be funny to stream those sometime. Yeah, what, stream my old videos? Dude, I'm gonna cringe so fucking hard at myself. I said a bunch of cringe shit in the first 2 years. Excuse me. I think after my God of War Ragnarok review, I pretty much just kind of like, I went all out. I stopped holding back after that one. And that's kind of when I'm like, yeah, this is me. This is who I've always been. I actually have gotten a little bit more radical since back then, because I was thinking about some of my old opinions I used to have, and I'm like, yeah, I've definitely gotten worse. Like, especially, I think I was recalling the we'll just call it the gay argument, the stuff with Cobain for the old cells here, the whole demodding of Cobain situation. I'm like, yeah, I feel like I've gotten more radical on that issue since then. The part of that I was still right about was the Hassan shit. I mean, literally, it's just lookism shit. Where it's like, the only reason Hassan has any fans is because of his appearance, period. And the fact that he's shoved in everywhere because of, Twitch and likely government psyop shit. But no one would listen to him if it wasn't for his appearance, which is what my point was. Okay, Val's, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Did you get a new iconic pecan tree? I know you guys want me to say pecan tree for Christmas. But is this, did I miss the pecan tree meme? This is like the 3rd or 4th time someone's mentioned it. Castiel Allen, thanks to the 18 months membership. Sup Synthler, hope your Christmas is good. It was good enough. It was good enough. Yeah, I mean, his Uncle Chank, yeah, for sure, with the Young Turks and stuff, that's definitely also a big part of his success, too, yeah. Maddie J, thanks to the 6 months membership. What's up, Chud? Get all you want for Christmas. I didn't really want anything, which is why I don't really, it's not like a big deal or any of that shit, but I don't know. I want to wear the sweaters. I can't wear the sweater now, though, because the heat is too high. I guess I could shut my door and open all the windows, but I'd rather save it for Dadcast. I'll wear the sweater on Dadcast. This shirt I have now is like the right level of cringe irony, I'd say. Here, yeah, you can see it in its full glory. There, I'm sure Chad can read that. Even someone on their phone could read that. Jewish Rooftop Party, thanks for 5 pounds. I used to watch Mauler when he did game reviews. Then I watched EFAP for the first time and thought, this is really gay. And unsubbed. Yeah, you're kind of right. You're kind of right. Yeah, that's what I thought about EFAP as well. I feel like the first, like, maybe 20 to 30 episodes were okay, but, you know, eventually, like, the gimmick just, it gets very annoying. Very annoying. And then they just kept inviting on more and more, you know, fruity-ass motherfuckers. We'll put it there. I mean, Rags is always fruity as shit, but still. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $5. I got a Wusthof Icon Blackwood chef's knife for Christmas. It's amazing. My colonel got a new taller cat tree. He loves it. Merry Christmas, Chuds. Merry Christmas. And then another $2. Did I do a feast of 7 fishes? No. What we had was we had the calamari, we had shrimp, and the shrimp was prepared 3 different ways, because I guess my mom was experimenting. There was one just normal cooked shrimp, one was baked in like some basic batter, and then the other was like a more advanced thing. I should have asked about it, what it was. We didn't have lobster tail this year. Do we even eat anything else with it? But usually we eat lobster tail as well, but not this year. Oh, right, I made the potato chips. I got yelled at a lot. That was a story. That was another thing I want to talk about. Is Devin was seething because I was working out when my mom and him started preparing all the dinner stuff, started cooking all that shit. So I hurried up because I felt bad, and so I was right in time to fry the homemade chips, basically, right? Devin just used the potato slicer, and then I threw the chips in the oil and shit, and I just got yelled at a lot, I guess. There's not much of a story there. The story is, what Devin will want to say, if you ask him, is he'll say, like, you know, Devin was super fucking pissed all day. I actually forgot why I made him mad. I made him mad before that, and I don't remember what it was. But he was mad all day. And basically, he was insulting me, saying I was like a retard or something. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'm too retarded to fry these chips then. My mom was adding to it. She was making it worse. She was like, yeah, he doesn't know how to do it. He's too dumb or something. So both of them are calling me dumb, so that's awesome. I'm like, all right, fuck this. If you're both going to insult me, I ain't going to do it. But then I could read the room and just be like, this isn't worth the argument, so I'll just fucking do it. I knew how to do it. I've done it before. But I was just like, fuck it. Why would I help you if you're insulting me? Like, this is, you know, to a normal human, that makes perfect sense. You know, you need my help, so you don't have to be nice, literally, but you shouldn't insult someone who's preparing your fucking food. Anyway, but it wasn't worth the fight with my mom, so I fried it. It was fine. They were still mean anyway, because I was a little lazy about, like, dripping all the oil out and shit. I mean, you dab up the leftover oil with paper towels anyway, so it's really not that big of a deal. But whatever, yeah, that was the story. Moving on with Super Chats. Entropy, thanks to $2. Synth is allegedly level 88 in Blue Archive. Yep, allegedly. Sweet and Full of Grace, thanks to the 20 euros. Also, hold on. Borrow my Camp Kotama, all my club homies. I wasted all my credits getting her EX to max level. Okay, moving on. Hod. Use her EX skill on Hod to get the CC meter all the way in 1 EX. Okay, anyway, moving on. Sweet and Full of Grace, thanks to the 20 euros. Merry Christmas, you based Italian toucan. Keep it up, don't get taken down. Yep, I'll try my best. I still have... Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys this. I forgot to tell you this like a month ago. Remember, or I guess it would have been December 1st or 2nd, so not quite a month ago, but yeah, almost. Remember when I wasn't sure if my warning strike would get removed and then I wouldn't have a full strike on my channel? That is not how it works. So I technically still have a strike on my channel until like January 17th or something. So I still need to hold back a bit, I think. So yeah, just telling you. Just telling you. The channel still has a strike on it. I mentioned a new episode of Fallout. I only watched 20 minutes. I gotta watch the rest. I was kind of busy today. I didn't get to do all the things I wanted to do, unfortunately. I decided it was better off I just stream instead of try and do all the things. Incinerator Dave, thanks to the 3 months of membership. Merry belated Christmas and Happy New Year. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $2. Coors Light is for alleged food enjoyers. And then, excuse me, another $10. Christmas is amazing. It's always a fun time, but it kind of cheapens it when you're... Oh, God, here we go. But it kind of cheapens it when you remember blacks are celebrating it, too. You know, it's like a Planet of the Apes Christmas special. I don't know. I mean, would you apply that logic to Christianity? I mean, there's a fuck ton of Mexicans and blacks who are Christians. So, just remember that, Ricardo. Anyway, moving on. Stingy Mayor, thanks to the $5. Merry Christmas, or should I say Happy Holidays? And then clapping hands and a schnoz emoji. P.S. The Goy are not sentient. Broken heart crying emoji. A retard gets two thanks to the 5 reals. You just know this guy saw your stream and made this video in 5 minutes while absolutely seething and foaming in the mouth. LMAO. Yeah, the autistic guy, yeah. Crowder comes socks thanks to $5. You should ask Lord Frogmire why he allegedly dated that gigantic black troon while he was at sea. How about you ask him on his stream? As Ricardo... No, wait, I think I asked Devin this already. Yeah, Ricardo has been to at least one of Devin's streams, but I'm assuming it's because you... Obviously, you're working during the day, and Devin streams during the week. Is probably why you've only been to like 1 or 2 of them. Trent, thanks to the $5. Sped people mad over video game opinions. Indeed, indeed. Well, the people have called Devin an ableist because the only like really edgy thing he's done in the video is call people like retards and sort of things analogous to subhuman as well. Entropy, thanks to the $2. M64 bros for Chudcast. There's a 0% chance he would go on. Raymundo, thanks to the $2. Watch Why I Left Fallout 2 by Timothy Kane. That's a good idea. I mean, I've only been playing Crash 2. I only played for like an hour and 15 minutes. Do we want to... I guess I could come back to it later. I don't know. M. Garcia, thanks to the $2. But oh god, here we go with the fuck, marry, kill. Why do you guys keep giving me these? It's Homie Lauren, Pearl Davis, Erica Kirk. I'm just not answering this. Let's just move on. Alright, Retard gets 2, thanks to the 17 months membership. Grinch is about a chud integrating into Soy-ciety. Yeah, so that's a better comparison than the other one earlier. Dan Chris, thanks to the $2. PlayStation All-Stars and Digimon with Devin when? Devin said he'll only do PlayStation All-Stars if I play Smash. I guess we could play Smash and he could humiliate me and then I'll cry on stream and it'll be horrible. But people never clip those. They only clip me being a chud or something, or saying some very weird shit. They never clip Devin beating his brother down, who helped him. Nope. But Digimon, he did say he'd play Digimon sometime. I'm down for that. I don't know when that's happening, but we should do that. Uncle X Squid, thanks to the 10 Canadian. How long do you plan to be a YouTuber if you can dodge the toucan strikes? I don't... Forever? I don't know. I don't have a problem with YouTube. YouTube's the type of job that, like... I mean, how many fucking YouTubers will just not make anything for like a month, 2 months, 3 months? Why not just be a YouTuber as long as you can? You know, there's no reason to stop. I mean, yeah, it would be pretty weird if I'm like a 60-year-old man still complaining about video games online, but who's gonna stop me? I don't know. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $2. The Incredible Bulk. Yes. Yeah, I'm back to my fat seps because I put on weight again. Entropy, thanks to the $5. Asuna Tits, Larva Cell. I don't know why my brain froze on that. Korean Tits. Once I revert. Okay, you're not doing it correctly. I don't know. Anyway, well, I'll just read it anyway as it's written. Once I revert to a larval form, I must latch onto a milker for 3 years. There, my form matures. I think I'm losing the voice. I need to listen to Cell talk for a while. Just a best friend, thanks to the $2. Like I said, Hassan, the Meeks of Twitch. You didn't continue your sentence. You just ended it there? What do you mean? What's the rest? I think you get more characters than that for a $2 super chat, don't you? Trent, thanks to the $2. You should get low tier god on Chudcast. That's Devin ruined that. He burned that bridge already. Also, he said you have to pay him like a bunch of money. Fucking asshole. I'm not giving him any money. $0. Jeremy Meeks of Twitch. Yeah, is that what he meant? Yeah, Hassan is the Jeremy Meeks of Twitch. Yeah, maybe that's what he meant. Yeah, okay, I get it. Hold on. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $5. Balding, brown eyes, too simple to fry chips. Is it over? I don't know. It's not as over as being over 40 years old and living alone with a cat, despite making $400,000 a year. M. Garcia, thanks to the $2. Can you watch Based Santa It's Gold? We're not even doing a video watch. Anyway, Distimon, thanks to the 9 months of membership. Can you watch The Act Man and Acting Ma'am? Okay, we already got 3 fucking video suggestions. I guess we'll do a video watch segment. Just a best friend, thanks to the $2 DSP maxing. Truly, I'll be unkillable. I'll be the new Pig Roach. That's it, Pig Roach. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $10. My colonel is currently obsessively digging his claws and needing the top level of his new cat bed. He doesn't want me to touch him at all while he does this important business. I gotta let him work. Yeah, just let him claw it up. He's having fun. It's just like when Sam, she'll just lick her bed or lick a dog toy for a while, you know? She's just gotta lick it. She used to lick my dad's shins for a while, too. I don't know, she just likes the texture on her tongue, I guess. It's probably the same shit. Hold on. What was the first video suggestion? I'm gonna have to scroll back up. Was it the why I left Fallout 2? I think it was. Chat will remind me if I missed one. Oh yeah, I gotta show the cards. Okay, cool. There's like a Chinese Monster Girl Encyclopedia card game. I don't know why. I'll just show them in decreasing rarity. I'm not going to show the commons. Whatever. Like, there's a lot of cards here, because I got a whole booster box for $40 or something. I'm glad the shit's cheap. It's funny how the card stock of every single card game in existence is better than Yu-Gi-Oh! Konami, they're such pieces of shit. Like, this is literally just a random collectible Chinese card game, and it has better actual cardboard quality than Yu-Gi-Oh! Unbelievable. Anyway, okay, we'll just show them. No, I'll show them in declining rarity. Hold on, this will take us... Wait. Yeah, I can do it this way. No. Hold on. I must use my galaxy brain real quick. Let me just reorder these real quick. I just... Because it's more exciting if I show the rares. Wait, what? How did commons end up with the rares? Did I fuck up? Let me fix this. Okay, I think we're good. I think that was Devin when he ordered this shit. He accidentally threw commons in. We were supposed to have them in ascending rarity. Or descending rarity, I guess, in a stack. I don't know why. It's not like we give a fuck about this. It's only a collectible card game, not a actual, like, proper trading card game. So there's no rules or anything. Cards don't do anything. I don't know. I knew this was a perfect gift for Debin. I mean, he did do the fucking tier list for Monster Girls and all that. So, yeah. And then he got me nothing. What a piece of shit. He did get me something for my birthday, I guess. That is probably better than average for him. Devin told me there's like 4 or 5 rarities in the box or something. We didn't get any ultra rares. We did get the rarest card, but we didn't get any, hold on. I didn't think this through again. What the chat, I'm being the not smart right now. Okay, hold on. I almost got it, though. Don't worry. I'm salvaging this. I must prove I'm at least slightly more sentient than the average NPC. How many SRs are there? Shit. This is the worst build-up for shit no one actually cares about. Okay, I did it. Okay, we're going rares, super rares, SSRs, and then the PTR of the set. All right, here we go. Was that is that a water spirit or something? My camera's not that good, chuds. All right, there we go. We got the centaur. Dude, the camera sucks. Hold on. Let me see it so I can see it. All right. We got like a Cyclops or an Oni or something. And there's a butterfly girl or some shit. Plant girl. Cowgirl. There you go. Look at, she's got milkers. Make milkers joke. A mimic. I'm not sure you'd be too disappointed to see that mimic, guys. It's just a girl wearing a treasure chest. Yeah, like a Naga or a Lamia or whatever. Kitsune. An eyeball slime. Sure. I can't even tell what that is from here. There's an Oni. That's a plant girl of some kind. Carnivorous plant. A pig. Fucking pig. What is this? What am I looking at? Oh, it's the Headless Horseman. Okay, it looked like a blob. I don't know. Titties. A succubus, maybe? I don't know. Is that a turtle? Yeah, it's a turtle. Okay. Spider Girl. Harpy. What is it? What is that? Evil Dark Angel Lolly or something? I don't fucking know. Super rare Spider Girl. Evil Centaur Girl. Got 2 of her. Slime. That one looks pretty sexual. There's a Robin Hood girl for some reason. I don't know what the fuck is this. I don't know. Some lolly just wearing clothes. Oh, it's like a fire spirit, I think, or some shit. I don't know. It's just a girl. Is that a satyr? What is it? Kind of. I don't know. Another Oni. I guess you got 2 of that one. Some other succubus thing. I feel like I should have had music playing during this part. They had the Mad Hatter because, you know, Japan loves, well, I guess this is China technically, but Asians love Alice in Wonderland for some reason. I mean, Monster Girl Encyclopedia is Japanese, so I guess it fits. What the fuck is this? I don't know. It's got big boobs or something. I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe it's like a reindeer satyr girl or something. Oh, this is Ice. Ice Girl. She's ice. You know, the ice monster of Isis. This is an egg. This is a literal fucking egg. Would you an egg, chat? You're going to prison, bitch. You're going to prison. It's done for you. If you said yes, you're done. You're gone. There's another fire girl of some kind. Another lolly. How many fucking cards am I holding? I said Devin, this is like the anime Coomer version of a Digimon. It's just a girl wearing a bear costume. Okay, even more rare Spider Girl. They love their spidery things. This is some kind of weird, like, plant girl, sort of. It's in, like, sap or amber or something. Oh, and here's the ultimate mega rare Ice Queen, bitch. There you go. Okay, that was all the cards. Was that worth it? Did anyone get off to that? I don't know. Not really. No. I don't think that was worth it. I wasted too much fucking time on that shit. All right, let's bring up the why I left Fallout 2 vid. Let me guess. Everyone was homophobic and or something. I don't know. I've noticed Tim Kaine has done that shit lately, where he's like, they hated the gays back then. It was horrible.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim. Today, let's talk about Fallout 2 and why I left it. I really think if you haven't, you should watch yesterday's video. There's a lot of context for this video in yesterday's video about how Fallout was a B-tier project. Now, I know I mentioned in that video...
The funny thing about that shit is, like, a lot of the best games ever made were B-tier projects. You know, I mean, like, by modern standards, Expedition 33 is sort of... Well, it depends on his definition of B-tier project, I guess. But Expedition 33 is a middleware game. Even though I think it's overrated, it is a middleware game. And, you know... Like, I'd say, like, most of the best games, at least my favorite games from, like, the 2000s, are nowhere near what a AAA game would be considered in terms of budget. Not even close.
We had never really planned on a sequel. And by that, what I meant was there were no hooks in the original story or the setting or even the system mechanics. I mean, we hadn't planned on what would happen if the level went past 20. We just weren't thinking of a sequel. We were just trying to get Fallout 1 out the door. I think the only 2 times sequel even came up during development of Fallout 1 was during the naming meeting, where I even said Vault 13 isn't a good name because it doesn't make for good sequels. Vault 13-2 or more Vault 13 or Vault 14.
Well, I mean, I don't... If 13 implies that there's probably a lot of them. So, I mean, I would almost say it's the opposite. If you're in Vault 13, there could be hundreds. So you could just have any vault for any sequel. But I guess from a marketing perspective, you'd want it to be in Vault 1, and then the next game's Vault 2 or something. That's stupid, though.
And then again, when we finished the manual for Fallout 1, which was done months earlier, because it has to go and be printed and then sent to the CD duplicator, where we packaged in, we had discussed... we had made the whole manual, and there was a page at the end that was blank, because when everything got formatted, there was a blank page at the end. And Leonard Borarsky, the lead artist, was like, that cannot happen. So he went off, and I don't know who else he made it with, but they made an ad for the Garden of Eden creation kit, which was just a fun idea. And we threw it in the end, and that's like the very last page of the manual. So meanwhile, like I mentioned yesterday, a few months before we shipped Fallout 1, a whole new team started up on Fallout 2. It was Fred Hatch was running it. The designers were Matt Norton, a relatively new designer at Interplay, and Dave Hendy, who had done design work on Fallout 1. I'm just going to call it Fallout 1 to just differentiate when I'm talking about Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. They were off doing that. We were finishing Fallout 1. And you know things always get hectic at the end. I need to tell one more Fallout 1 story, and this one's super important because I'm going to loop back to it at the end of this video about why I left. So we had several deadlines that we missed. I believe Fallout was originally supposed to ship in the spring of 97. We were finally given a hard and fast deadline of mid-September 97. As that deadline approached, we knew we were not going to hit it. What happened is that week we were supposed to be done, we had discovered a crash bug, the worst kind of crash bug. It was completely random. Some people could play for a couple minutes and the game would crash. Other people like me, I could play for hours and never see it. Every crash report led back to random places in the code. And that's when we realized we had a memory overwrite bug. Some part of code was randomly writing into memory junk. And when that randomly wrote over data or code, the game would eventually fail in novel, unique ways. Well, everybody was super busy, but I did have a contractor on staff, Mark Harrison. So I asked Mark if he could look into it, and he would work on it all day. And then after my 8-hour day, I would join him for another 5 or 6 hours. We were doing 14-hour days on this. This was the last 2 weeks before Fallout 1 shipped. Mark invented this thing he called a bear trap, where we were collapsing him on the bug. He would write out a bunch of data into memory with a particular format to it. Then, a while later, he would check all those memory spots and make sure the formatting was untouched. Nothing should be writing into them. If something had, he knew that between the write and the check, something, or then late at night, we had moved the bear claws so bugger. Now, like I said, Fallout shipped with a lot of bugs. So we immediately started working on a patch. So that's what the base team was doing. We were still exhausted. We had worked long days for months. We finished, went out. Everybody seems happy. I'm working on patches. The Fallout 2 team on their own had made a pitch over the last few months. They put together a design. Brian Fargo shows up in my office. He does not like the design. He said, I want you to do it. And I was like, I wasn't going to work on Fallout 2, remember? I wanted to do something else. He goes, I want you to do the pitch. Make me a pitch. And he leaves. Leonard Borarsky and Jason Anderson were right next door. Their office was right next door to mine. They came in and they said, we have a pitch. We thought of something. And I read it and it was really good. It was this giant war machine, this giant tank, bigger than a tank. It was like this rolling monstrosity was running around, was going around the world map, destroying things.
Kind of like Bethesda did with Broken Steel, with the Enclave huge mobile fortress thing. Interesting.
Because you know what? War never changes. So we gave that pitch to Brian. He comes into my office the next day. He liked it. But then he said, I even wrote this down. He goes, I don't see your hand in this. Did you write this pitch? And I told him, no, Leonard and Jason wrote it. He said, I want a pitch that you wrote. And I said, well, can I write one with them? And he said, yeah, I want you to make a pitch and I want you to be involved in the pitch. I want the humor. I want the Fallout-y vibe in this new one. I was like, okay.
Which is ironic because the humor is kind of the problem. It'll be interesting. I never did finish Fallout 1. Maybe we'll do that stream in the next week or two. But, so many people bring up this too much goofy humor, reference, Easter egg shit in Fallout 2. I'll have to see that for myself.
So, the three of us sat down and wrote a pitch for Fallout 2. This pitch is a lot like what shipped. especially in the first few areas. In fact, like Arroyo, Klamath, the Den, Modoc, those are all very similar in our pitch to what actually shipped. Now, after that, it starts to vary from the design. And people have asked me specifically what changed in the original pitch of Fallout 2 from what eventually shipped. And it's, you pretty much, I mean, I left at the end of January in 98 or very beginning of February. So I wasn't there. And so things varied towards the end. I know the Enclave was very different in our pitch than the end. There wasn't the president wasn't in power armor coming out to beat you up. There was supposed to be the spaceship in there that was being built. It was different. A big thing was the humor. I kind of rode the humor on Fallout. I was always watching things and making comments and specifically pushing back on things I thought were wrong tonally. Other people did that too, but my big thing was...
Yeah, well, seeing what happened to the franchise, clearly nobody stopped Bethesda. There was nobody at Bethesda with that job to make sure that the tone was consistent. Clearly they needed somebody to be looking at that shit.
If you make a joke and someone doesn't get the joke because it requires cultural knowledge or something specific, they shouldn't even know there was a joke. Or there should be another part of the joke that's funny, but they don't get the joke at a deeper level. That apparently just went out the door when I did. Because Fallout 2 is full of jokes that are in your face. If you didn't see the movie, if you don't know the pop star, then you will know a joke was told and you're not getting it, which I didn't like. There was even fourth wall breaking. I mean, there's a whole area, the den of...
Yeah, it reminds me, what I did see of episode 2 is the fucking brainwash guy, saying the famous New Vegas quote where it's like, patrolling the Mojave makes you almost wish for a nuclear winter. It's like, I get that reference. Holy fuck, talk about a shallow reference. Why would you brainwash a guy to say that of all things? I know why, because it was a shallow commentary poking fun at NPCs in video games. That's not funny, dude. It's a fucking video game franchise, you bitch. No shit. That's part of what video games are. That was some Hollywood fucking slur. And I said the K word in my head. Who was like, video games are pathetic. I'll make it better.
Bad memories. I don't know what it was. Broke the fourth wall. Now, we occasionally broke the fourth wall in Fallout 1, but we did it much more subtly, and I tended to push all those into random encounters because the random encounters were gated by luck. In fact, I probably should do a video about random encounters. Anyway, so that was a big difference in Fallout 2. So we made this pitch. Brian loved it. I thought that's where things would end, but it wasn't. He basically said, no, I just want you to run the project. Just take over. And sure enough, that's when I checked, and Fred's producer promotion had not happened. And I'm like, ah. So I took over. This was around November, but I had already talked to Fergus about not being happy. So now let me tell you. So this is what happened over the next couple months. First of all, I was super exhausted. I was physically exhausted. I was mentally exhausted. My soul was empty from literally almost a year of crunch on Fallout.
Gay people tell stories like women, dude. Can you just fucking tell the story? You don't have to tell me how you felt at every step. Just get through it.
Then I was told that Fallout 2 had to be out by the following October in 98. Meaning, we're looking at a year of crunch. A whole game in less than a year. We're looking at a year of crunch ahead of us. And I don't know if I could do that. The other thing that started happening was Fallout shipped and did really well. Got great reviews. They were talking about revitalizing the RPG area, the RPG genre. Suddenly, everybody wanted in on this. People I had never talked before in my life were coming up to me saying, that was a great job we did on Fallout. I remember a marketing meeting I went to.
That is kind of funny.
Remember,
that feels like what? That's like the leftist takeover of the game industry. Oh, we did such great work. It's like, you didn't do anything, you fucking piece of shit. Excuse me. We did great work on this. You didn't work on any of it. You fuck! You did nothing! That's how I imagine Retro Studios was with Metroid Prime 4, where it's like, you have probably like 5 people tops, probably not even that, who worked on any of the previous games still at the studio. And all these new fucks who did nothing, don't even understand the game they're working on, making the new shit, being like, yeah, we did such great work back then.
My team is the one that made the box cover. Leonard and his artist made the box cover. It was great. Way better than what we'd had professionally done outside the company. So he made a great box cover for Fallout 2. In fact, one day I'll get him to describe it to you. It was a great box cover. So I go to a meeting where we're talking about Fallout 2 and the marketing and sales and materials that are going to be on it. And I bring that up. Somebody at the meeting, this woman I'd never, ever met before, ever, I don't know who she is, says, oh no, we already have an external company doing the box cover. We'll be using that. And I was like, what? And I look at the head of marketing and he just goes, and I'm like, well, we'll see about that. She goes, no, it's been decided. So I walk out of that meeting.
Wow, that's pretty sexist of you, Tim Kaine. I can't believe you just said that. That brave, strong woman decided something and you just mansplained to her. You fucking homo. Anyway.
And I just happened to go in the hallway and Brian Fargo's there. And he looks at me and goes, what happened? And I said, I just had a meeting and I found out decisions are being made on Fallout 2 that not only I don't like and don't agree with, but I wasn't even a part of. And he goes, what? Nobody should be doing that. What happened? And I told him about the box cover and he goes, do you want me to fire her? And I was like, no, I don't want you to fire her.
I love how that's, yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, just, yeah, fire this bitch. Get rid of her. I mean, I agree, based. You should fire her, but that is a little bit of an overreaction, maybe, possibly. But that is the right decision. She should have been fired.
Fire her. I just want to be involved in these decisions. I don't understand. I said, I just wanted to go back to what Fallout was like. Just let us go aside and make a game for you. We just proved that we can do it. Why do we have to prove it again? Didn't matter. Everything happened. The Temple of Trials at the beginning of Fallout 2, we were mandated to put that in. We were told there had to be a tutorial. I said, can people skip it? No. What about...
Damn, dude. See, you can see the beginning of the end. The beginning of the fucking end. Even back then, like the late 90s. You can see the beginning of the end. No, you can't skip it. I mean, really? What the fuck?
On subsequent playthroughs, no. Not happy about this. I was already just exhausted. But then one thing happened. I've never talked about this, so here goes. After Fallout shipped, as is common at Interplay, the producer, me, is given a chunk of money and said, divide this money up for bonuses for your team. Now, this was always done very opaquely. And I'm like, nope, I don't want to do that. So I made a spreadsheet. Spreadsheet had everyone on the team. It had their base salaries, I know everyone's salaries, which corresponded to, like junior, staff, senior level.
This isn't even
and
important.
Their start and end dates.
This guy's terrible at telling
stories.
stories.
So those were 2 of the 3 points I used. And those first 2 are completely objective. Your salary is a number. The number of months you were on the team was a number. Now, my salary wasn't the highest one on the list. Back then, in the late 90s, 3D artists were paid more than programmers, and I had come up on the programming track, and there were 3D artists making more than me. But no one had been on the project more than me, because I was the only one on it for the first 6 months. And for the next 6 months, it was Jason Anderson and Jason Taylor, and Jason Taylor had left before we shipped. So the only person who came close to being on the team as much as me was Jason Anderson. But I put a third number in there, which is how much I think the person contributed uniquely to the project. And there was average and then a little below and a little above, because this was subjective and I didn't want it to be a huge factor, but it was. So I started with everyone with 2s, and then I went down the list and I went, okay. The question I asked, if this person hadn't been on the team, would it have been substantially worse? And there were people that I can honestly say they did good work, but I could have gotten other people to do that work. But there were some people, I'll name a couple, like Scott Everett.
What a racist and a sexist and an istist. I can't imagine he'd be allowed to say any of these things if he was straight, I'm gonna be honest, in the progressive stick. I can't believe he would even suggest there's anyone inferior. What do you mean? Everyone is equal and the same and shit. This doesn't sound very communist to me. You know, Tim Kaine literally made a video complaining about capitalism, which is ironic because that's the video where he says that Fallout's not about capitalism. But he does complain about the corporate hierarchy or something in that same video. And this is literally everything he's saying is fucking capitalist shit. No self-awareness at all, but whatever, anyway.
Our map, our technical artist, he mastered our world map editor. If Scotty hadn't been on the team, we would have shipped with far less maps, or maps of far worse quality. He was that good. He was one of the quiet powerhouses I mentioned yesterday. He went up. Leonard Boreski, I mentioned him a lot. Leonard was the one who thought of the whole, I want Fallout to be what the 50s thought the future would be like. That one idea not only informed our art, but it involved the tone of the game, the ads, the music, everything that I think people love about Fallout, I think stems from that one brilliant idea. Leonard's went up. There were a few other people, though, who I lowered their number. And I tried to be objective about it. There was someone who didn't finish a huge chunk of their work for stuff that had to be done. We had to have other people, sometimes other people from other departments, come in, finish his work, because it was not stuff we could cut for him. So I lowered that. There were a few others, but that was the important one. Because what happened was, I went to Fergus with this spreadsheet. We talked about it. He pretty much agreed. We both signed off on it, and I gave it to HR.
To think Leonard conceptualized Fallout aesthetic and went on to produce the Reddit Worlds one too. Oh, really? He worked on Outer Worlds as well? Dude, I'm telling you, the leftist brain rot mind virus, it just like, it killed so many creative people. Absolutely. Because, yeah, usually left-wing people are more creative, at least on average, for sure. I do think, you know, there is a lot of cope by leftists on that shit where they refuse to accept that right-wing people literally, you know, they either have to hide or they'll be blacklisted from the industry. So, of course, if leftists dominate the industry, this can be mostly leftist people. But usually left-wing people are more creative because they're usually younger, right? And younger people are definitely more creative than older people, for sure. I mean, even people who are like legendary directors and all these other things, you see their work when they're old and it's always shit. And sometimes they destroy their own creations, like Ridley Scott. And there's plenty of examples. But the point is, I only drank 2 beers and that was enough. I'm such a lightweight. That's crazy. But I also didn't really eat dinner, so that'd probably be why. I think my stomach's kind of empty right now. I'm not going to drink like a crazy amount this stream because literally it's 2 light beers and I'm drunk. I'm like an ultra lightweight. Holy shit. Anyway, so where was I going with this? Yes. So the whole like woke shit, we'll just call it that for the sake of brevity. The left wing, the extreme far left, insane gay shit, neo-Marxism garbage, all that being pushed in the 2010s really just warped and corrupted the minds of formerly creative people, but some of it is just getting older. I mean, I forgot the guy's name already because, you know, that's just how I am, but Leonard, whatever the fuck, that guy, you know, if Fallout came out in the late 90s and Outer Worlds 1 came out in like 2019, that's a pretty long period of time. So he's probably an older dude and you just lose your creativity as you get older on top of the whole like propaganda, brain rot, communist / socialist garbage. So it's just a recipe for disaster. I think genuinely creative people, you know, they hit their like golden years in their 20s. And by the time they're 40, then they probably need to just like drop out of creative projects because their brain is kind of like there's no neuroplasticity left and they're kind of just set in their ways. They're not gonna produce anything new of value. They'll just rehash their old stuff. But in the case of Outer Worlds, it really is just like you clearly inherently lost what makes things aesthetically pleasing because Outer Worlds is so fucking ugly. It is obviously ugly to anyone.
these are the bonuses that will be given out. That was the last time, by the way, I should be clear on this. That's the last time Fergus or I ever saw that bonus sheet. A few weeks later, new pay period. Now that probably happened in late November, early December. So now we're approaching, it was either Christmas or early January. I don't.
Leonard was the creative director for 2 and the game director for 1 with Tim Kaine. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not going to detract from Tim Kaine's experiences with Fallout, but again, like, I don't know if Tim Kaine has made videos on Outer Worlds. I know he's talked about Outer Worlds in videos, but has he made videos specifically about Outer Worlds where he talks about that? Because, like, I think that is the ultimate example of him losing his talent. Because, like, Outer Worlds is just bad. Like, the second game is worse. Don't get me wrong. Second game is definitely worse. But I played the first one on my own time back in 2020 because I got it for free with my Ryzen. I don't remember the graphics card. The one in my first computer. Was it like a 5700? Whatever it was. I don't remember. I forgot the name. Anyway, the Ryzen graphics card I had in my first computer, you get free games with graphics cards. I got Outer Worlds 1 with it. I played it back in 2020 in the first year of my channel. And it's bad, dude. It's fucking bad. Okay? It's bad. The second game is worse, but the first one is bad.
Remember, my notes don't have a date on this. I get my bonus check. It's small. It's small. Now, from what I remember, I was expecting one of the highest bonuses because project leader.
Ryzen is only for GPUs. What did they call? What did they call the AMD graphics cards? I forgot. Yeah, whatever they're called. I don't remember anymore. Radeon. Okay. I had the Radeon RX 5700, I think. Is that what? That sounds right. That was in my first computer.
Producer, lead programmer, designer, been on the team, been the only one on the team from the very beginning. Nope. I dropped to somewhere in the bottom third.
Outer Worlds 1 was solid 6 out of 10.
That hit at a bad time.
By my rating scale, Skitter, that's probably about right. But chat goes by the 5 out of 10 is average, so probably 5 then. By chat's rating scale, 5. By my rating scale, 6. That's probably about right for the first game. The second game definitely dropped, like, considerably. Probably like a 4.5 or something. Because, like, it's just like the first game, but worse in every way that matters. Maybe not the combat. Like, the combat's probably better in the second game, but everything else about it being an RPG is worse in the sequel.
I was already not happy. Tired. I was on Fallout 2. I just wanted to do something else. I went to HR. She said, yep, that was a bonus. And I said, that's not what I signed. And that's not what Fergus, my boss, signed. You've made a mistake. She goes, there's no mistake been made. And I'm like, well, we got to do some kind of investigation because I think there was a mistake. I don't know if you did this. So she finally said, no, Fargo did this. So I went to Brian and I asked what happened. And he said, the delay of the game from that crash bug, when it happened and when Mark and I fixed it, he asked me whose bug it was. And I didn't tell him. I didn't think, I was like, you know what? That's not important. We found it. We fixed it. It wasn't done intentionally. There was no malice. He said, no, I want to know. I demand to know. And I was like, no, I'm not going to tell him. I'm not going to tell you. I said, I'm the project lead and I'm the lead programmer on this. You don't get to know. And he said, okay.
It is interesting. Way back in the early days of gaming, lead programmer and project lead would be the same thing. Like, there's no way in a million years that would happen now. That is very weird. I guess because the teams are so small and programming was much more heavily respected, I suppose. I mean, it is very essential to making a video game, obviously, but that is interesting.
Okay. So when the bonuses came in, he reduced mine twice. Once he said he didn't agree with me reducing the bonus of one of the people, so he gave that person part of my bonus. But the other reason, the big reason, was he said, you didn't tell me whose bug it was, and you said you wanted responsibility for it, so take it. Big reduction in my bonus for that. And I just looked at him and I was like, is this supposed to encourage me in any way to work on Fallout 2? Is this... He goes, yeah, encourage you to do better next time.
Okay, that's kind of base. Like, yeah, you know what? Okay, you know what? You don't want to be a snitch, then fuck you. You don't get the money then. I mean, you're the project. You're taking responsibility. That's what it means to take responsibility, though. I mean, to be like, honestly, like, let's be real here. Okay, that is what it means to make a sacrifice, right? You don't want to snitch on your homies. That means you got to take the responsibility for their failure as the leader. That actually makes sense. You know, now that I'm thinking, like, this is the problem with left versus right wing thinking right here. It's like, he's a leftist. Brian Fargo, I'm not gonna say he was like staunchly right wing, but it was definitely like a right wing way of approaching the situation for sure.
I went home and I drafted my resignation. I sat on it for about 2 weeks. Came in one morning, told Leonard and Jason, I'm quitting. Went to Fergus, gave him the resignation letter. Gave him the option. I can leave that day. I can give him 2 weeks, or I can give him to the end of the month. He chose end of the month. Said I had to go talk to the executive producer. I did. She said people were going to be pissed. And I was like, okay, I cannot do it anymore. It's all in the letter. I'm done. I go back to my office. I've been away from my office now for about 2 hours. I go back. Leonard and Jason took my letter, copied it, and resigned as well. I can tell you people weren't happy. People on the team weren't happy. Brian wasn't happy. Fergus wasn't happy. But there was just no way I could stay. I got beaten down. All I can tell you is I made an IP from scratch that I had always believed in from the very beginning, that no one else had believed in except the team.
And look at it now. And look at the state of Fallout now, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is how the corporate hierarchy shit goes. I know the leftists like to pretend, even though they're the ones who worship any gay-ass corporate product like Star Wars or Pokemon or whatever. You know, name any number of things. They love to pretend it's the right-wing people, in fact, who defend this shit. No one likes this shit. Nobody. It's just everything has to be some kind of political dichotomy because everyone's a fucking extremist. At least the terminally online people are. The normies are ignorant and retarded and like getting fucked up the ass as far as I'm concerned. But for those of us who are in the know, you know, the problem is everything is these distractions. And the political extremism distraction when it comes to corpo shit is stupid. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone likes this. The real problem is that people keep associating capitalism with, you know, crony capitalism or corporatism or whatever term you want to use it for. When the government and corporations work together is truly when everyone's fucked, and that's what has been happening in the Western world for a very long time now. So that's not really the capitalism, but capitalism is a buzzword for women to bitch and complain and pretend that there's some fantasy socialism world where they get free shit and get Chad and whatever. I'm not going to go. Sorry, tempted to go into that rant. I'm not going to go into it because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But it was something. It was reminding me of something I was thinking about earlier today. So. So, yeah, I guess, I don't know if that was really worth watching, to be honest. I mean, long story short, because he was defending one of his fellow programmers, he didn't get as big of a bonus as he should have on the project, and so he quit. Okay, I mean, I don't know, that's not that interesting. I'm sure there's like 1,000 stories like that in the game industry, which is slowly how everything went to shit, because all those people, the actual talent, got replaced with hacks, diversity hires, etc., which is why everything sucks now. So, yeah. Yep. His WildStar vid is decent. I gotta get to the other video suggestions. I gotta pee again. I'm gonna take a break to eat something. The fact that I didn't eat dinner and then I get drunk after 2 beers, that's pretty stupid. I should eat some food. I won't be down there forever. There's no way I'm gonna like prepare a whole dinner or something, but I am gonna take a break here. Hold on, I know we need our breakers music or we'll be freaking out. By we, I mean chat, not me, I don't care, but chat cares. Did I lose my breakers theme? Dude, I thought I always had it ready. Why would I exit out of it? Am I losing my mind? I don't even remember ever doing this. When did I do this? If I was an actual professional, I would just always have it ready in OBS, but I'm not a professional. Let's see. You guys know me, I'm just too fucking lazy. So, if it's like, oh, you must learn new thing. Like, sometimes I'll see on, that's too loud. Sometimes I'll see stuff online where it's like, YouTubers can't even learn this easy trick in OBS. It's like, yeah, because we don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to learn. I'm done learning. I don't want to learn anymore, okay? Alright, I'm gonna eat some food. back. I brought some food with me too, because I didn't really eat a full dinner. So I'll probably be munching later. Alright, what was the other video suggestions? Here, I'll catch up on Super Chats real quick. Neo SS Officer, thanks to the $2. Chilling with chuds and doing drugs. Indeed. SS Stone, thanks to the 2 Australian. Watch Israel Invades the North Pole by Troglodyte. Okay, we'll get to that, I suppose. My Stridlery, thanks to the 18 months of membership. Get those PSA rated immediately. The cards. I don't think the Chinese, I don't think the Monster Girl game is worth any money. I'm gonna be honest. Online Whiskey Consultant, thanks to the £2. When do we get to the Dallas layover part? Yeah, really. Goose Rooftop Party, thanks to the £5. If you don't eat red meat and eggs, you will look and sound like this guy in 20 years. I agree. I love me some eggs and red meat. Gilgamesh, thanks to the 20 pesos. Long story short, gay man gets out-gayed by corpos. Yeah. Asterix, thanks to the $20. I'm a developer, and I have to say, having a serious bug in the code isn't necessarily a sign of incompetence. Serious bugs always happen. I agree with Kane's response, especially if he thinks the programmer was competent. Yeah, I agree. What I don't agree with is he was not willing to accept the consequences. I'm not going to say the corpo gay shit is justified, but I feel like, isn't that what we're always taught about being a leader? If you're the leader, you have to accept the consequences for your team's mistakes. And he didn't accept the consequences. He left the company, right? I mean, I'm not judging him for it or anything. I'm just like, that's just how it is. I got Thomas's watermelon wine. I still can't believe he gave me fucking watermelon flavor. That's got to be just like the least popular one. Hold on, I think my mom's calling my name for some reason. What? Why are you yelling? She thought I set an alarm or something. The fridge door was slightly open. Our fridge has a beep if it gets left open. All fridges do that? That is not true, Chudler. That is just... I don't even know why you just said that. ABC, thanks to the $2. Super Mario, if it was a generic Western AAA game. That sounds like a pretty good suggestion. Neo SS Officer, thanks to the $2. Goodbye forever chat. I'm going to Fed Post. And then another $2. Nah, never mind. I started waxing it. Okay. Online Whiskey Consultant, thanks to the £5. 5 turkey burgers. Smash burgers is a good snack. For in between second and third dinner, Synth is a growing boy, Synth sauce, turkey, and then a bunch of burgers. Awesome. A growing 30-year-old boy. Listen, I might be 30, but, you know, I'm still internally 15 years old in terms of my, like, comedic maturity. We'll put it at that. I still laugh at the same shit I laughed at when I was a teenager. Okay, what was the second video suggestion? Was it just based Santa? I think it might have been. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that was the second suggestion. Okay. What the fuck?
Yo, bitch, I got some buzzers clawing on my fucking stomach. I'm from the shadows, left the gallows, made the summit. Hear the trumpets rolling in like it's 300, left the battle, the ravage, the tech, and then we set the bodies up. Boy, shining off the armor that I'm about to rip. Got no time to wait, so don't worry, I'll make it quick. The death will be glorious, I'm emerging victorious. Name is notorious, but this isn't where the story is.
Okay, that's definitely a video. All right, the act man in acting ma'am. Wait a minute, isn't this that Troon? Why are you guys right? This is the second fucking whatever. I don't care. Fine. We'll just listen to it anyway.
There are people out there that consume mud and dirt. It's a real sign of poverty when you have to resort to sub-slop consumption. Anyway, let's talk about the act man.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
I must stress that I
Okay, this dude is pulling some shit or something. There's no way a genuine tranny is like, I'm gonna pull up this it is ma'am thing. Is he a pretend troon to like as like a political shield? Is that what he's going for?
don't hate this guy for who he is as a person. I do think that some of his videos are good. I also don't think that you're bad for enjoying his content. Much like with the—
Well, I do.
You are not wrong if you enjoy what he puts out. However, I don't like lies, and I don't think the Act Man is a good YouTuber. I, in fact, believe the Act Man to be a raging, hypocritical, attention-loving, view-hungry husk of what he tries to portray himself as. His videos, despite occasionally being a diamond in the rough, are mostly very, very rough. That is to say, they're sloppy shit that reveal who this guy is and that his priorities are far, far from what he would like you to believe they are. Now, I don't expect people to know everything, so let's set the stage briefly and establish who the Act Man is. The Act Man is, or should I say was, back when he was smaller, just a regular guy who enjoyed video games and making content on the things he likes. I think, or at least would like to think, that he—
And that's the problem. We need less regular guys. We need more synthetic men, you know what I'm saying? There's too many regular guys. This shouldn't be a regular guy hobby to begin with. I know it has been for almost 20 years. It's probably been a regular guy hobby since like 2007 or 2008. But still, it shouldn't be. We need more me, less normies.
He still believes himself to be this to some degree. Hell, some people who still watch him, or those who find his channel right now, will probably have this exact impression of him. He does what you'd expect a modern gaming YouTuber to typically do. Reviews, gaming-themed commentary videos, and the occasional roast, making sure to be as easy as digest and appealing to as many people as possible. Because that's not gonna come back to bite him in the ass at all, I'm sure. So yeah, at over 1 million subscribers, he's a successful gaming YouTuber on the surface. On the surface. On the surface. Because when you dig a little deeper, the Actman, well, I believe it would be really unfair if I didn't preface my next section without going over some mentions of the positives he has in his favor. However, and this is without intending to poison the well or anything, you'll notice a pattern or two with a lot of what I'm about to say. Because it builds into and then upon how I described them in the previous section. Leave a 100 emoji in the comments if you notice a pattern before I say it. Again, I don't want to poison the well here, but get ready because this foundation is gonna burn down faster than an expensive Nike shoe store during a social justice demonstration. Let's go. The Actman, for all his faults, does have a history of mentioning and occasionally actually discussing bad practices in gaming. After all, his image is that of just being some guy who likes video games and cares about their quality and how gamers are treated. Loot boxes, season passes, microtransactions, defenses of corporate greed. He's talked about all of them in the past to some extent.
Yes, all of the safe shit to talk about that you're allowed to talk about that everyone agrees with. Awesome. That's what I hate about normal fags so much, is they just want to hear their opinion parroted back to them over and over again. Aren't you tired of hearing the same fucking thing? No, they don't. They never get tired of having their ego stroked. Of course they don't. Well, they're a fucking bug man. They're not even a human being. But yes, clearly you need to be catered to.
Recently, the Actman made a video talking about why gamers are mad about the Nintendo Switch 2, in which he spends a minority of the video talking about why gamers are mad about the Nintendo Switch 2. He makes a brief reference to the price of games going from a standard of $70 to $90 after 15 years at $60, and reads a small Reddit comment addressing the defense using inflation to justify the price hike. Okay, no mention of the fact that the cost of old games was primarily due to a smaller market, no mention of the production costs being astronomically higher given that every game copy was essentially a unique SD card, something which, by the way, is way more complex than copying some...
Okay, I'm not gonna debate this because I don't care, because as far as I'm concerned, the reason why video game prices going up is bad is as simple as games suck now. I would gladly, if video games were as good as they were 20 years ago, excuse me, I would pay $80. I would, if they were as good as they were 20 years ago. It's that simple. People always come up with all these issues like, they make the money back on DLC because it's, very cheaply produced. It's usually cut content, and it's usually... If we're talking about the percentage of the game that DLC offers, it is usually vastly overpriced. All that's true. All that's true. But for me, if the game was good, I'd buy the DLC too. The games are not good. But again, if you eat shit daily, then you think the games are good, So, I'm at an impasse with these fucks. Their concerns are always, synthetic means racist, sexist, blah, blah, blah. Who the fuck cares? The games suck. Okay? The games suck. That's what's important. But no. They like the shit. They like the taste of feces.
Files to a Blu-ray disc, by the way. No mention of the modern bloated developer teams that spend longer making every texture hyper-realistic than designing a good game. No! A small Reddit comment comparing house prices and median household income in the 90s to today. Okay, that's his responsibility.
The bread is stale and the circus is boring.
Let's talk
Absolutely.
about how much FPS the Switch 2 can reach, right? Another example of a positive in his favor would be his politics in video games video. I promise I'll be brief here. here. In this video, he correctly points out the ridiculousness of the idea that every game is political, bringing up the notable example of Tetris, a game originating in Soviet Russia that is about as apolitical as anything can get. Later on in the video, he contrasts the political tone of BioShock and Dragon Age Veilguard, the latter of which, as he says, is so blatant that it effectively serves as a way to educate the player on the political point of the writers, a scathing condemnation of
which is funny considering BioShock is Jewish propaganda. All right, you know, as our boy American Krogan very thoroughly dissected. But yeah, it is subtle. I mean, I don't think the vast majority of people playing the game will even understand the type of message that BioShock is going for. But it is the fact of the matter that, you know, Ken Levine is, you know, he's definitely, he's one of them, you know. Certainly the elite types of toucan-like people.
Wokeness and diversity politics in video games. You know, a really good point in a video of really good points, Actman. This is honestly an amazing foundation to talk about the issue of wokeness in video games, and I would love it if you addressed the root cause of the problem. Wait, we're moving on. No. All right.
Yeah, no. These people never address the root cause of the problem. Now, I don't know if this Enclave Emily person agrees with me or not, but yes, something that you'll notice. It doesn't matter if they're left or like the anti-woke people, whatever. No one will actually address the core of the problem. It's kind of, again, I think about it because it was a good joke. In Big Bungie's Doctor Who video, he said that the anti-woke people, like Nerdrotic in them, praised that the Doctor went from being a white woman to a gay black man, as if that's an upgrade. Are you fucking kidding? I don't know if that's actually true or if he was just making a joke. Maybe he was making a joke, but the spirit of the joke was correct. The spirit of the joke was 1000% correct.
Good segment that's really well made. Let's address the subject. God damn it. Can you please actually address the cause of the problem or explain the logic behind the issue instead of just listing common...
Alright, I know you shitskins in chat really like the whole tranny equals Fuda thing. You guys are retarded. I'm demodding Nerlick Nick for that shit joke.
For fuck's sake! This is a problem I have with many of the Actman's better videos. Just to clarify, he could disagree with me at every turn. That's not the problem here. The problem is that even in the videos where he is objectively correct, it's just because he limits himself to talking about obvious examples and little else. The pattern, for those of you paying attention, is that he always sticks to talking about things on a surface level in order to be as easy to digest for regular consumers and little else. On the surface, this might be fine, and it might even sound fine to you in general, until you realize that the direct effect that this has on his videos is that, as lengthy as they might be, they end up being little more than summaries of the what, but never of the why. This isn't because he wants to be as easily digestible as possible necessarily, it's because he wants to remain inoffensive. To be,
correct.
if you will...
Absolutely correct. Yes, that is exactly what it is. That has always been his channel, is this lowest common denominator slop. But the big difference is, in the past few years, he decided to just be a colossal faggot. He at least pretended to be slightly against, like, the SJW type of shit, as they used to say back in the day. But now he just goes full-blown gay shit whenever it's at least slightly... Like, unless normies are explicitly against whatever woke slop he's talking about, he's definitely in favor of it. But that's his whole channel's existence, is just parroting back whatever the normie opinion is to these people. He's not informing or influencing anything. He's not creating anything of value.
Of the enlightened centrist, and this, dear viewer, this attempt to seem as digestible, inoffensive, topically centrist doesn't so much open up a crack in a net as it does open up a big fucking chasm for him to dive into. And this is because every time someone tries to portray themselves as an enlightened centrist and to be widely appealing while retaining the facade of having an opinion, it leads only to a descent down a path that's nearly impossible to climb out of with any integrity remaining. A miserable path that begins with... Why does the Actman unironically defend games from companies?
Is Treyarch cooking with Black Ops 6? Honestly, you don't even have to bring up this shit. You can just bring up him shilling Payday 3, which was like a broken mess on release, inferior to Payday 2 in every conceivable way. But he shilled it because the devs flied him out to some kind of retreat or whatever the fuck, and you know, buttered him up. And so he said it was amazing, and then it was absolute dog shit when it released. And retards keep watching this shit. It's like this fucker doesn't give a single fuck about you. He stabbed you in the back. He twisted the fucking knife. He poisoned your well. He stole your shekels. You know, he ate your foreskins. He probably ate a Christian baby of some kind. Anyway, I wonder what comparisons I'm making right now. Weird. Anyway, he did all these things. You didn't even exile him. You didn't even exile him. Okay, you know, 109 other societies learned, but not yours. No, you stupid fucks. Keep watching the videos. You're retarded.
That embody everything he claims to be against. No, really, why? Regardless of how deep into the discussion on the state of the gaming industry you are, there are some things that everyone in gaming already knows. Everybody knows that EA will put out...
The internet reputation is not real. I mean, you're basically right. I've talked about that a bunch of times over the years. Like, think about mine. I have probably the worst reputation out of any gaming channel, period, probably. Honestly, period. It doesn't matter? No. Not really. I mean, who the fuck cares? I mean, like, well, how does that affect me? You know? Yeah, reputation lost. Like, legitimately. It like, especially if they rage click the videos, especially Twitter loves to just like be a bunch of colossal fags. I mean, like, you even just look at the Silent Hill F vid. Like, those people who brigaded the video were Twitter people who didn't buy the game and never will play the game in any form. And were convinced by, you know, a satanic tranny. I never watched this video. I'm never going to. But whatever. I was right about what the game's about. These retards just can't read between the lines because, I don't know. The whole media literacy thing was always projection.
A Sports Gamer 10 every year that barely change from the previous ones. Everybody knows that mobile games are hubs for advertisement, and everybody knows, or rather everyone should know, that modern Call of Duty experience is something along the lines of that. It may seem shocking to people who haven't played a Call of Duty
Reese's
game in the
Cups.
last not fucking long enough. But Call of Duty, in case you aren't aware, has gone down the rabbit hole that everyone could see was going down since at least COD Black Ops 3. I mean, sure, there's modified movement mechanics and prettier lighting techniques, but there's barely any changes to the...
Actman sent money to a child trans charity in this Hogwarts Legacy vid. Yeah, and people still choose to watch after that. Because, again, it's like the guy said, internet reputation doesn't exist. People will just stick their head in the sand. I mean, there's people who watch me, not the people who watch the streams, but, you know, like my casual viewers, who will not even believe actual negative facts about me. I say negative facts. Everything about me is good. But, you know, things that leftists have said about me, right? They wouldn't believe because who's telling it? Like the boy who cried wolf, so to speak, right? That's basically what leftists are. It's like anyone who's right-wing. It's just like, oh, leftist said he's a Nazi. Why you've said that about 1,000 fucking people. And then me, I have a fucking literal dictator Mussolini hat. And people wouldn't believe it just because, you know, they've heard it a million times. It literally is just the boy who cried wolf.
Loop, except for that time they changed engines, and, of course, promising everything from here to the sun, only to charge you 3 kidneys and a half for a skin. Skins which have more effort put into them than the last 3 entries of the Call of Duty franchise combined. Black Ops 6, yes, Black Ops 6, has, unironically, skins that cost more than the last 4 games I've bought combined, and guess what? It's still basically the same shit you bought last time. What I'm trying to...
That's gotten so normalized by, like, gotcha shit. It's just... Excuse me. The dollar has no inherent value anymore when it comes to vanity items. And, you know, people always go back to the horse armor thing because it, you know, it's basically what started it, right? But it's just so funny how much worse the prices have got. I mean, you pay $20 just to, you know, make your digital character stand out. But it's the same thing as, you know, buying some, like, you know, buying Gucci or whatever versus just wearing some off-brand crap. You got to show off to people. But it's so meaningless when it's like $20 is something anyone could afford. So it's hood rich showing off, kind of like how a PSP when I was a kid was like a hood status symbol. I like the PSP. I still have my PSP, but the PSP only had like 5 good games. You know, the DS had like 50. Yeah, I still got my PSP. Is there anything in here? Invisimals, dude. Invisimals. I got Invisimals. Yeah, the PSP was good for emulation. That's true. That's true. I'll give it that. These days, though, that doesn't mean much because the phone can do anything that the portables could do back then.
Get at here is that Call of Duty has a very, very long track record of being barely different from the last, while nickel and diming their players at every turn on top of
The Vita, yeah, Devin bought a Vita off of his rich friend's younger brother. Devin doesn't care about material possessions anymore because he's a psychopath. No, I'm kidding. but Devin, I don't know. Devin doesn't care about owning things. I mean, you've seen his background. That's his whole room. If you're thinking he has like some kind of nerd shelf, Devin has nothing. He's like that psycho. You know those pictures women always make fun of where the guy just has a TV and a chair and then the rest of the apartment is empty? That's going to be Devin. But yes, Devin gave me the Vita is the point of what I'm saying. Yeah, I've never even played this thing. I've never used this at any point, but he gave it to me because, like, I mean, he doesn't care, you know. So I'm the Jewish brother? We're brother. Don't make me say what he says. Now we're brothers, so we're both Jewish if one of us is.
already having a high cost of entry. What does the Actman do?
No, I'm the millennial man-child brother. Not that's not Jewish. I'm just like I'm the more consumer-minded one. I mean, look at all my shit.
You wonder, Black Ops 6 is too good to be true. Treyarch is cooking with Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6 campaign traumatized me. Wow, man, you know, I can't think for myself, and my favorite YouTuber is telling me that it's too good to be true, that it's amazing. He played the beta a few months before release and says it's gonna be great. There is absolutely no precedent for being cautious about committing to a AAA game release, guys. It's gonna be fucking...
I mean, again, yeah, honestly, Actman is the perfect example of, like, just how to run a modern YouTube channel. You just say shit. No one will remember anyway. If you're catering to normal fags, none of them fucking care. You know? Like, and he also lives in the fag era. So, like, being, oh, you know, he did this gay-ass shit, people will be like, I don't care. It's like, yeah, you don't care about anything then, bitch. Stop eating and drinking. Stop being a cog in the fucking machine and die if you don't care. You care about what I tell you to care about, motherfucker. I'm the synthetic man. Anyway. So, yeah, people don't care. Like, in the modern internet, no one cares about anything. Back in the old days when it was only nerds, it was like, Kiwi Farm's tier behavior made a lot more sense in the early days when it legit was just only, like, it was an internet of, not terminally online, but, like, the same, like, type of people who would be terminally online. The nerds, you know, those are the people who spent their time online. But when normies join, normies can't remember, you know, they don't even know how they would feel if they hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, much less if they, you know, what they ate. They don't remember that. So... Of course, like, internet drama shit is pretty trivial.
Great. He played the beta after all.
But yeah, then just like turn around and say Black Ops 6 got worse. Why is Black Ops 6 so mediocre after he made 2 videos about it being, promising? Yeah, big shock. And then, of course, there'll be the retard, or probably a bunch of them, who are like, he changed his mind. What's so bad about that? It's like, yeah, no one would ever shill you a soulless product for money, you stupid fuck. And then you'll turn around and complain about capitalism when it's your fucking fault for being stupid. But that's usually my argument against libertarianism, is the retards ruin libertarianism. If we lived in a society of, we'll say average in the sense of chat average. Like if 5 out of 10 is average, then 100 IQ is average, but it's not 100, right? That's not what it actually is, but what it should be is 100. If the average IQ is actually 100, libertarianism might work. But when you have a legion of retards who would just buy up whatever the product is that takes advantage of the lowest common denominator the best, then it can't work. The system is inherently flawed. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that.
Well, color me surprised and call me a diversity hire, because I did not see that one coming. Some people like to call me conspiratorial, and I get that. But can you—
Average IQ is 110 in America. Okay, I don't know where you read that retarded shit. I don't know. But no, that's just objectively wrong. I don't know what you're talking about.
really sit there and tell me with a straight face that the guy who had made a video talking about the decline in AAA gaming quality didn't know that it was retarded to join the hype for the running stereotype of modern AAA gaming that is Call of Duty?
Yeah, I don't know. This is like, a video like this is what I've dedicated my entire channel to. Yeah, I guarantee he's not going to talk about woke shit in that vid, and I'm not going to watch to find out. I don't care, because his channel is just utter dog shit. But dog shit's what people want to see, judging by the 3.1 million views. I don't know if any of that's botted or not. I don't care, but I'm going to assume it's real for the sake of this argument. People want to see dog shit. They don't want to see anything controversial, even slightly, that questions their beliefs. And so it'll just hit the same points every other video like that have hit. About microtransactions, about bugs, about games running like shit. You know, all the stuff we've all heard 100 billion times. And they will offer no solutions. No solutions. What the fuck is even the point? I'll tell you, you want to know my solution? I'll give you a final fucking solution. You want to hear what? No. I got some final solutions. Don't you worry. Don't you fucking worry.
No, you can't. You know what happened here? The Actman, in his typical drive to join the hype and capitalize on the views, consumer advocacy be damned, he simply looked at what was popular and easy to please the regular viewer and joined in, making videos that reaffirm the biases of people who can do dick all but consume the Call of Duty content, and most likely roping people in the process who trust his views into buying a Call of Duty that he ditched the second it was socially permissible to do so. You, who do not have the money he does, spent a good hard-earned chunk of it into playing the crap he went from calling awesome to disappointing in a whole 5 minutes, while he got the views for joining in on the hype and the views for trashing it later on. I would like to say that this is a coincidence, that this is a one-off, a coincidence that he roped you into buying the exact shit he warned against previously. But, as you are about to see with my next example and sections, it isn't a one-off. It is a part of a much, much longer-running trend. A trend fueled by a hunger for clicks and views that leads him to disregard any ethics and responsibility to just say whatever the fuck is perceived as popular.
Well, who cares about... I disagree with this. Who gives a fuck about, like, the ethics or responsibility? What I care about is people being fucking idiots, basically. Is just like... I would have no problem with someone being some scumbag who manipulates people, as long as people didn't, get manipulated with a smile on their face and then, like, speak with confidence about, like, the channel and say he's good, right? Like, theoretically, this reminds me of, like, an old Jordan Peterson thing, which was stupid. I remember he said it, and I'm like, that's retarded. Like, he said something like, psychopaths in society are not successful because people often figure them out or something. And I'm like, you're absolutely insane. Like, that is the most retarded shit I have ever heard you say. Because it's like, first of all, that's just wrong. Normal fags do not understand psychopathy at all. Psychopathy. They just don't. They fundamentally cannot recognize it. Women just see like a confident Chad, and men, maybe they'll think he's an ass, but they're not going to think he's evil, you know? It's only the schizoids, the avoidant personality disorder and worse, you know, up to schizoid and maybe even schizophrenia, who see that type of shit and like, okay, this guy's actually fucking evil and he's going to get us all, you know, killed or try and enslave us all or whatever, you know? Have 10,000 of us as slaves, or, you know, maybe interbreed us lesser people into a slave race of mystery meat, you know, something like that. Hypothetically, of course. But no, normies do not recognize this shit at all. The never-ending schizo versus psycho war. Yeah, exactly. Ain't no way to figure out if there's no one to find out, aka me and Stealth and games. Lol, psychopaths are among us. Like, there's a reason that evil behavior is rewarded in the corporate hellscape, or even, you know, the governmental hellscape as well, you know. I mean, psychopaths aren't necessarily evil. That sounds like something a psychopath would say. And they tend to end up being that way, though, because they disregard others for their own benefit. Yes. So they're evil. That's what you're saying. Like, how would, the thing is, I don't care to talk about the racial shit that much here outside of just being, you know, saying racist jokes or whatever. But if you want to build a society of, you know, a mono-ethnic people, whatever, start an ethno-state, you might say, is the inappropriate way of saying it. The psychopath amongst you is not going to help build that society. He's, at best, he will be a hermit of some kind, at best. But it's far more likely that's going to be for the schizos, because the schizos will display the socially inappropriate behavior. The psychopaths put on a mask to fit in, and then backstab people continually as he climbs his way up the hierarchy, right? Because he uses the difference between the schizo and the psycho, they both have good pattern recognition skills. One of them uses it to take advantage of as many people as possible, and the other uses it to try and help the people until the people, you know, bully him and exile him from the group, you know? So I would hope most of the people here are of the latter group, the people who, you know, when they were young, or just, they were Tismos or whatever you want to equate it to. We didn't fit in, and so we got pushed out of the group, and we noticed. And then the Ludwigs of the world, because Ludwig is a great example of a successful psychopath who still hasn't gotten what he fucking deserves, continue to manipulate people to this day and fuck other people over with no consequences. I mean, he fucked over Germa, he fucked over Mango, the Smash Bros player. He fucked over so many people. How the fuck are people still associating with Ludwig? And I know the answer is for money, because he has a lot of money, and he starts business opportunities, and people love money. But legitimately, don't be a stupid fuck. You could lose all that money. I mean, he's already lost money multiple times before. I know Ludwig plays Smash, so that's irrelevant to my point. I mean, he started with Smash. That's how he got popular initially. It was about Actman. Yeah, we were watching a video about Actman. Actman is Jewish, though. That's this is remove any. There's no ambiguity here. He's Jewish. Oh, he's Jewish.
And reaping the benefits while screwing the viewer he claims to give a shit about. I'm gonna do you, possible Actman viewer, a favor and say something that he never will to you. You know these betas that you can pay to get access to a few months before launch? Battlefield 2042, Black Ops 6, and so on. They're not betas. They never were. That's not how betas work. They're demos. Don't buy into them. It's a tactic using fear of missing out in order to get you to commit early on. And if it turns out poorly, well, you joined everybody in. You didn't want to be left out now, did you? And they'll fix it because they have like 2 months or whatever the fuck to fix it and until it comes out.
If I recall correctly, part of the reason Jerma soft retired, which was, I don't know, 2 years after I stopped watching him since H-Bomber guy flooded Jerma's audience with Troons. Ludwig started a company that Jerma was one of the main investors or producers or whatever the fuck. And the company went under. And so Jerma lost like $1 million or more. I don't know. He lost a fuck ton of money. So that's why Jerma came back from retirement, because the business venture with Ludwig fell through. So I'm sure you could say it's just not in any way Ludwig's fault, but you know.
It's a tactic that every single fucking major gaming YouTuber knows about, but very few of them will actually tell you about it. Because if they did, they wouldn't be able to reap the benefits of guzzling the dicks of corporations and getting the views by joining in on the hype and giving the socially permissible opinion. Anyway, now that you know all of that information, settle in, because this is where shit gets fast real quick. Payday 3, what to say about—
Hey, he actually... Okay, that's what I was thinking. Because that was probably... I don't keep up with Actman anymore. This was the last time that I heard anything related to his channel, because I'm just like, this is like the point of no return for anyone who gives a single fuck about anything. Which, again, normies don't care because they're not people anymore. But, excuse me. After this shit, how the fuck would you trust this person? Legitimately. Well, because you're stupid, and you know he didn't say anything politically incorrect, so I'll keep watching him. You should get. Never mind. I'm holding back.
Out Payday 3. It's shit, and you should have seen it coming. You know who didn't see it coming, however? The Actman. Because as we know, even if he had the patience to do one Google search to find out that this dev studio has survived solely off of microtransactions and DLC for the last 10 years, and that the people who made it great in the first place are gone, he would have seen it coming. And maybe he did see it coming. Maybe he did do his Google searches, but he didn't obviously show that off. Why? Well, let's take a look at his video then titled...
Well, they wined and dined him. It's just that simple, just like game reviewers get. It's not that complicated.
Payday 3 is a certified banger where he got access to the closed beta. Why the fuck did you get invited to the beta? And where he gives us his thoughts on it.
Tough questions require tough answers. I was invited by the Payday 3 developers Starbreeze to...
Why is the audio of this so fucked?
Go out to New York and take part in one of the coolest pre-release gaming events I've ever been to. I mean, it's only the second pre-release.
Like, I don't know if he uses like a scuffed video downloader or something, but like, the fact that it's not synced between the left and right ear sounds like complete shit.
Event I've ever been to, but it's gonna be hard to beat.
Wow, Actman. That sounds really cool. And why the fuck did you get invited to the beta?
They brought me and a bunch of other content creators to a real...
It's like it so it can't get copyright striked. I don't think that's how it works, because the copyright strike system matches the video, and the video looks the same.
Bank in New York, and then they all held us hostage in a mock robbery, and that was just awesome. Amazing performance. So I met up with some really cool content creators. I asked one of them if he wanted to play a robbery.
What do you mean it doesn't work? Do you want me to pull up the page right now? Oh, wait. Wait, or maybe you're agreeing with me. I don't know. I'm a little drunk. If you're agreeing with me, correct. If you're disagreeing, fuck you. Anyway, let's keep watching.
Game. He said yes,
Wow, you know, Actman, that sounds fun. That actually sounds super fun. But really, Actman, why the fuck did you get invited to the beta?
Then we had 2 hours to play Payday 3, and a new heist that wasn't available in the most recent beta.
Damn, dude, it sounds like they really rolled out the red carpet for you, Actman. A real grand old time, and why the fuck did you get invited to the beta?
So consider this a first impressions video from someone who went into this completely blind, having never played Payday before.
And that's the red flag right there. So red that Vosh is good.
Yeah, he's never played Payday before. You know, people, I don't even say, listen, I've reviewed series where I'm not a fan. Like, you know, I was thinking about the fucking my Warhammer review that got brigaded the other day. Like, holy fuck, the Warhammer audience has gotten so goddamn gay. And then if I ever review anything Warhammer related again, I'm shilling the fuck out of Space King. I don't even care if it indirectly gets Tom and Don some heat or something, because, like, legitimately, it's a Chud thing. The Chud's got to claim it. It's our only chance. I know they directly do not. Obviously, they don't want us to harass people, whatever. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. It's a Chud thing. We need to bully these Taurus faggots. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, Space King based, Warhammer gay. All right. Anyway, moving on.
Over it. See, I did the impossible. Basic research. Turns out that the studio that survived pretty much solely on microtransactions and DLC for the last 10 years decided to specifically not invite dedicated Payday YouTubers to the Payday dedicated event.
Thomas here.
So
What's up, Thomas?
How's it going? Up thinking it was public, they recognized absolutely nobody. Instead, Payday 3 devs held events that, as far as I could tell, gathered people who specifically hadn't played Payday before or played it very little, twice, and then held them in a very controlled environment to get them to make videos on it and make sure they had their perfect experience to make content on. They did eventually have a beta you could sign up for, but that public sign-up beta was, what, a month before release, so it's almost like they were trying to hide something, you know? Almost like they knew it would take far, far longer for these YouTubers to make their videos than the people.
Halo when are you next available, Thomas? Just hit me up. We can finish Halo next time. I don't want to put a time frame on it, but we absolutely should be able to finish next time. I just got to buckle down. My problem is I don't take it seriously enough when we play. Or, well, I took it too seriously when I yelled at you that other time, the last time. But I need to take it medium level serious where I'm paying attention and playing well, because the two of us just running forward and, you know, into the meat grinder is not going to work. You got to play it right. But yeah, we can finish next time. It'll be after New Year's. Yeah, that's fine.
Who would get access to that public sign-up beta. Almost like it would cause an effect of people first complaining and then having a bunch of popular YouTubers saying it's actually awesome. It's all...
You know, part of my problem, I gotta admit, is, like, I don't know how to do positive titles that don't sound cringe as fuck. Like, to me, certified banger, I'm cringing, I'm disliking, I'm unsubbing, I'm sending a death squad to your house. You know, I'm killing all your vaguely related family members too. Like, for me, I don't know. I just can't do it. It's just not my nature. I'm a pessimist. It's hard to come up with positive titles.
Almost like they were specifically trying to delay people figuring out that the game wasn't exactly in line with expectations by preventing the very people who would notice these things from actually participating. And getting the spotlight, of course. Because who cares if these small YouTubers are all complaining about these big issues in the game? Because really big YouTubers who you should trust more than smaller YouTubers, just look at their subscriber count, are all making videos in September saying how good the game is. There is a term for this, by the way. It's called audience manipulation. Call me conspiratorial if you want, but yeah, no, when they announce the game is going to be always online, a very unpopular thing, then bait a bunch of big viewer base retards into fawning over meticulously crafted versions of the game, thus drowning out negative discourse all right before release. I can't help but maybe, just maybe, be suspicious over this entire thing. To the surprise of anyone with the basic capability of pattern recognition, something present in fucking birds but not in a lot of modern consumers, Payday 3 turned out to be shit. A game that did not function on release.
This is the game I played last year. What was it called, guys? This is a good game. I liked it. I never played the DLC. I meant to. I think I even bought the DLC and I forgot. Someone will remember. Yeah, Trepang 2. There you go.
cooperative game that didn't let people cooperate because it didn't have fucking voice chat for over a year after launch. A game that was so watered down and functioned more like a late-stage alpha than a full release. A deceptive pile of shit that many people bought into because of retards like the Actman, who published a video gobbling the balls of this game 2 days before release, making no effort to ask why this studio, belonging to an already money-hungry publisher, was treating them the way they were, or even fucking mentioning the controversy surrounding this game.
This guy sounds gay. See, Thomas already knew. Yeah, this is apparently a trans individual, Enclave Emily. What a name.
I've wanted to make a video retrospect.
I don't know if it's like in a Twitter, maybe. I don't know. A Portuguese. Let's see. Fallout fan. I don't know. Someone said is it Troon or something. I don't know why we're watching the vid. Sienna, man, I don't think I can answer that question without getting in trouble. All right, let's watch a different video. What was the next video suggestion? Let's find out. Watch. Oh, Israel invades the North Pole. Okay, that sounds fun. In Minecraft, he added. Did he just add in Minecraft, or is this supposed to be in Minecraft? I don't fucking. I mean, it's in Minecraft. Is by Troglodyte. Yeah. So it is in Minecraft.
It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring. Not even a mouse. Until a strange, sneaking man appeared and said,
"Yeah, this was promised to us 3,000 years ago, Goyim."
And so they came in, sneaking about, stealing all of Santa's presents on their route. Up in the sky, the Death Star of David appeared, leaving the elves wondering, why? Hello and welcome to the Troglodyte channel. Today I have a two-part Minecraft minigame video for you all. In part 1, Israel will be invading the North Pole to steal all of Santa's presents. And I, role-playing as Santa Claus himself, will have to hunt down and stop the Jews from doing so. Jews, of course, with the full backing of the United States taxpayer, will have modern weapons, while Santa and the elves will have toy guns and vanilla weapons. The elves will outnumber the Jews 3-1, however. Then, in part 2, Santa
they have
and
tunnels
the elves
on the North
notice
Pole.
the Jew tunnels and follow them back to find the kosher secrets that they hold. All the rules are in the description down below, but with that, let's get into it and see if the Jews can stop this antiseptic holiday. Santa and his elves set out to rid the North Pole of the infiltrators they had began noticing. But I assure you, they were not ready for the secrets that they would soon uncover. And as we see the Jews get started here, how this is going to work is the Jews must collect a stack of presents, and Santa and the elves must hold out against them and stall them as long as possible. Then, however long they hold out, that's
Minecraft
how long
with
Santa and the
MP5s
elves
just
will
looks
then
fucking
have
weird.
for phase 2. The first few Hebrews to make it through went down pretty easy. They were a little confused about what was going on, but they would soon learn some better strats.
Stop noticing, Goyams.
Where's my gun launcher? You took my gun launcher.
Kill this. Ah, shit. We're getting...
Goyams.
Who's a Jew? Oh!
This is fucking stupid, dude.
My people were very passionate about this one. I had to mute this entire clip because slurs were flying, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Seeing the elves swarming and rising up against the Hebrews despite being outgunned was so nice. Wouldn't it be nice if the real world was like this?
Interesting comment. What does that mean?
Where'd he go? Stop running. Coward, 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 coward.
Idiot.
Get him, get him, again.
Get him!
Take him out. Shoot gumbos at him. Shit. Thanks, Donald.
Don't worry, my brother. I'm on there.
Dude, what?
Turn him.
This is just like the synth cells. The synth cells join this fucking server. This is stupid as hell. Is there a point in this video I need to skip to? Because I'm probably not going to watch this whole thing, but that is funny. Yeah, maybe we'll skip to like the Death Star part.
Santa and the elves, now equipped with Qatari weapons, was to go up to the Death Star of David, find the Jews' leader, and kill him. And you see the timer counting down on the screen because that's how much time they have to kill him based on how long they held out in round 1. It was truly a sight to behold, seeing all the elves fly up and start bombing the synonym. It felt great to have a people stand up for themselves.
They fly now. They fly now.
Fuckers, come here. Die.
Oh no.
And equally hilarious was the prospect of the Hebrews having to shoot down flying elves with machine guns out of the sky.
This is a shit show. The Goyles have turned against us. Whatever could we have done?
Here you can see the top of the Death Star of David getting absolutely bombed into the Stone Age. It was glorious. But within the synagogue, Santa and the elves would soon discover a dark secret.
I don't even know what to say about this.
Kids, retreat.
This is so beautiful. This is the most beautiful footage I've ever gotten.
Keep checking.
It was great because with all the bombings, each time I came back up to the synagogue, the path was becoming more clear to the Hebrew secrets. At some point, Santa made it to the inner sanctum and found a portal that led to Moloch.
Oh my
ancient
god.
Talmudic Jewish god that they were feeding all of the presents to. Santa and the elves clearly had their work cut out for them. It was not going to be easy to take down Moloch.
Yeah.
And this difficulty was compounded by the fact that the Hebrews had made it in and were protecting their Talmudic god by spawn camping. In order to kill Moloch, we have to do enough damage to his head and then go inside of him and kill him from the inside. This had all turned into an epic aerial gunfight.
Get out of here! Get out of here, truck!
Is that Mr. Beast?
Mr. Beast?
It's literally Mr. Beast.
It's literally Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Is that the bite of 87?
The bite. Yeah, it turns out fighting Moloch and flying machine gun Hebrews at the same time is really hard. At this point, Moloch entered his final phase and got so angry he followed us to the overworld to eat the North Pole himself. It was truly an apocalyptic scene. Turns out this is why everyone just does what Israel says.
Yeah.
Tried to save you, Goyle, but no, you brought...
So after a lot of machine gun bullets and heavy elf casualties, the portal into Moloch finally opened up, and it was time for Santa and the elves to see what was inside. Hey, Fargus, you made it!
Hey,
Heck
we're gonna
yeah.
kill this bitch.
Oh, hell yeah, we're gonna
How
kill
the fuck do we
shit.
do it, though?
So for those of you who don't know, this is the Wither Storm boss from Minecraft Story Mode. And he is representing Moloch because the similarities are insane. But anyway, in the Wither Storm fight, you have to go inside of him and destroy the command block to kill him in the final phase. Oh, there it is. It's up here. The command block actually only takes 4 hits to kill, but it has scripted points of vulnerability, and the Hebrews had caught up to us, defending their god. Yeah, axe.
No, you don't have it.
And it was really unfortunate dying, because it took me almost 2 minutes to get back here. I did get a little quicker at it as the attempts went on, but still, time was running out for Santa. Not to mention the fact that the Jews had used their Hebrew magic to spawn inside of Moloch. And if all that weren't enough, Moloch also had mobs spawning inside of him to attack him. Oh, here's some footage of me getting a hit on the command block. It did 1/4 of its health, as you can see, and we only needed 2 more. But one of the Jews actually got grabbed by Moloch, which was pretty funny. And here, I'm trying to figure out how to trigger the scripted vulnerability for the command block. I think I was supposed to damage each of these tentacles here, but I couldn't quite figure it out. Unfortunately, the Hebrews were holding their position very well.
They're running out of time! How is Santa gonna save us all?
So little time left. It was very difficult to get near the command block. Here was my final gambit with 30 seconds left.
Well, shit, they lose? It seems like they lose. That doesn't bode well.
And there you have it. These antiseptic goys thought they could win, but they could not stand up to the almighty power of Israel. Happy Hanukkah, everyone!
But seriously, thank you all so very much for watching. I hope you're having a very merry...
Oh, that was entertaining. Okay. Yeah, canon event. That's how World War II went. Yeah. Okay. Big sad.
Good. You made it.
That you, Peach? I see Toadsworth roped you into this too.
The Monarch's job is never done, but we can talk more later. Bowser's castle should be just up ahead.
I thought I smelled something burning.
Focus M. Bowser's got the power stars and you know what that means.
Yeah, trouble.
Exactly. So watch your back. Oh, and if you find any red coins out there, make sure to grab those too. Collect enough and I might just have an upgrade waiting for you.
Alright. You're the boss, princess. Okay, Mario.
God, yeah, dude. Oh.
Time to party. Alright.
Time to party. Uncharted, dude. Uncharted. It's all Uncharted's fault. Fuck. That's brutal. It needs to be over 500 gigabytes for some reason. Focus M is crazy psychic damage. But saying crazy psychic damage is in itself millennial writing, so you should gain some self-awareness. You and the 3,400 fucks who upvoted that, upduded it. Give it a like. Thomas, you got a video suggestion? All right, throw it to me. I miss when YouTube didn't suck, don't we all? Oh no, not this fucking guy. Whatever. I'll watch him anyway. I know this guy. This guy tells you to be retarded.
We gotta freaking talk. We gotta talk. My goal here is so you don't have to suffer. Too many of you guys suffer. Maybe you got a bad friend group. Retard max your friend group, okay?
What the fuck does that mean?
That you just don't like being around. Don't ask any more questions. don't look for any more advice. Simply do a 360 and moonwalk away from your friend group. Seriously, just moonwalk out of there. Who cares? Well, I mean, I've known these guys, dude. If your friends are narcissistic, if they are demeaning, if you don't get like a good feeling when you're near someone, if in your bones your back starts to ache, do a 360 and moonwalk away. Don't think about God. Don't think about religion. Don't think about what you saw on YouTube. Just stop hanging out with these people. Retard max it. Retard max your friend group. Deal with the repercussions later on. Okay? There's not going to be any. Oh my God, Eli. I sometimes get tired in the middle of the day and I feel like I need a little nap. Dude, retard max, like, drink some orange juice. Sometimes you just need to have a little bit of orange juice.
Sam Hyde shouted this guy out. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised?
Whoopsie. But they said sugar was bad for me, man. They said I couldn't eat all this fruit and all this honey and all of this cane sugar, even drink a Mexican Coke. What do you have there, Eli? Is that a little bougie barbecue? Why, yes, my friend, it is. And I like nicotine. But let me tell you, man, too many people thinking this and that. Can't drink the freaking sugar. You need a cup of coffee in the middle of the day. Stop counting your cups of coffee. Oh, I can't go past 2. Oh, Brian Johnson.
True. Drink cups of coffee at 10 p.m. There's no consequences. And you guys want to start hearing my life advice next? I'll give you my health advice. I mean, he is right. The fructose isn't bad for you, and neither is cane sugar. It's just all things in moderation, of course.
That measures his son's boners told me that I can't have caffeine after 1 p.m. or my sleep is gonna go to shit. Dude, what are we doing here? Chew glass, baby.
Wait a minute, what? Okay, I'm glad he said that. Now, suddenly, this video has more value in my head.
Breathe smoke. A lot of you guys, look, we're talking as friends, but listen, at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. You gotta retard max, okay? Retard max your relationships. You don't like the girl you're with? I mean, the girl you're with, just because you think in your mind that you've spent, let's say, 5 years together. When is a long-term relationship really begin to be a long-term relationship? Probably three years, you know, after that 18 months honeymoon stage, kind of settle in, start to get to know each other. And you're like, wow, I don't really like this person. I feel like there's a bunch of beautiful Latinas out there. And I just want to smell them. I don't like the way...
Wait, well, hold on. What did he just say smell them? I know I've been drinking, but I think he just said smell them. Hold on. On the vibes.
Honeymoon stage. I feel like there's a bunch of beautiful Latinas out there. And I just want to smell them. I don't like the way...
Yeah, it's Ricardo. What? Ricardo was a retard fed Chad the whole time? What?
This girl is smelling. Okay, very simple. Retard max it. Break up with her. Now, you're going to go back and forth. Oh, sunk cost. It's a sunk cost. I spent 3 years. It feels like an investment. Dude, no, this is your life. I mean, your whole life is just happening. So if you stay with someone that you don't really like, maybe you're not really attracted to, and you just keep wasting time, and you keep looking for answers. I mean, this is a big trap. I would wager that 99% of dudes always look outside of themselves for confirmation on the choices that they should make. The 1%, the retard maxer, does what he wants. Just does what he wants. If he does.
Okay, you know what? I know we've all been calling this guy a fed, but I'm slowly learning I've been retard maxing for years, as it turns out. I think I've been retard maxing for quite a while now. I've been I've been doing this for years.
Doesn't like something, he doesn't like the friend group. Bye friend group, I'm leaving.
This is literally all the things I like. Yeah, I don't like these friends. I ain't talking to them anymore. You know, I need advice. Nah, fuck that. Just go with whatever your first instinct is. Like, what? Hold on. I've been retard maxing the whole time.
About the consequences of leaving. I don't feel good. So I put it down. Okay? If I don't like this woman, I don't look to religion. I don't look to anyone else. I don't look to some red pill. I say, okay, I've had enough. I'm sorry. It's come to this, but I must go. I must pack my bags. I must be out of here. Another big trap is you're just waiting. You're waiting for things to happen to you, man. I know so many guys are like, they just wait. Rule 1 in our group by the Prophet Fabian said they always come back. The women come back, but you know what else also comes back? The sunny days. Like it's gonna snow. The sun will come back. It'll just do what it's supposed to do. The women will come back. I had a girl come back after 9 years. I even had a crush when I was in church. I was probably 9 years old at the time. Dude, I had her follow me on Instagram recently. It's been over 20 years. She still came back.
That's fucking bizarre. See, this is not relatable to a normal person. You know, assuming this is not fed shit and it's just like some weird like retard Chad guy. Like, no, that is not applicable to over 90% of the male population. It's just nonsense.
Like, what? Dude, they always come back. The good days come back. You have bad days, okay? You're going to have another good day. You might be in a weird mental state. Big freaking deal. You'll get out of that weird mental state. And also, a little side note is that we put way too much focus on mental health, okay? Most of you, 99% of people don't have mental health issues. Heartbreak is normal. Heartbreak means you're healthy. Dealing with anxiety, normal. Dealing with, like, if you have schizophrenia, that's not normal.
Okay, I really did expect him to say schizophrenia, completely normal. I swear, I was so ready. I'm disappointed.
You have severe chronic depression where your brain is just, it ain't right, man. It ain't right. That could be mental health. Most of you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's shit. That's probably over half the people here.
Are depressed from the way you're living because you're living in a trap. You're living in a prison of your own design. Your willingness, your learned helplessness. So you need to retard max your way out of that. So anyway.
I don't retard maxing is not going to work for that. I mean, it's like animals are some of the, you know, depending on your definition of retard, animals are the biggest retards, and yet they're the most susceptible to learned helplessness. So if anything, that completely disproves that theory. Animals operate solely by instinct, and you can easily condition them to do nothing. I mean, they've done so many scientific experiments on this shit. So no, retard maxing will not work. That's stupid.
They always come back, but a lot of times you guys are stuck in this trap of like waiting. You're waiting for her to come back instead of getting on with it. You're waiting for someone else to invite you out. I realized that right there. That's probably the biggest tell of an NPC. The non-player character. The one that just is scripted. He doesn't really go outside of the script. He just kind of waves at you. Hey, how you doing? If you're an NPC, it means you don't make things happen. Like when you go into work, why are you not talking to that girl? Saying, hey, my name is Josh. Hey, my name's Eli. You know, I just started working here. It's nice to meet you. How you doing? You know, just a little banter. Eventually you make yourself known. And then you get...
The problem is, this feels like he's talking to teenagers, because I feel like adults do attempt these. The reason why you don't do stuff is because you got a negative feedback for trying in the past. Like, this would make sense if you're talking to teenagers and you're trying to encourage them to go ask out the girl. If you're talking about people in their fucking 20s, you think they haven't asked out a girl before? I mean, yeah, I guess I have heard incel stories where they never did talk to a woman after years, which is kind of crazy, but I feel like everyone's tried it at least once or twice if they're in the position where they've given up. You know, most people try at least one time. If you've never tried ever, then yeah, you definitely are an NPC for sure.
Things happening. You invite... Everyone's waiting for someone else to invite them out. Everyone's waiting for someone else to talk to them, to give them an opportunity. Dude, it's a bad place to be. It's not the way. And so, really retard maxing, you're not waiting for the good days or bad days to have. You're not waiting for the opportunities. You're not waiting for the girl to come back. You are going forward, because waiting is a trap. Just sitting there waiting is a trap. If you feel like...
Well, people aren't waiting. They're coping. It's not the same. Like, waiting implies that people think something's going to happen. Doomers do not think something's going to happen. Again, I don't know exactly who he's talking to. But if he's talking to Doomers, you have it all wrong. People are not waiting for anything. Unless they're waiting for the apocalypse. You could say that. You could say a lot of Doomers are waiting for the apocalypse. But if you subscribe to the belief of nothing ever happens, then you're not actually waiting for anything. You're just dooming. So again, I think kind of got the wrong idea there, Chud.
Anything traps you. If you don't like where you live, you start like scheming your move. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here, and you do it. You actually do it. Oh, I hate my job. It's the man of little faith. It's the man that doesn't really see himself as powerful, that doesn't believe that he could quit his shitty job. Listen, this is your life, dude. This is your freaking life. Your life is on the line. Your Thumos is on the line. If you keep working a job that you absolutely hate, oh, what is it? Because you listen to so much David Goggins? Like, embrace the suck. Who's going to carry the boats? You listen to too much Jocko Willink? Lex Friedman? You listen to all the Jews?
Hold on. Wait a minute. What did you just say, yo? Don't go against it yet.
On these podcasts, do the hard work. So what? So you can pay the government so that you can be a slave? So that you can be unhappy? You can give more to the banks? Like, what are we doing here? This is our life. So it's just the willingness of the people to abide. It's real. You abide with the traps that you've given yourself. I'm telling you, if you don't like where you live, you start scheming. I had to do this once before. I needed more money. Okay, I had a security job. I needed more money. I go on.
Security job, huh? A red flag, huh? What does that mean?
Online, Craigslist. Bartending positions near me. I come across one that says, you must have bartending experience. I said, fuck that. And I've always been a little retarded. So during this day, it came fully out of me.
Current chapter name, My First MILF Experience. Okay.
I said, I went early, so there was no patrons there. There was no customers. And I said, hey, is the manager here? The owner of the bar comes there, sitting there doing some payroll. Hey, man, so I saw your ad on Craigslist. I don't have any experience, but I'm willing to learn. I'm good with people. He says, you know what? Usually we want people with experience. I was really hoping we had someone with experience, but I'm going to give you a shot. So he gave me a shot. I worked there for a little over 6 months. That was my first MILF experience.
What? Did I miss? What? Excuse me?
She was 36 years old. I don't know if I've told this story before, but, you know, there's very many lessons to learn from an older woman. Anyway.
How do people watch this shit? Like, it's like, this isn't... Listen, I don't want to talk about meditations again, because I haven't read it and I never will. But again, like, I think what I said summed it up perfectly. Motherfucker, you ain't Marcus Aurelius, okay? You're John Jones. You're fucking Jamal Demetrius. Demetrius. I don't fucking know. The point is, you're nothing. You're nothing. This shit does not apply to most people. Instead of this fecal delight to watch Demonius X on failed relationships and fleshlights.
Alright, here's part 2 of my woman hate blog thing.
What the fuck? Okay, what? Okay.
I gotta tell you something, one thing, okay? Well, first of all, I'm not trying to be disgusting. I'm trying to be realistic, alright? If you're serious...
What's with the... Did I click on the wrong thing? Okay. Why is it being dubbed over with whatever.
Alright, here's part 2 of my woman hate blog thing. I gotta tell you something. One thing. Okay, well, first of all, I'm not trying to be disgusting. I'm trying to be realistic, alright? If you're seriously a horny toad and you fucking need pussy, and some of you probably already heard this from trolls or you heard it from somebody, don't be ashamed. Go to www.fleshlight.com. If you have $60, you can get yourself the best sex toy a man can ever own for himself. Not only does it feel like real pussy, and it doesn't give you any headaches, any trouble. It feels like the real deal. I know a lot of people, especially trolls, say, "Oh, you never gotten pussy, never gotten laid." Listen to me, alright? Listen to me good. I'm gonna be fucking open and honest. I don't give a fuck about how TMI it is, okay? If it's too much information, just click it off. Alright? I had the bitch on that bed. I was laying over there by that window and
Bro, this is so low quality. Is that on the floor like a futon? Like, what am I even looking at right now? The fuck?
By that window, and I was railing her snatched like there's no tomorrow. Alright? And I came...
This is bad ending, Kobe. Nah, I'll be fine.
Came in my condom. And it felt wonderful. It was good. But the bitch turned psycho. September 2000. We went our separate ways, and I said basically, fuck you, and the rest is history. The girl I dated after that, she gave me like the most worthless blowjob ever. She can, never mind. I'm getting too personal with that. Oh, Bob, fuck it. She couldn't go past the head.
But the bitch turned psycho September 2000. And then 1 year later, she hijacked a plane.
The head of my dick. She couldn't go past. Worthless, man. Worthless. When you tried fucking her, ow! It's like, shut up, bitch, and take it. You know?
Yeah, you fucking 25 years ago was a different time.
Now, I don't view women as sex objects. I view them as a good lifelong partner if she gets her head on straight. See, us men, we've built things. Thomas Edison built electricity and light bulb and all that.
He built electricity. That's why drinking is fun. Because you just say stupid shit and you just don't care.
Shit. Fucking Henry Ford built the Model T cars that now everyone drives. They're not Model Ts, but they're still cars. The concept is still the same. And I'm not really sexist. I know my comments are very sexist. But if women would just get their head out of their ass, they could do probably almost as much as a man can, but they don't even bother trying because they're so fucking worthless anymore. So what am I trying to get with all this? I'm just saying women suck.
Alright.
No matter what you do or what you try, they're always going to suck. But us men need a companion. Someone that will love and take care of us. And we can do the same for her. That's our purpose when it comes to love. But let me tell you something. If a woman tries to use you for anything, you fucking just tell her, hey, I'm a man and I know what I'm doing. Don't use me. Let me tell you something. Pussy, I'm just so, like, astounded and in awe how...
Alright, I don't know if I can keep listening to this. Maybe I'm not drunk enough to hear someone else's drunk ramblings. Alright, let me check these supers real quick. Hold on, I think I'm, here we go. The Buddha, thanks for $5. Read a Conan story. He's captive away from his kingdom, and one of his main concerns is his many chamber whores being retarded and slaughtered. Base is fucked. Yeah, Conan. Yeah, who we all wish to be. Brian the God, thanks for $5. Watched The Bad Grinch by DBDR. He started Addy Adderall recently and popped out a story with AI images and voiceovers. What? Okay, fuck it. Let's give it a shot. Is it this short? Hold on. Is it called Bad Grinch? Yeah, here we go.
'Twas night before Christmas, when all through house, creatures doing something, fucking the mouse.
Excuse me, sir. You need to leave. You're not reading the script. You're not following anything along. Wait, he's the only one left? Wait, so there's a deadline in an hour? He's the only one that can do it? Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. This is my script now, bitch. Shut up. Okay, anyway, you see that pointy little mountain there? There is a good boy named Grinch and his little dog named Max. And within that little tiny mountain, some miracles are about to happen tonight. We will...
Alright, do you have a timestamp or something of something funny? There's no way I can fucking watch this garbage. Jewish rooftop party, thanks to the 10 pounds. I used to watch Kretosis, who was friends with Enclave Emily. Kretosis would get mad when I misgendered Emily and called him a man in chat. The truant is genuine. Yeah. Yep. whatever. It's not my fucking problem, man. I mean, I know people get upset when I talk shit about them on stream. I mean, realistically, though, it's what? I'm only talking to like 1,000 people or something. Just get over it. If I made a video, then yeah, it makes sense. But, you know, fucking, like, who gives a fuck? I mean, I agreed with it's the human, presumably human, the Enclave Emily creature in the video. I agreed, but, you know, I don't agree with that shit. Axton Zero, thanks to the 11 months of membership. Do Troons have more chances of base than toucans? No. No, I think there's some self-hating Jews in chat. Called The Synthetic Man and Lord Frogmire. Anyway. Online Whiskey Consultant, thanks to the 2 pounds. I'll never let go, Nick. And then crying, more the UO crying, a wrench, a blue bucket, sweeping, and then low tier God. The EGAD, thanks to $2. Did you see that AAA Mario clip by Ryan Stewart VO? No. I'm guessing that's a different thing than what we just saw. I don't know. Is it a short? I don't know. I'm drunk. I can't read. Snake beats giant chicken. Riding Metal Gear 4 Night. Ashes a mouse. Raven Conroy. Darth Vader. Metal Gear Solid. Maybe it was that video we watched but re-uploaded. I don't know. Oh yeah. Okay. It was this. All right. Yes, I should have read that. Let's see. Neuralink Nick, thanks to the $2. Since I was holocausted times 8 million, do Fallout 4 vid. Oh yeah, you know, speaking of which, I saw Husky made a video that's just like a compilation of random shit I said about New Vegas over the years, and then pretended that was like, I don't know, Fallout New Vegas is woke vid, but it's literally just a clip compilation. It starts off with a quote. That's the definition of woke from Shredded Nerd, I believe, is what it is. Tiny Conspiracy, thanks to the $10. I don't know how people can watch Act Man even to critique. He makes my skin crawl. It's the same way I can't watch clips of The View even when you used to make fun of how stupid they are. Repulsive. Yeah, I'm kind of past the hate watch phase unless I'm doing it for content, you know. That was another thing I want to talk about. I'm starting to remember now. I watched about 5 minutes of the third Sonic movie, and the millennial writing was so bad I had to stop. I cringed so goddamn hard. I don't remember what Sonic said, but it was right in the beginning of the movie when he's like racing Tails and Knuckles. And Devin freaked out because he didn't know Idris Elba voices Knuckles. So he's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, they actually made Knuckles voiced by a black guy. Shit, but it doesn't sound like that. And Sonic said something like, yeah. And I'm like, nope, out. I can't watch this. Nope. It's so funny because, like, how many times have I said on stream, I want to watch the Sonic movie with my family because I refuse to watch movies by myself. And then I watch 5 minutes of Sonic 3 and I'm like, nope, fuck this. I'm out. Gay. I'm out. Nope. I'm tired of millennial writing. I don't have to watch it on my free time, only for reviews. The Blue Psycho, thanks to the 7 Canadian. Actman is spiritually Canadian, interpret that as you will. Yep. Oh, it's beard. Zero G Grack, thanks to the 20 euros. Drinking too, my brother. Lol. Hope you had a good Christmas. Keep preaching, Synth. Thanks for being a real one. Thanks, man. Yep. Yeah, Christmas is, you know, it was pretty good. It was nice to just do nothing. I love doing nothing. I'm very lazy. Reluctant Reader, thanks to the 2 Australian. CFW, the Vita, and play Murasama Rebirth. I'm guessing that's a porn game. Central Intelligence Agency, thanks to the 10 bucks. My country paid me to kill. Then when I came home, I was out of a job. They expect me to stop cold turkey, a paycheck today, a jail cell tomorrow. Am I a criminal or entrepreneur? Let's find out. Smiley face. Interesting. All of that was in Minecraft. The Blue Psycho, thanks to the 7 Canadian. The Actman is friends with Destiny, and Actman is dating a Troon. Interpret as you will. Is that actually confirmed he was dating a Troon? I mean, I joked about that when he went to the Pride Parade, but I didn't know if it was true or not. You're like, Nick, thanks to the 2 bucks. No, my archive, I forgot. Is your archive blue? Nick Armadillo, thanks to the 5 bucks. Nah, this stream won't get privated. Crash won't make me antiseptic. 3 hours, 2 pounds of Reese's Cups, and 1 demodding later. I didn't say anything bad. I said nothing wrong. I never do say anything wrong. Southern Ninja, thanks to 5 bucks. Warhammer has fallen. Trench Crusade is literally gay. Any other tabletop game is a combination of those two. Yeah. It is a shame, but this is just the end game of all, like, truly nerdy hobbies, because nerds, unfortunately, have been completely compromised. Like, the chuddy and nerd fan base combined is a very small percentage. I mean, even a lot of chat is not really, like, hardcore gamers or whatever. They're not. I mean, I know chat, some of chat is, but not as much as you would think, honestly. I mean, a lot of people in chat haven't even played like a modern video game made in the past 5 years or more. Neuralink Nick, thanks to the 5 bucks. Also, that Fuda joke was about Emily because it's a Portuguese dude that tried to identify as a Fuda who is based, then switched it to Troon who is based. Did he actually unironically say Fuda? If he does, he doesn't know what that is. I don't know. I assumed it was the typical, like, never mind, I'm not getting into this. Zero G Grack, thanks to the 10 euros. Dude, I love Trog-based Minecraft content. What a N-word. For real, for real. That was a pretty good video. Philip Oliver Crevices, thanks to the 5 bucks. Have you seen Colin the White Cod videos? They're great, but very Modern Warfare 2 lobby. The title is the best part. I promise you I do not consume any... I don't consume any, like, FPS-related content, honestly, when I watch video game slop. I've been listening to a lot of Jimothy Cool lately. I don't know why. It's just good background noise, I guess. Chud Hollow, thanks to the 40 rupees. Video recommendation, ex-Bungie versus new Bungie, Chromecast certified. Is it a Chromecast vid? Because I've probably seen it, if true. I guess we could watch it again.
The final shape, it felt a little like a love letter at times.
Alright, yeah, yep, nothing to see here. Yeah. Is it any wonder why Destiny's so dog shit? It's surely a mystery. I don't know how this happened. That definitely looks like woman. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, weapons designers, so that's why Destiny weapons, they probably look gay as fuck now, I don't even know. They used to look kind of cool.
At times. We really thought about bringing that forward to the weapons. Like Kvastov, it's the first gun you get. There has to be the narrative bookends of the first gun I got in the game It's here in the Pale Heart. It's like this old friend returned.
Help!
Yeah. And we pepper in the number 7 in as many places as we could. So it bounces 7 times. It's got a bunch of 7s in its stat.
7s. Yeah, that's like the first ever gun you get, I think, in the first game, isn't it? I think so. 7s.
You get 7 bouncy bullets when you pick up an Orb of Power. Bungie has a long legacy of loving the number 7, and this felt like the right place for it.
Hi, I'm Luke from Bungie. And I'm Shishka. And today we're here to talk about July 7th, Bungie Day.
Yeah, Cold Storage.
Huh?
A remake of Halo Combat Evolved map Chillout, available on Xbox Live Marketplace for
200 points!
It's free, moron. It's a thank you to our fans for being oh so supportive.
How cool would it be if on Bungie Day, Microsoft decided to lower the price of the Legendary map pack from 800 points to 600 points?
What do you know? That's what they're gonna do.
Isn't that neat, kids?
Bungie announced in a tweet they were increasing the price of seasons from 1,000 silver to 1,200 silver. So when you buy $10 worth of silver, that being 1,000, you actually get 1,100 silver. That's so generous of them. Funny how that works too, because that's just short of the amount needed to buy a new expansion. So to buy an individual season, you need to purchase $15 worth of silver. And guess what?
That's how every fucking mobile game does this shit. Every fucking mobile game in existence does that exact shit. It's like, oh yeah, it costs $12 to roll 10 units. It's like, okay, what can I buy? You can buy $10 worth of currency. It's like, okay, thanks, you fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna bomb Korea and Japan and China and all of them. Anyway.
Thought a $5 increase was bad? Let's take a trip down to the Microsoft and Epic Game Store, where there is no $15 silver option. The next highest is $20.
It's a satisfying feeling. What is this gonna enable me to do? What did I win? What ability? How's this gonna look?
As you can see, there's a big, I guess it's a solar farm. That's what I'm going with. Big solar farm, right? If you turn around at spawn and look out in the distance, if you were to boot up D2 and come to the moon, you will notice that the solar farm is gone.
You have those eerie colors, the lamp at the top swaying, changing the shadows in the room. The same area in D2 looks like this.
The thing is, this is what was so stupid about Destiny from the beginning, is that they really, it was clear that in the engine they couldn't make an MMO. They just couldn't do it. And so obviously you're seeing the long-term ramifications of them not making a third game. They couldn't fit all of the game in the game, which is why they literally ripped out pieces of the game that you paid for, DLC you paid for, you cannot play again. I'm glad I quit the game way before that shit happened, because holy fuck, that is just absolutely despicable. I don't know. I mean, I won't say they got away with it, because Destiny is dying, for sure, but the fact that, you know, I don't know the details, but I just know they ripped out, like, the Osiris shit and like the Warmind shit and all that shit. They just took it out of the game. You just can't even play it. You had to pay money for that, and it's not even in the game anymore because it can't fit all the game in the game because it wasn't made to be an MMO. But they somehow made it into an MMO. It's nonsense. I mean, a lot of this probably was just cut to fit as much game in it as possible, but that's why Bungie is retarded. Like, I honestly don't even know. Like, if I'm some corpo pizza shit, I would have been like, you stupid fucks need to make Destiny 3. It's obvious, because you're milking an increasingly dwindling player base. You're not going to get new players in with how old the game is. You know, if I'm Mr. Goldstein, I'm like, no, you have to make Destiny 3. We'll blow $1 billion on marketing, and then we'll, you know, shove in as many like microtransactions and garbage, but it'll be mega ultra gay, you know. Not like Concord gay, but it'll be Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 gay. I don't know. I don't know. The point is, this Corpo slop is not going to work if you keep trying to milk this like a proper MMO, because that's never been how Destiny has really worked. Destiny is the lowest common denominator normal fag game, like Call of Duty type of shit. So it's clear that the more expansions they release, they're not going to bring back enough of the old players. It'll be less each time, so they're going to make less money. So why not just make Destiny 3? Like, it doesn't really make sense to me if they're trying to make money that they keep milking Destiny 2. My theory is they're so utterly, unbelievably incompetent because all of the talent is gone that they cannot feasibly make Destiny 3. That is my theory. That Bungie can't make it. They just can't fucking do it. So they have to milk Destiny 2.
It's really not just one department creating something special. When you see all those things combined in the iteration and the back and forth, and when you get to this end result where it just feels like it couldn't be any other way, we hit on something amazing here.
I don't think anybody in this world has ever done anything worthwhile without being their own worst critic. I think that, I mean, especially when you talk about any creative.
Dude, this is absolutely, you know, again, take the whole identity politics element out of this, even though it absolutely is 100% connected. But let's pretend for a moment it's not. This is the mentality that is the difference between old games and new games. But you could just say old art and new art, because it applies to movies and TV shows as well. Excuse me. And the real artists are extremely critical of their own work. Even a lazy motherfucker like me has learned a lot over the past almost 6 years and tried to make a lot of my videos better to a point. I kind of gave up on making my videos better a couple of years ago now, but because I realized it would take too much effort that I'm not willing to put in. But in subtle ways, I try to make certain things better. Like, you know, some from a script level, even though they're not scripted. But the audio track, I try to improve elements of that. The editing is not going to get better because I don't care. I just really don't. Any artistically minded individual is going to be highly critical of their own work. So many of these people who work in the modern video game industry are not. They have giant fucking unearned egos when they have created nothing of value. Absolutely nothing. And they just tell themselves what they produce is amazing. And you wonder why everything's shit. That's a huge component of why things are shit. Objectively bad writers, you know, bad 3D modelers, bad art designers, bad composers, bad. It's all fucking dog shit. And they never improve because they think they're good. You know? That's wrong. But if people eat it up and say it's good because everyone else said it's good, and by everyone I mean dead internet theory bots, but normies can't tell the difference, then why would things ever improve? They keep buying the garbage. Even though statistically people are buying less games each year. So I'm going to be honest, maybe it's just because of my lack of investment in the same arguments with nobody, because I'm not really arguing with anyone specific. You can't really fight the mongrel horde, the idiot masses. That's just a formless blob of NPCs. You can't fight that. So I'm basically fighting ideas that will never go away because these people will never change. They'll always be that way. Because of that, maybe it's a cope, but I'm just kind of personally believing more and more in dead internet theory. And even though maybe I didn't say it directly, like, you know, back in my first Fallout reviews, I'm like, these are fucking bots. Like, the engagement in this video is way too high, which, believe it or not, was the same with the Silent Hill review, by the way. It is like 13,000 comments despite only having 250,000 views. So I don't know if some of these Twitter faggots employed bots as well to my comments. I have no idea. But it is also similarly insanely high level of engagement that doesn't seem organic on any level. And I'm not even talking about Twitter brigades. Like, it's like literally just not something, like the numbers don't add up is what I'm saying, right? That's way too many comments. But that was something I noticed back with the Fallout video. Like, these aren't people. These are like either Indian bot farms hired by Amazon or early, LLMs being employed. But I would say the Indian bot farm is more likely because Amazon has infinite money and it really doesn't cost that much money to hire these companies to promote the product. I've noticed they didn't come back for Fallout Season 2. In fact, I'm not really hearing much talk at all about Fallout Season 2. So this thing that normies were supposedly in love with, they really don't actually give a fuck, But it was enough for colossal mega fags like Critical and Diesel Patches and shit to talk shit. I'm drunk rambling. Let's keep watching the video.
If Enterprise, if you somehow believe that what you're doing is the greatest thing ever all the time, it's absolutely not gonna be the greatest thing ever.
I think my favorite absolutely is the Thrillodrome. It is an arcade lost sector, and I think we can relate to spending our days in a sticky arcade playing games with our buddies.
I'm also so excited for people to see the Puka Pond with all of the pukas that have been like such a mystery since Beyond Light.
You've got to build it, you got to play it, you got to say, it's not good, let's try it again.
Every step of the way, I'm going, is this fun? Is it exciting?
As we see, this is what's good about the Chromecast style videos. You just you let these motherfuckers hang themselves. It is definitely effective. Definitely effective. You don't have to give any opinion. There's no opinion here. You're just saying, okay, here are the old developers, a bunch of white men who are really passionate about making a good game. And then you see the modern devs are women and troons who have giant egos and don't give a fuck about quality and are just talking about nonsense bullshit that no real gamer cares about at all.
Toward the end of the project, we're just making smaller changes, tweaking how much damage something does.
We have to make sure that the doorways are the right size.
How's the cover playing out?
We're the ones that have to wire it all up and make it work and make it fun.
Just a little more sped up, I think. Then ultimately, you might have an encounter that plays great.
Jump off there. Jump off here. You should be able to land. Oh, so close to making that jump. That's awesome.
Sometimes you stumble on it, sometimes you plan for it, but the most important thing is when you recognize it, that you covet it and that you keep it.
The shipping.
And that's the thing. I like that right there. I like that statement, even if it was kind of vague. Like, I get it. Like, you just know it. Sometimes you're like, oh, that's just satisfying. That thing that just happened, that felt good. Is that something modern devs do? No. They don't even fucking play video games.
Game is always an approximation of the perfect vision. I like not having to be the one who decides when I have to stop, because I would never stop if I had any choice. And then the game would slip and then we'd all get fired. And even then I wouldn't want to stop.
We were created for this moment, to deal with this conflict, to solve for this enemy.
What the hell happens when evil finally arrives and confronts the Traveler?
What is that thing?
Dude looks like Megamind.
Greed, pure and simple. Cashed it in, sold our souls, came out here. I mean, if you're gonna sell your soul, Seattle's a pretty nice place to do it.
The Flood is out, an unstoppable parasite that's capable of wiping out all life in the universe.
All of the Halos are primed and ready to fire.
Oh, and you left that woman that you care about? Yeah, you left her in the clutches of the Gravemind.
Chief, I can't trust you that you left her. It's not safe.
Cortana, nice job.
Cortana is giving us cryptic messages.
Could you sacrifice me to complete your mission? Could you watch me die?
The Cloud Strider.
Dude, no, dude. This shit, when I first saw this shit, this didn't fucking look real. I'm like, what the actual fuck? This is some like disgusting subhumans, deranged, androgynous, like fucking demonic porn fantasy that they just put in Destiny. What the actual fuck is that thing? Like, this is, I genuinely, I saw this in a random V thread, and I'm like, what? You're telling me this is in Destiny? What even is this? What the fuck is that?
Riders, bottom line, are cool.
Osiris and Rohan can go process their differences over.
Listen to it. I've never heard it speak either. I've never heard it speak, by the way. What the Dude, it's over. I mean, it was already over for Destiny years ago, but I mean, this is like, these are the people allowed to make video games. They're allowed. Why are, dude, we need like 10 more Concord bombs. Like 10 more. People want the industry collapse. We need more. Call everything Concord. Whatever it takes to get it in these stupid normie fucks' heads. Call everything Concord. We need to step up our PSYOP game. It's time.
Some fermented tea or whatever. We're off to go protect the people of Neomuna.
I'm glad we're all taking this very seriously.
We're not asking to work shorter days. We're asking to work as hard as we're working right now, but just 2 weeks.
It's an amazing thing to be part of. That many people want something so bad that they're willing to spend that, that time and that effort 7 days a week.
As much of a death march as Halo 2 was, we got to the end of it, and there's a bunch of seeds there that are exciting and really fed the rest of the trilogy.
We started doing this because we were doing Crunch, and we're like, yeah, everybody starts eating the free food.
He's the reason why we have the weigh-in. He was a biscuit away.
Estimated body fat and estimated lean body weight.
I haven't weighed myself for years.
Yeah, that's all
or do you go to the bathroom, take a massive dump? You're like, this will compensate.
Sometimes I could say it's 2 pounds. Who knows?
And so if we release an expansion with 2 raids, let's say, next year, our community is going to be upset if we go back to only 1 raid.
Dude, okay. I know, this is on me. This is on me. Another synthetic lazy motherfucker moment. I talked to Devin. I'm like, you know what would be a great Gaming is Dying video? Or even a good video for Lord Frogmire or whatever. Just watch all the GDC conferences and just go through the insanity, the fucking dystopian corporate crap. And just be like, people are defending game devs. Like, they are the corporate. They are part of the corporate. Like, people want to separate the devs from the publisher. They're incestually linked at this point. Like, they're fucking GDC shit. Those GDC conferences are like, oh my god. Like, how is there like not boycotts against these motherfuckers? Like, against every fucking company.
Sometimes we have to tell them, like, we shouldn't ship this because it's an over delivery that is going to set us up for failure.
Yeah, that was infamous when that came out.
4-story building in Bellevue, Washington, had an elevator that went down to the parking garage. And one night I got into the elevator to go home. This is, I bet you, 2 months before I was fired. This other guy got in, and I said, "Oh, hi, how you doing? Are you new at Bungie?" And he goes, "Oh no, I've been working here for about 1.5 years." And I remember thinking, "Oh, goodness sakes, somebody's been working here 1.5 years and I don't even know them." And he says, "Do you work at Bungie? What do you do?" And I thought, "Oh, okay, that's the way it is now. Like, I don't know him and he doesn't know me. He doesn't know anything about, what I've contributed in the past." And I really, at that moment, I thought, yeah, I think that side of Bungie is now, that book is closed.
Yeah, that's the beginning of the end. That's what led to the end of all this shit.
Art style of Marathon is graphic realism.
It's something fresh and sort of
graphic realism, and look at that creature. You can write a book on that thing. Should not be working at any video game company. Anyway, that distracted my drunk brain completely. Let's just keep watching.
Uncharted territory.
Yep. Thanks, Joe. And hey, everyone. I'm Joe Cross, franchise art director of Marathon. Yeah, and wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the events from yesterday. It came to our attention that an artist who worked on Marathon in the early stages of
Dude, look at that guy. Look at he looks so dead inside.
production.
Hold on, my webcam is blocking these tweets. They're not that important. It's basically just people saying they cancel the pre-order, the apologies suck, whatever, for the plagiarism shit.
A number of graphic elements from a graphic designer without permission or acknowledgement, and placed them on a decal sheet that was then checked in.
More than anything, more important even than quality, a live service is about being fast. And a fast...
See, again, what he's saying is correct. Why do you think Fortnite has lasted this long? However, when it comes to, like, this is slightly more layered than, like, to give the generic Actman take of, like, oh, microtransactions is bad, whatever. It depends on the type of game you're making. First of all, live service is horrific, but goddamn, I think I drank too much already. I can't even commit to a thought process. Anyway, the problem is when it comes to something like Destiny, you might hate Destiny, but like the point of a game like that was people wanted substantial quality content. They never quite found, at least while I was playing, they didn't really find a model where they could simultaneously release frequent content that was worth the grind while also while we're still waiting for the next big raid or something. Like what I only played it consistently for about 3 months of Destiny 2 anyway. And they were experimenting with this basically like instead of doing expansions, they did like a mini pass with like the Vault of blank, the Vault of blah blah, whatever, right? Like one expansion was around Gambit, one was around PvP, I think, and I think they had mini raids, if I remember correctly. And so they were trying to like experiment with, okay, instead of waiting, I don't even know how many months for like the next shitty Curse of Osiris garbage, which people only care about the raid and not about the story shit, because the story shit sucked anyway. They're like, okay, let's like churn out like little bite-sized shit so people keep playing the stuff. Because everyone wants to be Fortnite. They all want to be Fortnite. Fortnite understands the model, understands how to keep people's attention. Obviously, Fortnite being free is probably most of the reason for its success, but the other huge portion is that it's always releasing new shit. Always. To bring people back, which is what every other developer is trying to copy off of. So, this overly long, drunk ramble, the point is, I think on a surface level, even though what he's saying is horrible, it makes perfect sense. I don't have an issue with the idea that, yes, if you want a live service game to succeed, you need to constantly churn out content. Again, like, not to talk about it in length or anything, but Gacha Slop understands this. Gacha Slop doesn't need, well, I guess it depends on the game. Things like Genshin or Wu or whatever, they could have more, things with a little bit more substance. But if you're playing a shitty auto battler, you only need like a handful of devs to produce some PNGs, and boom, you got like the new fucking banner for your shit for that month. Like, you got new characters rolling out, plus you got the old stuff rolling again. There's always something happening almost every week of the game. But for real video games, that takes, exponentially more manpower by several degrees. It's just not realistic, right? Destiny just inherently is flawed. It's a good concept, but I think from its very framework, it was never going to work, right? It is just not. Bungie didn't have a solid enough proof of concept, I guess, for like what they wanted, or design document for how they were going to simultaneously have a really fun shooting experience that also was something that you could experience with a bunch of other people. Instead, they have this weird hybrid thing that, you know, they still nailed their shooting, at least at first. Then they fucked that up, and then they had to, like, fix that. And then apparently they fucked it up again after that. Thankfully, again, after I stopped playing. But, it was just always going to fail, I guess. I don't know why I'm ready. This is just, you're getting your drunk synth rambles. Let's watch the rest. I'll try not to interrupt it too many more times.
Game will become great, but a great slow game will very quickly fall behind.
The difference between entertainment that's successful and entertainment that's forgotten is only how people react to it. So no matter how successful we were on Halo 2, it doesn't matter how hard you worked. And
now, what if we could manipulate the reaction with paid Indians and Chinese people, or now with LLMs, with AI chatbots? Suddenly you don't need to make a good game.
They don't give a if it took you 2 seconds or 6 years and 20 gallons of blood.
Why does this even exist? It's just like a random corner of the map that has this thing.
Like, yeah, what is this thing? What the fuck? I've seen indie games that have less jank than this.
This is one of the things that's going to set apart Halo 3 from Halo 2, just the sheer number of tufts of weeds and grass to sort of help them blend into the ground and the terrain. I know that if there's one...
See, I know he's showing this to make it look like they put so much effort and detail into it. That was a step in the wrong direction, if you ask me. The more needless detail that is added to environments, the worse the readability gets. And what happens when readability reaches an all-time low? Yellow paint. That's where we're at now. Where people, they can't use like traditional lighting or maybe slightly coloring an interactable object something, or maybe it has it's a more reflective texture or something on the object to know it's interactable. No. You have to use yellow paint because things have become way, way, way too fucking realistic and detailed.
At a place like when the game ships, every time I run by that in multiplayer, I'll see that one blade of grass and I'll be very upset.
So it brings you over here, and
Yeah.
if you just step down here, you can see right through the terrain. Beautiful.
This is something a little bit more important. The story that we're trying to tell has higher stakes. Whether we can do that, we won't know until that thing's in people's hands and they're playing.
First trust, then retention, then revenue. They were sticking around in all of our online communities.
Yeah, or poor performance is another thing too. But yeah, it's this whole can of worms, yeah.
With these megaphones shouting to everyone to avoid this game because it sucked. So we focused a lot of our early work on trying to repair.
Yeah, I mean, this is just everything that happens. I noticed this on, there were some comments on my Fallout vid, the recent one, where people are like, oh, they always do this, where the first season draws you in and then the second season goes full subversion mode. I think of like The Boys, right? The Boys is a good example. But the thing is with Fallout, though, Fallout Season 1 was dog shit, too. Like, if you didn't notice Fallout Season 1 was dog shit, you're part of the problem. But I think, fundamentally, I agreed with sort of the idea of the comment, where it's like, yeah, I think the propaganda has gotten worse in the second one, but that's only because people are so used to miscegenation in media that they don't even notice. Which is ironic, because when I pointed it out in my Halo vids, my Halo reviews, I didn't get dislike bombed into oblivion. Now, you could say normies didn't watch far enough in the video to when I talked about that, but yeah, I mean, I just find it very bizarre. I mean, you could say I talked about it in a maybe more edgy way than usual in my Fallout episode 1 review, but yeah, it always had propaganda. Some people are just, their noticing levels are way too goddamn low.
Our reputation with our players and our community. Not because our designers believed these were the most important root causes to our engagement issues, but because they were vocal pain points in the community, and addressing them quickly would clearly indicate that we were listening.
We only want to do right by these people because they are a conduit to profit.
We needed something that challenges and inspires all of us. Something that I think has enough ideas in it that'll last us for the next 10 years.
We are blazing a ton of new trails.
Well, new action
We're building
games in the
something
living
alive.
world.
It has a nature that we don't totally control. Things are going to happen that we don't plan, and that's amazing.
The best thing about Bungie is, even though you have these crazy ideas, you know that they're going to get funneled into a game that's fun.
We're creating something completely new.
I mean, it was fun. The
And-
thing is, like, this is always the tragedy of games like this, that usually games like this don't come out anymore. But there was games, especially in like the PS3 360 era, where like the core gameplay loop was still pretty fun. It's just a lot of things around the loop were made worse to appeal to a wider audience. The issue with actual modern games, like in the past 5 even to 10 years, the games aren't even that fun. Like the gameplay loop isn't even refined. But again, when your standard is so fucking low, then they still eat the slop anyway, if it's even just kind of fun. So, is any wonder why things are so bad?
It's a scary place, but if it's not scary, then it's not going to be good.
We all have a ton of passion, and we all have just enough crazy to pull this off.
We didn't even know how big Halo was going to get. How can anything be bigger than Halo? You know? We'll find out.
Hey, time now. It's a pretty long rewind. We make games we want to play. Yeah, that is
And this
gone
picture-
from every company. Literally, this mantra, I don't think exists in any fucking like AAA game development studio. It just, and I'd say even indie games. For indie games, a lot of times it's we make games only we want to play, you know? So it's like indie games, they almost got it, except so many are like, we want to make games that only super autistic trannies want to play. And Devin. Super autistic trannies and Devin. That's a slight exaggeration, but you know, it's more or less, yeah.
It's old and grainy because it's an old picture I actually found on my cell phone, because we took down that motto a little while after D2 launch. And our new studio motto, this is a more recent picture, is we create worlds that inspire friendship.
We create worlds that inspire friendship. What a joke. Like, what the actual fuck does that even mean?
Is we create worlds that inspire friendship.
That's so not true, too, by the way. Like, things like, again, not me, because I was always an introvert, but games like RuneScape or World of Warcraft or things like that, those are really... Those days actually did inspire friendship. Like, people actually talk to each other all the time in these early MMO games. Not in fucking... not in Destiny, really? I even have experience with this. I don't want to tell the story for the millionth time, but... because I have already talked about it multiple times. But the raid group, the LFG group that I joined for Destiny 2 to play the raids, those fuckers didn't even want to talk to me at all. They literally muted me when I talked to another dude there about Spyro for a while. So, you know, it's like friendship my fucking ass. So this is a fucking normie piece of shit. I want him dead. I would have Minecrafted those motherfuckers. I don't know. Yeah, good video though. This is a good video. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm tired of responding to comments about this. This video is not a disparagement against any specific group of people. Okay, shut up, fag. I'm going to unlike this. People who appear are incidental. This video is about what they say. Okay, never mind. I'm reverting that like, you pussy. Absolute fucking pussy. You knew what would happen when the first person you show is a tranny. Do not even pretend, you fucking bitch. That went from base to unbased, but no one ever reads the description, so shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Crope get pinned. Yep. Good shit. He corrected an issue where players were having fun. From the creators of No. Yep, this is every modern game studio, by the way. Do you think people will learn from the creators of? No, wrong. From maybe a creator of, and even that creator has lost all their talent. We create worlds on install. Haha, funny. Bungie versus Bunghole. Give that a like. This is what happened to every game studio you used to love. Yup, absolute truth. It's like watching your grandpa get dementia, but there's nothing you can do about it. Not really. You need to start attributing this to malice, not to magical hypothetical diseases. Even the motto about wanting to play their own game was a perfect summary. Yeah, honestly, this is a very good ending to the video. If you wouldn't even want to play your own game, why should anyone else? Yep. Alright, I won't keep reading them, but... If I ever watched any of Nexon's real-life events, it's so obvious that the devs love the game. The director himself saved a Koharu cardboard cutout that was in the trash, took it home. No, I haven't actually watched that stuff. I did see, was it the main director was like kissing Nagisa's feet or some shit? I don't know, in one of those cardboard things, or in like a poster or something, or big backdrop thing. Tom, I already watched Devin watch that video. I almost made a comment in that stream about like, all these people are white. Interesting, Meat Canyon. Interesting. But it was kind of funny. I'm not doing too good, Synth Man. 170 pulls into the Fest banner without getting the rate up character. Oh, damn, that's fucked. Sorry, dude. Metroid Prime 4 is a litmus test. Sure, why not?
Hey fam. So I just finished Metroid Prime.
Do you say hey fam?
Hey fam. So
did.
I just finished Metroid Prime 4, and there's a lot I want to talk about, but honestly, something I found more interesting than the game itself was the overall fan response to it, because this has been a bumpy ride. If you're both familiar with the channel and into Metroid, there's a better than not chance that you've already seen my Other M hot take video, and although this one will not be nearly as inflammatory in tone, it will be something of a follow-up to it in certain respects. You don't necessarily have to watch that video first in order to appreciate this one, but it may give you more context into my personal mindset and philosophies when it comes to Metroid if you do so. So I'll link it in the description and at the end of the video as well. Anyway, as I just stated, what I really found so interesting about Beyond was the general fan reception to it, both in the lead up to its release and following its release now that it's finally in our hands. While I personally enjoyed it very, very much overall, I acknowledge that...
Of course you did, because you have shit taste and you're an embarrassment to the human race. Alright, anyway. Haha, joking, huh?
It has many faults, and I can understand a considerable portion of the fan ire. It's unfortunate that Prime 4 didn't end up panning out into the critically triumphant grand return that Dread was for 2D Metroid, but as is frequently the case with these more nakedly linear Metroid titles, I definitely feel as though the most extreme negative reactions are severely overblown, and I do think there is a certain type of Metroid fan that will still get a lot out of it, speaking as one of those fans.
You're not a fan, you're a tourist. Eat shit and die.
To start with, though, let me lay out many of the critiques so I can talk about why they really just don't bother me all that much. This is a pretty different situation from the Other M fan reaction fiasco in some areas, but it's also strikingly similar in others. As soon as the Viola bike was revealed, a certain subset of Metroid fans began overreacting to high hell online.
It's not an overreaction, it's fucking stupid. The giant empty desert sucks. There's only 10 locations in that map. 10? 10. It's a giant fucking glorified loading screen, but it's not a loading screen because you have to watch loading screens.
And that fire was only further kindled by the reveal of the now infamous Miles McKenzie. Once upon a time, this severe overreaction would have shocked me, but in the aftermath of my Other M video, it became clear to me that the Metroid franchise lives and dies under the gaze of a particularly strict form of fan scrutiny.
Or people don't like millennial writing gay shit. Whoa, crazy. I solved it somehow. It's almost like part of the franchise identity is being isolated on a hostile alien world, and everyone fucking knows this. Everyone. But you claim you're a fan somehow.
Going forward, I'm going to refer to the individuals who harbor these especially restrictive views of what Metroid is and should always be as Metroid purists, and I will refer to those who share...
No, they're called Metroid fans. What you are is not a fan. Whatever you are, again, tourist. We're fans, you're tourist.
...my own mindset as flexible fans. I'm not...
Taurus.
Not here today to discredit Metroid purists because I can actually understand where they're coming from, and I'll go into that with a comparison of my own shortly, but I do want to articulate why a flexible fan like myself is able to enjoy a product like Beyond.
Because you're a consumer, a worthless consumer attendee, and you have no standards.
Even despite its lack of adherence to the absolute letter of the law laid down by the structure of the franchise's earlier entries. In order to do this, however, I need to refer back to a few of the points I made in the aforementioned Other M video. So it seems to me that to Metroid purists, a Metroid game must contain all of the following: pure, unsegregated Metroidvania-style map design, item and...
That would be ideal, sure, yeah.
Exploration-based progression, and an atmospheric sense of isolation.
Yep.
Notice how I didn't even list Samus, and we're going to come back to that. Now go...
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, it would be weird, but you could absolutely make a Metroid game without Samus as long as it was Metroid, right? Yeah, that's fine.
Going by the above list of, shall we say, asset demands, it's easy to identify why every previous series Black Sheep attained their Black Sheep statuses. Metroid Prime 3 and Other M in particular come to mind as far as mainline or mainline-adjacent entries are concerned. Other M was originally lambasted for, among other things, its rigid linearity and strong presence of other characters and dialogue, which were cited to interfere with the game's...
That's what's crazy. Like, imagine knowing the extreme backlash to Other M, and then you still make Prime 4. The only thing it's missing is Samus bitching about random bullshit.
Atmosphere and isolation. Prime 3, while at least better received overall than Other M, was also criticized for its overly simplified map design and isolated zones that the player is forced to travel between by ship, rather than having them interconnected for transit by foot, as in all traditional Metroidvanias and previous Metroid games. It's worth noting that Metroid Fusion also received backlash early into its life cycle, but for various extenuating reasons which are outside the scope of this video, the fan opinion on that entry seems to have softened considerably over time. What I find so interesting about all of this, however, is the fact that to Metroid purists, all of these elements, without exception, must be present. It is an all-or-nothing game, and for many of...
I mean, yes, that is what makes the series what it is. Why the fuck? Just play a different Metroidvania. Do you know how many other fucking Metroidvania games there are? Just play one that isn't Metroid. Why the fuck would you want to ruin Metroid? Because you're a fucking tourist piece of shit that wants to corrupt and destroy every hobby you enter because you're a soulless golem scumbag. Fuck you. You don't deserve to be included. You shouldn't be included in anything. You should be included in the trash can, in the dumpster, in the trash compactor. Your fucking bones get crushed into dust! That's what should happen. In Minecraft, of course. All right, I don't want to keep watching this. This is like, I don't care that you enjoy the Goy Slop. Good for you. Your opinion sucks. You're worthless. All right. I don't know who this is. I'm not bullying a small creator. That was my independent opinion. None of you should do anything about it. Anyway, moving on. Should I read the comments? I don't know, I guess. Why the fuck is this? Fuck that. Well, I do generally agree with there are so many other Metroidvanias to choose from point. It's not as if there are that many games similar to Metroid Prime series on the market. Yeah, how many Metroidvanias are first-person shooters? Oh yeah, none of them. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily a good argument when defending Prime 4 specifically, because there are nowhere near as many quality 3D Metroidvanias compared to 2D Metroidvanias, as far as I can tell. Yes. And I mean, in terms of shooters, I don't know FPS Metroidvanias other than Prime. I mean, maybe they exist. I just don't know. They're clearly not nearly as popular. He might have just deleted comments. Let's see. Hot takes. My hot take is that the Samus in Prime 4 is my least favorite depiction of Samus in the entire franchise, and I say that as someone who hates Other M. The fact that Samus never responds to any of the questions that the characters have with their voice, with simple questions such as, where are we, going unanswered, it paints Samus as a sociopath or an extreme autistic person. That was the joke I made. When you're in the mines and Armstrong is having panic attacks, Samus just stands there and stares at her, not offering a word of comfort or even so much as a hand on the shoulder. At this point, I wish Metroid wasn't stuck with Nintendo. I wish Metroid could be handed off. No, you don't. 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 What company? What company? Hand it off to an entirely different company with no strings attached. Oh, name a dev. Name a dev. All of the big devs are shit now. Who the fuck are you gonna hand Metroid over to? No, you just need to hire talented people. There's not. I kind of wanted to see this vid, actually. I'm glad I just saw them. I recommended. I wanted to play Routine, but it's 12:40 already, so that's not happening. I guess it's just a long video watch segment. Because Nintendo clearly has no idea what to do with this franchise. That's not the problem. Retro Studios is an American company full of rainbow-haired bug people. They literally hired a person, a non-binary freak bitch who wanted to make Samus a tranny to write the story, which of course no one in any of the reviews talks about. For some reason. Because, you know, there's no bad cooks in the kitchen, dude. There's no such thing as a bad cook. They don't exist. Every chef is a master. That's why I think Mercury Steam, being its own independent company, works so well with Dread. I feel like people who really want to make a Metroid game got the opportunity, as opposed to modern retro studios who are forced to do it whether they want to or not. I kind of agree with this point, but at the same time, I feel like this is more of a... I mean, this is an exception to the rule, put it at that. If they could hypothetically find a development team that was, you know, talented with passionate people, then yes, I could see this working. But the fact of the matter is, something like Prime 4 is going to take a much larger development team than Metroid Dread. So it's not entirely comparable, but yeah, Mercury. I forgot. Yeah, Mercury Steam made Dread, and that was good. Of course, Samus is a matter-of-fact presumption. You think Federation Force is beloved or something. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think hypothetically you could make a Metroid game without Samus, but that would definitely require a real vision with a compelling alternative character. I mean, it probably shouldn't be done, because again, yeah, I'm sure Federation Force is shit, but I don't know. I'm assuming he deleted super negative comments because you'd think we would find one given this like-dislike ratio. I'm sure if I sort by new, chat will have commented on this by now. I'm going to click off this video now. Sigh. Let's see what he said.
Beyond was just a little more on the nose about it by adding in an analog to Hyrule Field and Epona. I also didn't...
What?
...that I think Prime 4 absolutely has in spades. Metroid Prime have shared DNA and ancestry from the very beginning. You acquire new items by exploring, and these items open up more of the map for you to explore. And again, this adds to that sense of moment-to-moment, micro-level Metroid gameplay authenticity that I think Prime 4 absolutely has in spades. Metroid Prime was never an exception to this sci-fi Zelda analogy. Beyond was just a little more on the nose about it by adding in an analog to Hyrule Field and Epona. I also didn't find the...
Okay, but the thing is, as someone who played the game and noticed things using his brain, the amount of times that I came across an upgrade that I couldn't get, even on a return trip through the dungeon, was a fuck ton of times. Part of, like, the Metroid appeal is, oh, wow, I just got, you know, the fucking space jump boots, or I just got the grapple beam, or whatever. I remember seeing this over there. I wonder what upgrade I could get. The fact that these are fucking dungeons, linear-ass dungeons, I'll have to walk all the way through them just to grab one thing and nothing else important because all the story objectives are laid out for you, so there's no exploration. You're told exactly where to go all the fucking time. You're just going there to what? Grab 5 missiles? I'm gonna go out of my way, waste 10 fucking minutes to grab one upgrade. Why? No, the game is obviously incentivizing you to play all the way through the story and then go back to all the dungeons. There is no exploration. The game has no real exploration. I mean, the fucking scan bots tell you where all the secrets are. So this is stupid. I mean, also, stop pretending Hyrule Field is inherently good. Like, Ocarina of Time was very impressive when it came out. Obviously, mind-blowing. But, like, if we're talking from a game design perspective, it is pretty fucking empty. Like, it's not that big. It's not insanely big, like modern open worlds are. But it's not like Hyrule Field couldn't be improved upon. Metroid Prime 4's giant empty desert is way worse, because it's way bigger. And about as empty as Hyrule Field and Ocarina of Time. So... I guess chat didn't comment yet. Usually there's at least 1 or 2 people who comment. I think he just deleted negative comments because I wasn't really seeing them. Pass over my recent, what would you say? Apparently Metroid fans want a Metroid game to play like a Metroid game. This is fascinating concept to my infantile mind. Thrilling Doug. Okay, well, I mean, sorry, I don't recognize you in chat, so, but I'll give you a like. There you go. Anyway. Yeah, hold on. I'll catch up with Super Chats. We'll watch a couple more vids, and then I'll probably just end the stream. PP Head, thanks to the $20. Watch The Bread is Stale and the Circus is Boring. Hopefully a better vid than the DBDR one, lol, but it should bring about interesting discourse. Also, if you haven't seen the Crimson Desert mounts, they look pretty awesome. I feel like I'm kind of at the point, just personally, that I'm not going to look at any more Crimson Desert gameplay till it comes out. I feel like I've probably seen 10 trailers on the game over the years. So I just, at this point, I'm just ready. You know, I'll just keep it out of my mind until it's around release. But we'll check out that vid as soon as I read these other supers. Just the best friend, thanks to $2. What he's saying is mostly true, but still a fed. Oh yeah, that's the retard maxing guy. And then another $2. Please don't let your tism make this Ed your new E model. I'm not sure what that means. Like a role model? E-celeb, like role model or something? I don't know. Then another $2. Wait, never a solution for anyone in life. Actions are. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. If you just wait for, I mean, I don't know. That seems like common sense, though. I don't think in reality anyone is waiting, expecting things to happen. That's always just a boomer cope to say that, oh, you kids are just waiting for a woman to fall in your lap. I mean, shit, I've heard my parents say that before. It's like, no, we think it's hopeless. That's what we think. We're not expecting shit to happen. We've given up. There's a huge difference. And then just best friend with another 2. You don't get a house with a backyard by being based. Yeah, I know. That's why people think he's a Fed for sure. One reason anyway. There's multiple. A bunch of supers came in and it skipped down. Hold on. Someone wanted me to refresh these comments. There's some of you guys saying it. Alright, I'm getting a lot of the same counter arguments over and over, so let me address this up front so I can refer everyone back to this as needed. A lot of purists are taking offense. Their label, apparently, it's just a label, guys. What? It's just a label, guys? Yeah, me calling you a faggot is just a label. I bet you're offended. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not offended by purist as a term. I'm just like, what do you mean it's just a label? What do you mean it's just a label? And when has that ever worked? Anyway. I wasn't using the term derogatorily. It was just a word to make this phenomenon easier to talk about. Yeah, okay, well, that's why my framework was more accurate than yours. The reality is it's fan versus tourist, but you don't want to accept that you're a tourist, so you say you're a flexible fan. That's called a tourist. Anyway. Let's see. In my head, a franchise purist is someone who only enjoys entries that are some of a very specific set of parts. So a fan... and essentially rejects it wholesale when any of those parts are moved or replaced. Yeah, because that's what being a fan is. First of all, that's a neutral observation. Okay, I'm not reading this Reddit. This is Reddit TLDR for me. TLDR. Anyway. One server to an egg. Yep, very funny. Prime 4 slops. Soul Valley's Temple Grounds from Prime 2, game only lacks tunnels, elevators between the zones, which would have really helped due to switch load times and our speed runs. Troopers are fine. The troopers were fine. The troopers were fine. You're not fine. I would be, you know what? I'd be fine if you stopped breathing. If you stopped eating, drinking water, if you stopped existing as a living human being, that would be fine, I think. Yeah. Oh, in Minecraft, in Roblox, in Fortnite. Yeah. Anyway, back to Super Chats. Bogus TV, thanks to Canadian. Thomas Deportation Fund. Shit. Thomas is a good boy. Alex Midnight, thanks to the $2. James Sunderland, if you never went to Silent Hill. With the retard guy. That's funny. ABC, thanks to the $2. She lied and told her sons I called her from 20 seconds in. What if is that for the retard guy or oh no, you're talking about that's a video suggestion. I'll come back to that. That must be the name of a video. She lied and told her son I called her. Okay. Manny Johnson, thanks to the $5. I suggest Corey does the internet. Turning my back on love Christmas rant. All right. Don't send any more video suggestions. This is already too many videos. But I'll try to get to all these ones that have been sent in here. Dr. Green, I'll just say that. I don't want to read the rest. Thanks to the 2 months membership. Loud German man speeches in English video recommend. Okay. MW Dale, thanks to the 5 Canadian. Cheers, bro. Thanks, man. Eli, thanks to the 1 month of membership. MV4, this is just Bungie. Yeah. Ray Buskus, thanks to the 1 year membership. Akimbot is $4 on Steam, DSP. Akimbot was very mediocre. Not worth the money. Eli, thanks to the $5. Everyone in the game industry is Pirate Software, LMAO. Yes, I know. Yep. That's the sad truth of it, is that they all are him. Yep. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $5. No SAR, I updoot. Nerlic Nick, thanks to $5. Fallout 4 is pointless vid. Niche insecurity by Menchie video. And you can't make 3 video suggestions, but yes, I did bring up the Fallout 4 as no point one. Just a few ones I gathered. It's never over. Nick Ers. That's I'll just remod him. I don't know. I was only slightly annoyed. Let's see. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $5. I'm so ashamed of the stream. Oh my god. And then another 5. These Coors Lights are weighing on your hairline. Then another $10. I had a mega dose of shrooms. I'm okay. It's good for me. And then another $2 and a blushing pear. What a great return of Ricardo, you know. We're always looking forward to his supers. Reluctant Reader, thanks to the 20 Australian. So many copes going around the development of Prime 4 claiming that all the bad parts of the game were the fault of leftovers from Bandai. Oh, yeah, that is mega ultra cope. Holy shit. I went into the writers, spread the fucking word on these fucking bitches. The bitch who worked on goddamn Genlock and the bitch who wanted to make Samus a tranny. That's why the game is shit. Fucking, especially get that fucking bitch's name everywhere. I forgot her name already. But, you know, it's in the video. I'm bad at remembering names. But spread her fucking name around. Every time people try and claim it's anything else, is that fucking bitch. Chudler, thanks to the 2 Australian. Can you believe Griffin said Metroid Prime 4 is better than Metroid Prime? There's no fucking way he said that. Why? Listen, you guys gotta start a list of all his bad opinions when we bring him on Chudcast. It's like, there's no fucking way he actually thinks that. There's no way. Has he actually played Metroid Prime? There's no fucking way. But how does he think that, though? Like, what literally, in what aspect? In what aspect is Prime 4 better than Prime 1? There's not a single thing. Not one thing. Because it's an easier game. Who fucking... They're both fucking easy. I mean, the only times I died in Prime 4 was against the dragon boss and the beetle thing that you had to freeze. Oh, yeah, I guess I lost when my partners died a few times, but I'm not going to count those. The only times I actually died was the dragon boss and that weird lava beetle in Prime 4. That's it. How the fuck is that? Like, if it's harder, it's like 1% harder. You dropped Prime 1 because you got sick of the backtracking, so 4 being linear is better than... Oh my god. But 4 makes you backtrack across a giant empty desert 100 times. How is that better? That's worse. That is objectively worse than backtracking through handcrafted linear zones. Like the actual hallways, the fucking hallways that make up the map of Prime 1 takes less time. Takes literally less time than driving across the giant empty desert. It is less time to walk across Prime 1's map than it is to drive across Prime 4's. This is the same guy who DSP'd with RE4 on stream and called it bad for that. Oh my god. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I want him on Chudcast, but you guys are like making me not want him on Chudcast. This. Why do you care, bro? I don't care. You know, I care too much about everything. That's my real problem. People say I don't care when the reality is I care too much. I truly do. I need to retard max. The Fed was right. I need to up my retard maxing. Why am I caring? Anyway, no, I have to care for my job. It's kind of the whole point, right? How do I make YouTube videos if I don't care about how bad video games are? Anyway. Millennial Dystopia, thanks to $2. Watch my vid. No. I don't even know who you are. Fuck you. Anyway. Rad Axel, thanks to the $5. Hey, Synth, do you have any advice or tips for a small YouTuber trying to grow my channel? Yes, I'll give you the same advice I give everyone. 1. Talk about trending topics. 2. Eye-catching thumbnail and baity title. I know that's a vague statement, but... And, like, listen, the definition that retards have for clickbait is absolute nonsense. Anything... And I mean anything that catches people's attention and makes them want to click is clickbait. People only have an issue if you express a strong opinion they disagree with, but they'll still click. Everyone uses clickbait. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay? Everyone who's successful on YouTube uses clickbait. Period. It's just retards, just like the word grifter or any number of things. They don't know what it means. It only means I don't like this because they're faggot man baby pieces of shit and they'll get what they deserve in Minecraft. But the point is, sorry, I'm derailing. Advice. Yes, advice. Talk about trending topics. That one's self-explanatory. So many people don't want to do that shit. Oh, third piece of advice. Be fast. The amount of people who don't listen to that one. I don't listen to that one. But Devin's channel... The success of Devin's channel should tell you, be fast is very important, okay? Trending topics, be fast, eye-catching thumbnail, and title. The fourth one, don't take this... I haven't seen any of your content, so this is not like an insult, obviously, because I've never seen it. But the fourth thing, don't be annoying or overly off-putting. You need to be easy to listen to. There you go. See? I don't know if there's any other advice that I can give without knowing anything about you. So, but those are 4 pieces of general advice that would apply to literally any channel. Anyone's channel. Anyone's. Every single person here who's aspiring to be a YouTuber can put those 4 pieces of advice into practice. Oh, yeah, get a better mic. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, 5, get a better mic. You need a good mic. There are some people who can get away with it. Like, I don't think Big Bungie could definitely get a better mic. I mean, I would say he still kind of has like the bare minimum of quality for audio, but he could definitely do better. He could definitely have a better audio setup for sure. Reminds me when Devin got angry at Mega Man X and called it bad. Yep. Well, Devin did exactly what Devin does. Chat was bullying him. So he took it out on the game and on chat at the same time, you know? And so now Devin will never play a retro game on stream again. Or at least like for the podcast. Because you guys bullied him. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $10. Dude, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Storm Chud, thanks to the 18 months membership. Moment to moment. Reputation lost, yeah. It skipped down again. Why? Why did it skip down? Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to $5. Psyllium is the key to long life. LMAO. What, like, isn't that like shroom related or something? Hold on. Natural soluble fiber from plantago seeds. It's a bulk forming laxative for constipation relief by absorbing water and adding bulk to stool, but it also aids heart health. Okay, never mind. Maybe I need this, I don't know. Let's see. A time traveler, thanks to 3 months membership. Sup? What's up? How's it going? Neuralink Nick, thanks to the $2. Africans wait until time happens to them under trees. Ricardo Cumstocks, thanks to the $5. You got Coors Light Gremlins on your hairline, bro. That's very funny. Neuralink Nick, thanks to $2. I was not allowed to say Africans. Shame, YouTube, shame. They love censoring shit. Yep. J-Lons, thanks to the 30 Uruguayan. Synth was the moon landing real. Probably not. Online Whiskey Consultant, thanks to the 150 pounds and the burger. Love the burger. I wish I had a burger right now. Irish Major Tom, thanks to the 18 months membership. The Japanese are Megagoon. Taimanin. I've heard of that. I don't remember what that is. It has cards too. Taimanin. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah. Ricardo Cumstocks, thanks $5. Your job is a joke. No, my job is based. Your job is cringe. Your bridges are shit. Xena Man, thanks to the $5. I swear I'm not paying them to shill me, Synthler. Okay. Anabolic Plays, thanks to the 1 gifted membership. Eli, thanks to the 10 gifted memberships. Ricardo Cumstocks, thanks to $5. Since Science just said that we were all black, are you also referring to the clip about the brown woman who was talking to the white nerd guy, and the brown woman kept NPC repeating that there's no scientific evidence that there's genetic differences between black women and white women? Like, holy fuck, what an NPC. Like, that's literally what the NPC meme is, just repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, based on something that's literally just a lie. Like, what do you mean there's no scientific evidence? She's just making up shit that she probably didn't even hear right. Like, because even I haven't heard the government say something that retarded. I don't know. Just a dumb bitch. I don't know what else is new. Anyway, Neuralink Nick, thanks to the $2. Next stream, Ricardo gets one-shotted by shrooms. Yeah, it is. Dude, Ricardo, you gotta make your fucking... You gotta start talking to Odin and shit. Tell him how many girls you jerked off to, and then tell us how your mom, like, molested you or whatever. I'll watch it. You know, I watched Chudyard's meltdown. I watched your meltdown. I'm fine with it. I like psychotic breaks. I don't know. They interest me. Brad Axel, thanks for $5. Can you give an opinion on my thumbnails and clickbait titles? Sorry for bugging, but money's tight and trying to get monetized. Merry Christmas. All right. I'll look. I was going to make a comment about, like, you should never do YouTube stuff expecting money, but the thing is you know, Devin's kind of speed ran success. I mean, he did get a little... He's a Nepo baby, as they say, but, you know. I don't know, lame awards that's kind of a lame... I mean, that's ironically, that is lame. The game award categories annoy me. Okay. See, the thing is, the problem with something like this is, like, I think of the fucking, again, the Jewish guy over, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Like, when you say annoy me, like, who are you? You know what I mean? Video game remakes are better than the originals. Okay, fuck you for this. I know you're doing this for attention, but that's just such an awful. Even if you're doing it for attention, fuck you. Mafia Old Country Authentic Italian Drama. That's just kind of a boring title. Death Stranding 2's music is boring. People don't really care about video game music that much. Let me tell you about Alan Wake 2. Who are you? Halo 3 servers shutting down live reactions. And that actually got 24,000 views. I'd say, okay. Let's add to the advice. I forgot this one. This is another core one of being a YouTuber. Upload regularly. I'm noticing 3 days, 2 months, 4 months, 4 months, 7 months. So this Game Awards video came out too late because the Game Awards were, 2 weeks ago. And people stop caring about the Game Awards like 3 days after it comes out. So this video came out too late. This is too obviously bait. Like, this is what we call low effort bait. Like, no one's taking this bait because no one thinks this. And it's not really that enraging. This thumbnail, I don't know. Like, who cares about no disrespect? I don't know. Like, this just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't look good. No one cares about authentic Italian drama. Again, I already said the music thing. I'm trying to look at this. Yeah, okay, so I think the advice I said already still applies. Like, you got to be faster. The video's got to be out faster. These titles and thumbnails kind of suck. Upload regularly is a huge one, though. You really got to get into that. If you don't upload regularly in the early days, like, your channel's just not gonna. It's just not gonna work. Honestly, given how old this channel is, you might be better off just starting a new one. Because sometimes YouTube will sort of like flag a channel as like, this is just dead. Like, don't give this any attention. Given the fact that like some of this shit's like 13 years old, might as well you could probably just like start a new channel. But it's hard to give like specific advice on thumbnails and stuff because you really should create your own style. Like even Devin, even though Devin kind of ripped off the basic framework of mine, he did his own thing with the disgusting warped faces. Like that's definitely it's a Lord Frogmire video because it's got a gross ass warped face. I kind of hate some of them. I like the Miyamoto laser beam one. That one's good. That one actually amused me. But some of them are just disgusting. Anyway, let's move on. I gave my opinion. I can't really give you too specific advice. You have to do your own thing. But I would say make more videos. Make them faster. Learn proper clickbait by just copying off of people, I'd say, and do your own thing or whatever. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to $5. Yerba Prima, Psyllium, I'm telling you. Okay. Online Whiskey Consultant, thanks to the 2 pounds. Ayo, remod, my N-word. Xena Man, he didn't do nothing. I don't remember what he did. What'd he do? Autist Given Sentience, thanks to $2. Is Ricardo in his raw meat cannibal arc. Yeah, I remember Ricardo was one of the ones who was despising I'm just gonna keep saying Severage. I don't care how it's pronounced. Severage, but maybe he's morphing into him slowly. That's a random name, thanks 5 Canadian. Science is just white magic for N-words. Remember, they've literally never invented anything. If we nuke ourselves, nothing would change for them. Mutt. I can always count on that's a random name to be one of the most racist people in chat. Top 3, I'd say. I muted a guy before you asked him his top 3 games for 10 minutes. Alright, I guess I'll just remod you. That's not that bad of a crime. All right, hold on. I gotta pee again. I gotta grab more water. We'll watch like 3 more video suggestions, and then we'll end the stream because I'm feeling kind of tired. Drinking always makes me tired. That's the problem. Like, it's fun for a while, and then I just want to take a nap. That's not good for streams. I never nap. I just kind of close my eyes and just listen. I never fall unconscious. I'm scrolling back up because I know it was a while ago. I might just watch this Fallout 4 as More Point one first, just because I wanted to watch it anyway. We're not going to watch this whole hour-and-a-half video, though, so I might have to come back to this. I've never... Ever since that one guy saw my reaction to his Mario Wonder video and then got sad I didn't watch the whole thing, I kind of felt bad after that. I thought it was good. It's just I don't like really sticking to a video for a long time. I'm just not that guy. The only time I watched a video that was really long was like the Tony Hawk one. And Small Dude's video is really good, so I mean, it's probably the best video I saw this year. Was the screen white before I left? Yeah, it must have been. That's just weird to come back to. I started playing PK Platinum because I never played anything past Gen 3. While it's not as good, it's holding my attention. I just came across Wild Onyx and used my favorite move, Harden. What a strange boomerish statement. Gen 4 is not my favorite. I mean, that's putting it mildly, actually. I'm not a huge fan of Gen 4. It is a weirdly, kind of badly designed map, similar to Gen 2, where you can't even get access to a lot of the new Pokemon. And Gen 4 only added a little over 100, and so many of them were these weird, ugly-ass evolutions to old Pokemon that I feel like, they almost feel like proto-mega evolutions, but they suck. Like, something like Rhyperior. Rhyperior looks stupid. I hate him. Magmortar is another one. Don't like him. Tangrowth, he sucks. There's some good ones. Like Electivire. I'm a big Electivire homie. Yanmega's a cool one. Gliscor is cool. Gen 5 map makes Gen 4 look like a masterpiece. Gen 5 at least has the benefit that you're getting all new Pokemon. I think too much of Gen 4, you're getting the old ones. Just like in Gen 2, you're mostly catching Gen 1. In Gen 4, you're mostly catching previous gens as well. Gen 5, they're all new at least, but a lot of them are bad. A lot of good ones, though. A lot of bad, a lot of good. Gen 5 is both directions. Got a lot of shit mons, got a lot of good mons.
Fallout has always been a series defined by player agency. Nearly every aspect of the games gave the player freedom to approach situations in their own way. From the very beginning, you build a character to fit the role you want to play, and everything that follows, combat, dialogue, quests, all revolve around the choices the player makes.
I can't have it that bright.
Combat was
Hold on.
mechanically deep, rooted in character building, and designed to let you specialize. With the right stats, perks, and equipment, you could become a master of your chosen skill set. And yet, even at high levels, the game kept presenting challenges that demanded thought and adaptation. Dialogue offered
Well, if you know what you're doing, that's not really true. If you min-max, you outpace the game's difficulty. Whatever, I'm not going to nitpick it too much.
than just yes or no answers. It gave you the tools to roleplay and to shape your character's voice and personality. Were they honest, cruel, a sarcastic clown, a manipulative sociopath? The choices were there, often with optional lines that weren't required for progression, but revealed new details about NPCs and the world around them. Quests were layered, with multiple solutions. They weren't designed to funnel you into one or two pre-scripted outcomes, but to account for different playstyles. The consequences of your actions would be real, shown to you during the game and at the ending, which could differ greatly based on the choices you made. Player agency was accounted for in all of these.
It's crazy how much of a fucking Neanderthal this dude looks. I mean, just look at that dude. What a piece of shit.
Systems. The earliest entries pushed player freedom to the extreme. Fallout 1 and 2 famously allowed you to kill nearly every NPC in the game if you wanted to. Sure, it probably wasn't the best way to experience the game, but the choice was yours. Fallout 1 even let a skilled, well-prepared character resolve the final boss encounter through dialogue alone, while still leaving combat options open for players who would.
Okay, I'll be honest though, that shit sucks. One element that has aged poorly about RPG, a lot of these types of RPGs, is being able to talk no jutsu the final boss. That sucks. Like, I understand the appeal, but realistically, that is not how things work. I feel like we're all, I hope most of us have become adults and we understand human nature well enough to know that someone like that is going to have too much conviction to ever be swayed by pure words. Now, I understand in the case of the Master, yes, I know, I have known for many years before I ever touched the game how that shit works, right? That somehow he doesn't know that the super mutants are sterile, so his whole plan, falls through. It's never going to work. But I just think it is inherently unsatisfying. Like, I'm sure the first time you ever do it, it's novel, but you're not even engaging with the game's mechanics. You discover a piece of information, optional, out of the way information. You say the information, the thing completes itself. You could say this with Deus Ex as well, like saying like Laputin machine to instantly kill the dude, and I forgot the previous code phrase for the chick. But the point is, you're just skipping. You're just skipping. Like, is that really providing a unique experience? I mean, I guess, again, the first time you do it, because like Fallout, late 90s game, Deus Ex 2000, at the time, hadn't been done 100 times. Now it's been done 100. You click an option because you had a high enough number, and then you just skip content. Like, yeah, you could say it's a little bit more involved if you have to go out of your way to do a side quest or to go into an optional dungeon or whatever the fuck to find the information. In the case of Deus Ex, you just hack a computer in a map and you find the info, so it's not even like that secret. I don't think that's aged well. I'll be honest. I don't think it's aged well. I'm not saying things have to be that realistic, but if you're going to provide an option for speech, I think it would be maybe more satisfying. Like, believe it or not, Outer Worlds 2 sort of did this. Not with speech. It was with something else. It was with, if you decide not to save the hostages, there won't be robots that assist the boss on the second planet. If you did something similar, like Fallout, actually Fallout has done this. Like in New Vegas, in the Old World Blues DLC, they have the giant fucking mecha scorpion thing, Robo Scorpion. You can like hack the terminals and stuff. Same thing with like you can do this in Deus Ex as well. Like you can hack turrets and stuff to help you fight bosses and things. That kind of stuff, when you use skills to assist in the objective. Like for speech, let's say in speech, you go up to the final boss. He has his minions. And maybe you convince a minion that the bad guy is going to betray him, and then he helps you in the final boss or something. That maybe would be more satisfying. Just walking up to a motherfucker and be like, hey, you're stupid. Here's why you're stupid. Surrender. It's like, it's not that good. It's not that good. I don't like it.
Built differently. Fallout 3 was the first game in the series with Bethesda at the helm, and it was a stumbling start. While it kept some of the series' atmosphere and translated the wasteland into 3D fairly well, there were major issues. The plot was narrow and inflexible, with little in the way of player choice to influence it. The game allowed little room for roleplay, forcing every player into the position of the same 19-year-old vault dweller. Many quests were reduced down to simplistic binary choices, A or B, and often only had one route to complete them. New Vegas proved that player agency on the level of Fallout 1 and 2 could still work.
What in the goddamn?
Yeah, and I know. I'm never going to stop bringing this up because it was still mind-blowing to me that, supposedly the majority was against me, including major whitelisted YouTubers. But we are told fans of New Vegas are losers, which I know there's a online internet attempt to associate New Vegas with Troons or whatever the fuck, but like none of that really fits in with the whole culture war aspect of like the Fallout show just nuking what Fallout is into fucking oblivion. And regardless of your opinion of New Vegas, they also raped the lore of Fallout 1 and 2 in the Fallout TV show, so you don't even have to like New Vegas. It's not even really relevant. The point is, they singled out specifically fans of this game, called them fucking losers, because these tourist piece of shit scumbags only played Fallout 4 or didn't even play Fallout and are literally just random-ass normies who watched a TV show and then had an opinion. Who the fuck are you? Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? That's like legitimately unironically in my head all the time, because he was right. The tiny old Jewish man was correct. Absolutely 100%.
It gave players choices in every system, from character building to combat to quests. Fallout 4 should have been Bethesda's chance to learn from those lessons, to address Fallout 3's shortcomings, and to build on the example New Vegas set. Instead, Fallout 4 went in the opposite direction. It doubled down, as it stripped away mechanical depth, flattened its systems, and neutered player freedom.
Yeah, it was the
Fallout
most
4
popular
takes the
game.
defining feature of the series, player agency, and throws it out the window.
And is the most popular
Character
game in the
building is-
series. I want to comment. This is another comment I forgot to bring up on the last couple streams. There was someone, it was an early comment, kind of got disliked, including me. I kind of disliked it to push it down because it's delusional. But there was a comment on my most recent Fallout vid that said something like, "No, Synth, we're not outnumbered. We simply don't care anymore. What's the point of defending our series if it's already dead," or whatever. First of all, yes, you are outnumbered, dude. These are millions and millions of people. Sammy's fucking barking for some reason. Of course she is. I probably need to let her outside. I might have to write down some of these video suggestions, because at this rate, my slightly drunken self is never going to make it through enough of this video to watch any of those other video suggestions before I start to pass out. I gotta go let Sam out. I forgot about my laundry, apparently. It took a little bit longer. Right.
Simplified to the point of irrelevance. Combat is boiled down to tedious shooter gameplay. Dialogue is often pointless, the options never carrying any effect. Quests are on rails with no options for differing outcomes or multiple solutions. Instead of letting you play your own way, Fallout 4 insists you follow the script it lays out. Illusion
And people
of choice.
loved it, and people loved it, and people loved it, and people loved it. And they loved it. This is like a huge Zoomer game. Huge. I think the millennial opinion is generally that this game is ass, from what I've seen. I mean, there's probably early on, people thought it was good. Me, I got disappointed about 15 to 20 hours in. It finally set in, like, how shallow it was. But I think it took most people a while. But no, I've seen a fuck ton of Zoomers that love this game. Seriously.
Is something you'll hear me say
They don't
a
care
lot
about
throughout
any of
this
this
video.
shit. They don't care
As
about
Fallout
any of
4
that.
seems to use it as a design philosophy. Everything in this game that is presented as a choice is hollow. It's a flimsy trick trying to con the player into thinking they're still playing a Fallout game. Another thing I'll often ask is, what is the point? Because as soon as the pointlessness of each choice is revealed, I wonder why I
Forgive
was
me, I
even
bought
given the
Fallout
choice
4
at all.
Pip-Boy Edition when it came out. I saw the Fallout 3
Character
launch
building is a
box.
key part of the Fallout.
Listen, man, I was big invested into Cyberpunk. Like, I didn't buy the collector's edition, but I did buy I think it was, which company was selling them? I think Corsair was selling Cyberpunk, like, mouse pads. I still have my Militech one around here somewhere. I'm not using it anymore. But I bought a couple things. Like, I bought a shirt, I think. So, like, I get it. You know, I was convinced that game was going to be good. And then it was shit. I think that was the last time, though. Even with Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, Dragon's Dogma 2, I kind of got, like, 2/3 of the way there to being hyped. But I was like, nah, I've been disappointed too many times, so. With Kirby Air Ride, I wouldn't even say I was hyped. I was more like, I know Sakurai makes good games, so I'm sure it'll be good. And it was. So, I wasn't disappointed, at least on that front.
Fallout series, and is something that Fallout 4 has all but abandoned. Instead of giving players interesting and meaningful ways to grow their character and shape a unique playstyle, the system only offers broad, generic choices with little depth. This results in what is called the mono build, a character that feels the same no matter how you play it. In the mono build, specialization barely exists. Whether you pick pistols, rifles, plasma, lasers, melee, or heavy weapons, your character is just as effective with all of them.
Real humans
Non-combat
love
skills,
Brawl. It's
which
only
once added
competitive
depth
people
to the
who don't.
gameplay and gave the player choice in how to roleplay their character, have been made nearly irrelevant or stripped out entirely. What used to be the three main pillars of character building and progression, special, perks, and skills, have been watered down or completely gutted. At the foundation of building a character across the series is the special system. These represent the fundamental attributes of the player character. In the
You don't
early
need to
Gateway,
explain. We've
hit
all
option,
played
whether it was
this.
stat,
We've all
it
played
actually
this.
mattered. Fallout 4 takes a very different
This
approach.
is always the problem. I'm glad I don't do this. I just yap so long that the videos will end up being long anyway. But I hate when videos explain really basic shit that everyone watching the video should know. It's like, just because your video's long doesn't mean you have to overly explain every element. Everyone who's played a Fallout game knows what special is and how the skill system works. You don't need to explain that in your video. It's not like here's the thing. Here's my logic, right? In these people's heads, they're thinking, no, this is how you should explain things to people. This is how they teach us in school that you explain things to people. Okay, yeah, but your YouTube video is a tiny capsule in time that will be forgotten. Like, there are 1,000 videos like this that I've already seen. Me personally, I've already seen 3 or 4 long video essays on why Fallout 4 sucks. Okay? So you don't need to do the same shit those ones did. You need to offer something new to the conversation. You know? As much as I hate Fallout 4, and I could probably listen to this as background noise easily. Right now, me on this stream, you don't need to explain that. Okay? You don't need to. Wasting your time. Wasting our time to pad out the video.
The player starts with 1 in every stat and 21 points, 2 minor attributes, and that's it. Strength, it now governs exactly 2 things, carry weight and melee damage. Perception, all it does is nudge your accuracy up in VATS. Endurance, it slightly bumps up your health per level and tweaks how fast sprinting drains your action points. Charisma, it unlocks the only real skill checks left in the game, persuasion and dialogue. It also gives you slightly better barter prices, because apparently that's all your charm is good for. Intelligence, it doesn't make you clever, it doesn't change dialogue, it doesn't open up new approaches, it just gives you more XP, that's all.
Yeah, the intelligence got nerfed insanely, because intelligence was broken in the other games. The amount of skill points on level up, that's crazy. Playing a dumb character, even though it's funny that it has unique dialogue options, like, you're just hurting the rest of the game for yourself severely. Like, smart people just are better, which, you know, I feel like might have been the devs kind of coping a bit, like, me, the nerd, I could be the super strong jock if I use my brain. It's like, no, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. That's not how this works. Yes, intelligent people, I would say, like, whatever. I think it works for the game. I wouldn't change it, because realism's not important. I think, like, conceptually, the idea that you're smarter so you can learn a larger variety of skills faster, that checks out, I think. But like, realistically, the intelligence is not that powerful. Like, the things you're born with, just your genetics, is even more powerful than intelligence, which intelligence is governed by genetics as well. So, I mean, there you go, right? But anyway, whatever. I'm not gonna ramble about video game realism, because I don't even like realism anyway.
Agility, a bigger action point pool, and easier sneaking. And finally, luck. Now it just improves the recharge rate for the shiny new critical hit button. Special has been reduced to a glorified perk gate.
All right, hold on. Let me read this retard shit. I saw that. Alex Midnight, thanks for $5. Fallout 4 is gameplay first, that's why it's old. But the game, part of RPG gameplay is quests and writing and skills and the progression systems. Okay? Fallout 4 plays the same no matter what character build you choose. RPG mechanics are part of gameplay. So if you play the game as an RPG, it is a worse game. It has worse gameplay. This is not like some kind of semantics game. It is an RPG. Just because the shooting mechanics are better does not mean any of the other gameplay mechanics are. They're actually worse. Significantly. Story sucks, but we play games to have fun. Okay, you know what's fun? Being immersed in, like, a cool world with cool characters and cool factions that's believable and interesting and not stupid. Same reason Skyrim, Fallout 3, New Vegas are only fun with mods. Fallout 4 is not fun no matter how many mods you give it. How about that? Check fucking mate. Fallout 4 is bad, period. And no amount of mods can fix it. Wrong. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing an RPG for the gunplay, you could just play a good FPS. You know, you don't have to play Fallout. You could just play Doom. You know, I mean, they literally had id Software do the gunplay for Fallout. If you like that, maybe just play Doom instead. Don't play Fallout.
Every level, you can dump a perk point into any stat you want, and the game clearly expects you to do this, since Special's only real purpose is to unlock perk trees. What used to define your character has been
Alex
reduced
Midnight,
to a
thanks to
menu
Vice
system.
Pro. You would never play New Vegas without mods. What do you think this is, you fucking zoomer? What do you think? Does this look like? Is this a PlayStation 3 game? You know, where I originally played this? I think this is a PS3 game right here. What do you think it had mods? You didn't play that version because it crashed every 15 minutes like Skyrim Oblivion. That's only when your save file gets too big. Skyrim had it the worst. Once I believe it was once your save file in Skyrim gets to 8 megabytes, the game crashes like every 30 minutes to an hour, and then it becomes unplayable. New Vegas was very buggy on launch, and I did have that was the ultimate version, but I did have a launch version. I think I traded it back into GameStop and didn't play it again until a couple years later. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I played the game, I don't know, probably like 200 hours on console. I put more hours on PC now, just in the past 6 years, than I ever played it on console, with mods, of course. But I did play it probably about 200 hours on console.
The actual impact of your stats is negligible. Playing with 1 in a special stat feels nearly identical to playing with 10. Want to do a low intelligence run? Too bad. A character with 1 intelligence is just as articulate and insightful as one with 10. Special doesn't define your character anymore. It barely affects the game at all.
Look at that. Maybe them bullets done your brain some good.
Neat. Cool. Hopefully this kind of design doesn't become a running theme. Perks, like Special, were divvied out in limited amounts in past games. The reason for this was simple. Perks used to be powerful. They could shape and change entire builds. In the past games, perks let the player specialize their character and hone in on how they wanted that character to play and shape up. Fallout 4 gives the player a perk every level, which, considering how skills have been axed from the game, you would hope that perks would have been given more power to make up for the loss of other ways to build your character. You would be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, half the perks are just the skills. Like, dude. I don't understand how Fallout 4 fans make excuses for the fact that the game doesn't have builds. If you want to go all into, and they don't even have small guns or big guns or any of that shit anymore, right? They have like each, like one is like, oh, those are handguns, those are rifles, this is automatics or whatever is the way they did it in Fallout 4. But let's say you want to only invest in automatics. There's level locks behind maxing out the fucking skill. It's so shit. You can't even do that. Imagine if you want to do a sneak build, right? Everyone does sneak, okay? Let's say I want to just get to 100 sneak by level 5. Nope. You have to get to like level 30 to max out sneak. Whereas in like Fallout 3, if I had, 10 intelligence, I could get to 100 sneak by like level 7 or 8 or something. You know what I mean? Maybe even before that. Like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. There's no fucking excuse. Ugh.
The majority of perks can be summed up as generic, broad, or both. An attempt has been made to kind of roll skills into perks, and some skills have just been turned.
Look, Gunslinger. Non-automatic pistols do 60% more damage. Requires level 15. If only, I want to see what it is for 4 stars and 5 stars. I think for 5 stars it is like level 32 or something.
Into a perk or two. The old weapon skills have been boiled down into 7 flat damage up perks. For example, rank 1 of Gunslinger gives you 20% more damage with pistols. That's it, no nuance, no character flavor. Worse still is that Fallout 4 doesn't even distinguish between weapon types. The same perk applies whether you're firing a 10mm pistol, a plasma pistol, or a laser pistol. To the game, they're all just pistols. The result is a system that makes the different weapons feel like reskins of the same damage number instead of unique tools to use in combat. Sure, higher ranks throw in a couple of extras, like Gunslinger rank 2 increasing pistol range, but in practice, the damage boost completely overshadows the minor bonuses. This system encourages you to grab the generic percent damage.
Yeah, you need level 18 to get the 3rd star in Rifleman, which of course, like, Rifleman that's going to be a skill everyone picks because, because you want to conserve ammo, that you're going to pick the semi-automatic rifles like on every build. So, of course, you're restricted from maxing out the most commonly used skill in the game.
Damage perks, as there is really no other way to make your weapons more effective. Now compare this to how New Vegas let players specialize through perks. The best example of this is the Cowboy perk. Available starting at level 8, with a guns and melee skill of 45, the Cowboy perk gives the player 25% increased damage when using revolvers, lever action weapons, dynamite, knives, and hatchets. I love this perk. It gives the player a way to roleplay New Vegas' Wild West aesthetic while providing an effective way to engage with the combat.
Well, the only problem with that is it's too good. Because, like, the late game lever action rifles are pretty strong, so you end up using shit like that when, like, ideally you'd want to be using, like, some kind of heavy machine gun or something, but it makes more sense to just use, I don't know, a 45-70 lever action rifle.
The weapons covered by the Cowboy perk can be strong, but they have built-in trade-offs like low ammo capacity and slow reloads. This perk gives you power, but also asks you to commit to a playstyle. This is not the only example of this type of perk in New Vegas. Perks like Pyromaniac, Laser Commander, and Shotgun Surgeon all give similar freedom to the player to make meaningful choices in the weapons they use through the perks they take. This sort of meaningful choice in weapon perks is totally absent in Fallout 4. Because all of the weapon perks are so broad, for the first 15 hours of my playthrough, I used whatever garbage I picked up or had ammo for. Crappy pipe guns stripped off of raiders, the starter 10mm pistol from Vault 111, the laser rifle you get from Dance. It didn't matter, they all felt the same. My character was somehow just as deadly with a rusty pipe gun welded together by some wasteland hobo as with an advanced Brotherhood issue laser rifle. And that's insane. Running out.
See, for me, I played the more min-maxery type, so I went for the crafting shit, picking up all the tape and glue and aluminum stuff everywhere to just min-max whatever guns. And obviously you would, since the legendary loot system is completely random, you would just get the legendary weapons that had a good perk. Like, I would always use Overseer's Guardian, the one that shoots 2 bullets. Because, like, that's an insane perk. It just shoots 2 bullets instead of 1, right? So double damage. And so then you would just kit that out however you want. And that would just be the best gun, basically. But you could, you know, things that would have, like, explosive rounds would be another one that's good. And there's, like, a handful of perks that are the ones you want. And then there's, like, 100 dog shit ones that would drop from the legendary enemies. Which just adds, like, this annoying pseudo-loot element that is just, like, it's so bare bones and last minute to try and make a repetitive combat experience slightly less repetitive because, oh, you might get a good loot drop.
Out of ammo and having to use a different gun didn't really matter. The perk that boosts a pipe gun is the same perk that boosts a laser rifle. So why should I care which one I'm using? In earlier games, picking up a weapon outside your specialization was a gamble, sometimes even a punishment. You'd miss more, you'd waste ammo, you'd be less effective. That was the point. It reinforced your build.
Is that why you have all that stuff on your shelf so you can build the stronger gun later? Yeah, I'm gonna melt these down and dismantle them to make my apocalypse gun.
It reinforced your choices as a player. In this RPG series, shocking, I know. Well, since skills are dead and perks are watered down so heavily, the choice of weapons you use doesn't even matter. You can't specialize. You can't commit. You could fight through the wasteland with a pipe gun glued together from scrap metal or with a plasma pistol that shoots hot balls of superheated death, and the game just shrugs and says, yeah, same thing, whatever. Where's the reward for specialization? Where's the consequence? What is the point? Outside of weapon damage perks, most of Fallout 4's perk chart can be broken down into 3 categories. Old skills turned into perks, revamped versions of perks from the past games, or crafting perks. And at first glance, Fallout 4 looks like it's offering you a buffet of options. The perk chart is huge and colorful, and you might even think, oh wow, look at all these perks, surely these will change how I play, and that after a dozen or so levels, you will have something resembling a character build. But again, you'd be wrong. Because the gameplay is so mechanically brain dead, most perks just don't matter. Sure, they might on paper give you some neat tricks, but they just pad out the same tired combat loop. Take the agility tree. I could grab Sneak, Mr. Sandman, and Ninja and build myself into a stealth sniper. Neat, right? Except all that really means is I get to one-shot enemies that were already laughably easy to kill. The result?
Yep.
Dungeons take longer to complete because I'm crouching around like an idiot and
Yep. This you can make the same argument for Skyrim though. Even though so many people do like the stealth archer thing, it's like when you think about it, there are so many dungeons that are basically copy-paste assets that if you do a sneak build, you're just doubling the amount of time it takes you to go through copy-paste content. So you could say, okay, you'll save a lot of resources. You know, you use less ammo, you use less healing items, but do you respect your time? You know, sometimes no. You know, sometimes no. You're fine wasting your time. I've wasted plenty of my time playing certain games I like Dragon's Dogma. But I'd say in the case of something like this, yeah, you really are just kind of wasting your own time. If it's an easy enough game to begin with, who cares if you just save some resources?
instead of just clearing rooms the same way I always do. Even if I screw up, get detected, and the whole building dogpiles me, it doesn't matter. I can just whip out whatever gun I got and mow them all down like nothing happened. Another issue is that the vast majority of Fallout 4's perks are combat focused. The few that even try to dip their toes outside of combat...
Well, yeah, if there's no skill checks and there's no other quest options and there's really just not anything to engage with beyond combat for the most part other than accepting quests and finishing them, of course all the perks are going to be combat because there's nothing else to do. That's all you do.
Are often stripped down versions of what they used to be. Take the Lady Killer and Black Widow perks, for example. In the past games, they were double-purpose perks, giving both combat and non-combat use. They gave you unique...
Also, you notice how he's playing a woman here? Okay, how about you turn out, you cuck? I could tell because it's Cherche La Femme instead of confirmed bachelor.
Purpose perks, giving both combat and non-combat
I'm to turn
use. They gave you unique dialogue choices with NPCs of the opposite sex of your character, while boosting your damage against them. In Fallout 4, since the new dialogue system has been ground
playing
into
this woman
dust,
here too.
we'll get
You're
there,
a cock.
These perks have been reduced down to deal more damage to the opposite sex and slightly better odds at persuasion. No special dialogue, no interesting flavor, just another boring damage buff. The dialogue part is tacked on like an afterthought because that's all it is. It's astounding how effectively Fallout 4 has made perks boring. These things used to be interesting. They used to be powerful. They were often a key part in making a character build. Now they are...
I enjoyed and beat both Fallout 1 and New Vegas, but got filtered by 2. Gave it 3 chances, found it boring every time. Would you recommend Fallout 3 to me? It depends. I mean, it depends on what you like about Fallout, because I think Fallout 3 is just worse than New Vegas in a lot of ways. The only thing Fallout 3 has on New Vegas is I think the world map is designed a lot better. New Vegas's world map is terrible on replays, and Fallout 3 is designed pretty well in that you can go in any direction after you leave Vault 101. You can even sequence break the first third of the story. That's pretty good. That's probably the only time Bethesda's done like a well-designed main story progression that you can find your dad if you know where he is. You can just go there. But the problem with Fallout 3 is it's very immersion breaking, like in many ways. Like there's so many goofy, stupid quests in that game that make no fucking sense. But if you don't take it that seriously, I think it's fine.
Are mostly percentage damage up buffs and seemingly little else. They're so bland. I'm not going to pretend that all the perks in previous titles were amazing or even useful. The older games had their fair share of simple damage up perks, but they also had ways of making them more interesting, like the previously mentioned Cowboy perk, or by adding perks that had uses outside of combat, like Lady Killer and Black Widow. Again, just look at New Vegas. Perks like Paralyzing Palm, Jury Rigging, Terrifying Presence, Friend of the Night. They weren't just all numbers. They changed how you interacted with the world, or gave you new tools to roleplay your character. Fallout 4 doesn't have anything like that. It just hands you another damage buff and calls it a day. With how much special has been gutted, reduced to little more than a lock and key system for perks, and skills ripped out entirely, perks are forced to carry the entire weight of character building, and they just can't. They are so broad and combat focused.
I've always hated how weak miniguns are in these games. Like, what? It's just like, look at how many fucking bullets.
They do so little to change how the game plays, that at multiple times throughout my playthrough, I would have several perk points just sitting there waiting to be used. These are the only things you get for a level up in this game, and I could go for hours just ignoring them and my game played exactly the same. I never felt like I was lagging behind, or getting to encounters that I needed perks to beat. Eventually I'd dump a point into Heavy Gunner or Rifleman and nothing. I pulled the trigger, the enemy fell over, just like the last 100 times. Sure, the game told me I was doing 20% more damage.
Yeah, I guess with explosive ammo, yeah, the miniguns are good, yeah. Just because, yeah, isn't it like you're basically just doing 25 bonus damage on every single shot, so anything that is super high rate of fire would be good with it.
Hell if I could tell. Getting a perk used to be exciting. It used to matter. In Fallout 4, I just don't care. What is the point of a perk when it feels like it doesn't change a damn thing? God, I sure hope skills are still useful. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
skills.
There's no skills.
Oh, skills.
Fallout 4 is no skills.
It's a very interesting choice to remove an entire central game mechanic and not replace it with anything. Kinda like tearing down a support pillar in a house and just hoping the roof doesn't cave in. They were one of the main parts of Fallout's character building, and the devs, in their infinite wisdom, decided to just get rid of them. Entirely. Okay, sure, why not? Skills were those magical little numbers you got to nudge upward every level. They would improve your character's expertise in various abilities. Medicine, science, repair, barter, each one game made it with these little things seen skill checks in a lot of games. The game takes one of your stats, compares it against the difficulty.
Useless? What's a useless skill in New Vegas? Which skill is useless in New Vegas? They're all usable, even fucking unarmed with the ballistic fist or two-step goodbye or that one mantis one or the she-bear one from Honest Hearts, because you had special combat moves that could like stun people. You could fucking ragdoll people with melee weapons. Like they all had shit. Barter, it's not that barter's useless. I mean, it has a function, which is if you're not like cheesing dead money, which I know everyone cheeses dead money to get the gold bars out. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Then you have infinite money. But if you haven't played Dead Money, that's so much more money that you'll have to buy shit, and there's plenty of good shit to buy, especially with the durability mechanic, and there's a lot of weapons that aren't that common, just like being able to repair. Well, you can buy weapon repair kits. I guess you don't actually have to buy a copy of your weapon, but even weapon repair kits aren't that common either, so you know, there's always something to spend caps on. It's not that barter's useless. It has a clear function. Might not be as powerful as some of the other skills, but
and decides whether your character succeeds or fails at an action. Fallout used to be lousy with them. Most relied on skills, sometimes special, and they were everywhere. Want someone to let you into their secret base? That's a speech check. See if you're persuasive enough. Need to power up a broken elevator? That's a repair check. Prove you got the technical know-how. They opened up alternate ways to approach quests and encounters based on the kind of character you built. Maybe you could talk your way through a problem, sneak past it, hack into it, or just brute force it. I'll talk about the lack of skill checks and choice in quests when we get to them. But for now, let's finish burying skills, since the devs have already lined them up, shot them in the back of the head, and left the corpse in a ditch. Skills gave this sense of player agency that is now totally absent in Fallout.
I hate what his character looks like too. Like I'm getting huge red flag vibes. This is what they would call an egg in their groomer discords. That's all I'm saying. Who is this guy? Nez the Red. I don't know. I'm keep an eye out on him. He needs to be saved before they come for him. They will. They will.
4. With skills gone, how can they be checked? Well, the answer is obviously that they can't, and so there are barely any in the game. As mentioned, the only stat that consistently gets checked is Charisma, which basically stands in...
There's people here who don't know egg. Know your enemy, chuds. Yeah, he reverted to an egg. He buried himself underground for 3 years. Know your enemy, chuds. You should know egg.
For the old speech skill. But even then, these checks are shallow. Most of the time, they get you a few more caps as a quest reward, or maybe let you skip a fight or a fetch quest. They almost never change the outcome of a quest because those outcomes are basically the same no matter what you do. Another source of player agency cut from the game. And again, I'm left asking, what is the point?
I saw
Why
the
strip
video.
so
I
much
think
of the
he's got
guts
a
out of the
VTuber
system
model.
and then replace it with scraps? The tiny remnants of skill checks that do exist are meaningless, vestigial reminders of what used to be a core mechanic. Fallout 4 leaves you with almost no way to engage with its world outside of pulling a trigger. And the worst part is,
it is crazy. Like, I remember seeing this right here and being like, what the fuck? They could have actually had skill checks in this. There's only like 3 or 4 of these in the entire game. It's kind of crazy. It's like they clearly still know how to do them. But this is just, this almost never happens.
this to engage is an awful, miserable slog. Going into this video, I honestly wasn't sure how much time I'd even spend on it. My memory of the combat was that it was fine, serviceable, nothing great, nothing terrible, just there. It worked, and that was about it. I thought that it wasn't worth going into much. Boy, did that opinion change quick. By the second dungeon, I was already sick of it, because when you slog through one fight in Fallout 4, you've basically slogged through them all.
And that's the ultimate problem. I don't know if he's going to go into this. I'm not going to watch this whole video because I'm getting tired. It's already 2 a.m. But something that I keep pointing out is enemy variety. And I will say Fallout does it, better than a lot of other games. But still, you could probably just kind of boil down all the different enemy types to a few categories, right? All the humans fight the same. Doesn't matter, even the ones in power armor, it just means more health. They don't actually do anything different, right? You have your melee guys, you have your shooty guys. That's it, pretty much. I think that they pretty much behave all the same. And then the animal type enemies, some of them, like Death Claws, they have them dodge around, which is kind of neat. Mole rats dig underground, so that's neat, I guess. But a lot of them just kind of run at you and then you shoot them. So that's just all one enemy type, essentially, just different skins. So if you're basically all you're doing the whole game is running around dungeons shooting the same handful of enemies. This is why I'm saying, I don't care if you think the shooting's better in this game. It's not good enough for it to be worth slogging through the game doing the same thing over and over again, right? That's why it kind of baffles me that there's so many people. Well, I'm not gonna get into this. It's kind of like they're the silent majority type people where they don't feel strongly enough to argue with people. They're the normies, basically, right? They don't feel strongly enough to argue with people about it. You don't really hear a whole lot of people saying Fallout 4 is awesome, here's why. You just see random comment sections where people will talk about how much they like Fallout 4 and it gets a bunch of likes. That's usually what it is. Because they can't even articulate themselves because they're stupid. But anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this thought process. It's too late for me to watch this whole thing. I'm sure I agree with 95% of what's in here. I can already tell. Because, I don't think Fallout 4 being bad really has much to do with politics. I mean, the only thing I could maybe see disagreeing with, because I disagreed with a couple other people who talk about this game, is how the Brotherhood of Steel was handled. My problem is that people are stupid as fuck. And they're like, yes, the authoritarian-ish faction is bad because authoritarianism bad. But they're literally, the synths are robots built to replace you. This is literally you could easily, and I mean fucking easily, say this is an analog to Great Replacement Theory. You're going to side with the non-humans. They're fucking robots made to replace you. You're going to side with those just because icky, fashy, bad? You disgust me. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is one of those people, but I've seen a couple videos where people do that, and I'm like, you are such a giant retard. It is embarrassing. How are you? You're stupid. You're just dumb. This isn't even about morality or ethics. This is about you're facing an extinction level event, but the other side hurt your fifis, so you're gonna side with the replacement robots. They're fucking robots. You can't even say, like, they're minorities, even though that's what the stupid-ass game tries to do. They're robots made to replace you. Anyway. This video is a copy-paste and got popular because the show came out when this video did. Well, shockingly, my video that's actually on the show is not doing super hot. I don't know. I think it got suppressed because I talked about Jews. Anyway, I don't know. Who knows? And I think it was manually suppressed is my theory as well. Damn, it's at 82% like-dislike ratio, so maybe some normal fags did watch my Fallout Season 2 review after all. Still much, much higher than my Season 1 reviews, but reading the comments, I feel like, you know, all you guys agree with me, so I don't know who this 18% dislikes is. But still, it's only at 126,000 views, which is definitely below average for my TV reviews. Oh yeah, that's true. They did make the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition or whatever, right? That was supposed to be a disaster, wasn't it? Okay, let me read the rest of these super chats. I'm not doing any more video suggestions, but I think I'm going to end the stream because I'm just kind of fucking tired. I always get more viewers than Almighty Lolly. That's because people like me and he's a subhuman. No. I haven't thought about him in a while because, I don't know. The only time I hear about him is when you guys say talk shit about me for no reason. And then, of course, I have to call him a gay retard or whatever, which is all true. Listen, I don't want to bring up his comic, but like the comic, you can tell a lot about a person by what they create, right? And I know it's a trend, and I'm not saying I'd be any better. I promise I'm not saying I'd be any better. If I made a thing, whatever, comic, video game, movie, whatever, I'm sure it'd be ass. Whatever, sure. I'm willing to accept that. That's not my issue with this comic. My issue with this comic is about a crippled lesbian. That's my issue. Even if the comic was good, I'd be like, this Yuri Troon disgusting shit. Anyway, whatever. Moving on. I'm not going to talk about it. Okay. That's how he feels and identifies with. Yeah, again, you know. It's... Ugh. Just got here, is Enclave Emily trans? Am I going schizo and seeing deviants everywhere? People are saying that the individual, he's a trans or something. I don't know. Where was I? Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks for the $5. You trying to make these thumbnails make sense? LMAO. I was trying to give advice to the Axel guy. Yeah. I was trying to be genuine. And then another $2. What is the New Year's pledge? Kill Ricardo in Minecraft, of course. Socio Pirate, thanks for the $5. My favorite thing about Dragon's Dogma 1 was its story. What? Are you serious? What the story sucks though. I mean, I wouldn't say it sucks. I would say like the framework of like, I don't like endless cycles. I'll just be honest. Well, that's part of my issue. I don't like the Japanese obsession with endless cycles. I don't like it in Dark Souls either, to be clear. But I do think it's interesting. I just think the actual execution of the story, like the world, the characters and stuff, is pretty weak. But the whole dragon and the hero and the seneschal and that stuff, that's kind of interesting. I'll say that, but the rest of it, not so much. Scheduled out of work to play the second game and it butchered it. Did that bother you or no? Oh yeah, I mean, I made an over hour-long video on Dragon's Dogma 2. I will say, ultimately that video was kind of lukewarm-ish, despite me being disappointed, because I do think it was still an okay game. But given that Dragon's Dogma 1 is one of my favorite games, going down to an okay game is pretty bad. Yeah. Alex, no, I read those. Eli, thanks to the $5. I played New Vegas without mods for years. Faker, yeah. They're like Nick, thanks to $2. You can still buy new copies of Canada/French New Vegas in 3. Really. Freddy Fazbear, thanks to $2. When are they going to add builds to baby games? Please keep that shit away from baby games. Alex Midnight, thanks $2. Yeah, but they fixed the build argument in 76. Okay, but who the fuck plays Fallout 76? I know some people do. That's deeply disappointing. And then another $2. Only thing New Vegas has over Fallout 4 is its story. Why, you don't think it has RPG mechanics and interesting locations and interesting factions and player choice? And how about unique weapons in the dungeons? How about I'm sure I can come up with more things if you give me a little time. No, I would say New Vegas has everything over Fallout 4 except basic gunplay. Like literally everything is. I mean, this is just delusional. They're exactly the type of zoomer I was talking about. Eli, thanks for the $10. This game was made for the modern audience. Well, not that definition of modern audience, but yes. I mean, if your definition of modern audience is normies, then Fallout 4 was made for normies. Absolutely. Very normie game. Alex Midnight, thanks for $5. Fallout 4 is better technically because of its modern engine. What fucking channel do you think you're on right now? Who cares about the games being technically better? Like, what does that even mean? Okay, are Unreal Engine 5 dog shit slop games better than games 20 years ago because it's a more advanced engine? What do you mean? Smoother combat, again, not the reason why you play these games. Advanced graphics. Dude, the game looks like shit. Are you watching the same video we are? Look at this. Look at this from the game. Look at this screenshot right here. This is a good looking game to you? This looks like shit. Like, look, this is, I don't have to say anything. Yeah, it looks much better than the old Fallout games, I'd say. Robust modding tools. Okay, but the mods are better for New Vegas because they actually have, like, interesting story mods and shit. I know you could say Fallout London, but I'll be honest, I wasn't that impressed with Fallout London, personally. I mean, I respect the effort. Fallout London did actually capture my attention. But I'd say at least with New Vegas, like a lot of them, there's actually mods with good writing and characters and stories and shit. I know a lot of them are some of the oldest mods, like New Vegas bounties and stuff, but still, there's some stuff. Like even the ones that are made by like the Reddit ripoff guy. Damn it, what was his name? There's a guy who made similar mods, but he was like a lefty and always had like girl bosses and shit in his mods. Someone might know who I'm talking about. Is it the Overseer? I think it's the Overseer. He also made like story expansion-y mod things, kind of like New Vegas Bounties 3 and stuff. But his like he's clearly like too much of a Redditor, you know, cuck guy, because he always had girl bosses and like other shit in his mods that were cringe. But they were okay, I think. Anyway. And more stable gameplay. Sorry. What is it? Listen, you just stick to Call of Duty and shit. Like, us big boys will play the RPG games. You can play Call of Duty in every year, and you'll be perfectly happy. I don't even know why you're watching this channel. I mean, like, legitimately, imagine playing Fallout because you want to shoot things better. No, you play Fallout to be immersed in the RPG and have player choices and meet cool characters and get immersed in this cool universe and shit. Destiny 2 is better than Halo 2 because of sweet effects, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I guess Destiny's better than Halo because it's on a more advanced engine and has like smoother gameplay or something. I don't know. I mean, what does that even mean? I don't know how. Does this guy even watch my videos? I feel like I've seen him here before. I just can't imagine someone with that opinion actually watches my content. All right, well, I think we can come back to this. And those of you whose video suggestions I didn't get to, I never even exited out of Crash. Just remind me. I'm sure I'll stream again in the next, I don't know, next 5 days or something. But I got to get to work on best and worst games tomorrow. I'll try to record the whole worst list at least. There's a Hanukkah menorah power armor jetpack in Fallout 76 as part of the Festival of Lights event. Wow. Truly amazing. You don't have to wish me Happy New Year yet. I might stream on New Year's. We'll see. Have I ever watched a Hair Cafe? Yes, the Finasteride guy best games of the year videos. No, I'm not even sure if I've seen any of his videos. I'll die before 2026. Of what? Ligma? I mean, I'm perfectly fine right now. I can't see myself dying in the next 5 days. Yeah, what's Ligma? Well, I finished Fallout 1 before releasing the final show vid. We could try doing that. But you guys know me. I'm very lazy. You need to set your expectations for me low, just like I need to set my expectations for the amount of work I'm going to get done low. Cuz I'm lazy. I get addicted to chilling cuz I love living a stress-free and lethargic sloth life. And that is just me. I don't think the gunplay in 4 is better because all the guns look ugly and sound awful, unlike 3 in Vegas where every gun looked and sounded amazing to use. Yeah, I mean, it's just... Fallout 4 does have, like, better gun feel. It's just that everything felt the same, like he was saying in the video, you know? So, there's not that much of a fundamental difference between using a rifle or using a laser rifle or something. It's just, yeah. Yeah, it had a lot of problems. I mean, Fallout 4 is the type of game that I've probably watched over the past 10 years. I've probably watched like at least 8 hours of negative videos about it. So, and I'm sure I'll watch more. It truly is probably still to this day is my biggest gaming disappointment of all time. I think I should make top 10, or it won't be called that. Maybe ranking, you know, like tier lists, ranking gaming's greatest disappointments. That's another video. I've spitballed a lot of videos lately. I should have a Google Doc list of video ideas by now. I think I do. I forgot. There's so many. I've forgotten way more than I've ever remembered about anything. So, I'm sure I might already have a Google document of video ideas. I've literally watched more negative Starfield YouTube videos than actual hours I played the game. I don't think I'll catch up to that number because I played Starfield for over 50 hours. Because I played like 35 hours for the video. Believe it or not, I played a bit after the video. And I played the DLC, so maybe I played around 50. I think I played around 50 hours of Starfield. Something like that. So I doubt I'll watch that many hours of negative videos. Reluctant Reader, thanks to Australian, wins the Unreal Engine 5 video someday. It'll happen, I'm sure. No promises. No one has dared to argue with the Synthetic Man as much as Zumi did since Ricardo Comstock went nuclear over Blue Archive. I know Fallout 4 has its fans. I've argued with quite a few fans of Fallout 4 over the years in these streams. It's just like, at the end of the day, if you like a soulless gameplay loop, I think there's better games for you to play than Fallout 4, truly. As someone who has played, you know, games mindlessly plenty of times in the past, I don't think Fallout 4 is very... honestly, you need to play better mindless shooty games. There's many of them. Many. Like, why even play... Well, I don't think Borderlands is the best example, because Borderlands is more soulless and more shallow even, but at least it has more depth to the shooting than Fallout 4. But, you know, there's probably things similar, other looty shooties that are much more addictive, and I don't know. I don't know why you would pick Fallout 4, I guess, is kind of what I'm thinking. Because Fallout 4 is a jack of all trades, but worse. It's like a 10 of all trades, you know? It's a 2. It's a 2 of spades. No, I don't know. The card metaphor doesn't work so well. But the point is, what the original saying is jack of all trades, master of one, right? Eventually, just the way the English language is morphed, it became just jack of all trades, master of none being the implication, because I don't think anyone uses the original version anymore. But honestly, I really think Fallout 4 is worse. It's like a 10 of all trades or a 9 of all trades. It's just some generic. It's not a face card. It's like 2 through 10, one of them. How often I go outside these days? I haven't seen the sun in 3 years. It's an interesting question from a username I don't recognize in here. Alec Vogel, thanks $10. Supreme Streamer Speaking Opinion. Yep. Oh, you could send that super chat at any point, anytime I'm streaming. It'd be correct. So the Autismo guy you and Devin watched, I was watching a video seething... Wait a minute. You and Devin watched... I was watching a video seething at Devin a week ago, and in the comments he was saying that you're going to get your kids taken away. Yeah, like, why does this psycho-autistic guy seem to think I have children? Devin told me about that, and I'm like, do I strike you as the type of guy who has kids? I mean, honestly. Like, and I do mean that in a self-deprecating way, truly. Like, what do you... Really? You think I have kids? No fucking way. Really? Maybe you meant your Blue Archives too. There's no way. There's no way that's what he meant. But that is funny. That's really funny to think about. I think you left him in the car. That's why Sammy was crying. Yeah. Yes, I only have my students. You never know, that guy was pretty autistic. Yeah, I mean, he is autistic. That's why, like, if I do watch his takedown vid of Devin, I'm probably not going to be as mean as usual because, like, You know, he has enough of a... He's the type of guy who I'm sure has had a rough life. We'll put it at that. I don't know. Like, he still chose wrong. He should have chose the alt-right chud autist path, not the, you know, faggy lefty path. But, you know, autists, it's usually one or the other. Do I like Raisa? I don't have Raisa. Isn't she the loud autistic one? I think so, right? That's what people seem to post. Did I tell you my barracks burned down? No. Oh, you could send that in as a story. Oh yeah, I was supposed to read Doomhammer stories this time. Shit. I got to get back into the you know, this... I'm definitely not drinking next time. Well, then again, if it's New Year's, I could probably drink the rest of that wine. But anyway, I shouldn't be drinking that much. My brain just gets fried. What was I going to say? I was going to say something like I was supposed to read the Doomhammer stories, and then what was the part after that? I don't remember. It's gone. It's not a Doomer story. Yeah, you can send it as a story, though, anyway. Because... I don't know if you feel like writing it all out, but it's just easier to read. Didn't I say I was almost out of stories? Yeah, and then people sent like 6 to 7 more since then, so we're fine. For now. I hear Toei... What? Toei is remaking Dragon Ball Super. Is that real? Whatever. Dragon Ball's dead to me anyway. I don't know why I'm pretending to care. I did see a video recently of a guy shitting on Dragon Ball Super, and it actually had mostly likes. I don't know why is it my videos, and I guess Devin's videos. Devin's videos have gotten a decent amount of hate, even though he hasn't been as edgy as me. But our videos are the only ones that get a lot of hate. Because the dude was shitting on Super. I mean, he wasn't edgy or anything, which I guess edgy is really what gets you in trouble in this day and age. But I was surprised. He was pretty critical. He didn't go critical enough on the Goku Black arc, though. I truly think the Goku Black arc is utter waste, utter sewage. Truly just shit on every level. Yeah, Devin just gets hate because he's critical of Nintendo, not because of, like, any of the reasons I get hate, yeah. Get champagne for New Year's? Maybe. Supposedly it's going to be accurate to the manga, which the manga arcs are better than the anime. Yeah, but those take place after the other arcs, right? So, we'll still have to sit through the other dog shit again. By the way, the first thing Husky showed in his newest video is literally a disclaimer saying, don't watch this video. I don't think he understands how reverse psychology works. I don't know. What the hell is the point of making a video that's just a compilation of random shit I said on streams and, like, pretending it's like a New Vegas is woke type of thing? I don't know. Eli, thanks for the $50. Champagne for New Year's. I appreciate it, but I don't know. I don't think I'm going to go out and buy champagne. I just... We'll see what happens. Oh, fuck. I'm getting tired. Alright, I'm going to end this in the next 5 minutes. Ricardo is having a bad trip right now to the sound of your voice. Probably going nuts when you mention Deus Ex and is ripping his cabinets down. I don't think... That wasn't really a knock against Deus Ex. Like, I definitely understand the novelty of, like, oh, I found this code in this computer, and it's the shutdown code. Fuck. I can't remember terminology anymore. You know, anyway, you know, they got to have a safeguard in case their Fed agents go fucking nuts, right? So I understand it. Like, I'm not saying like it's bad. I'm just saying like that's not that interesting to me. The whole like, oh, I found a code and now I don't have to fight the boss. It's like, not a fan really. I mean, I get the appeal. I just don't. I think that's just kind of worn out its welcome by now. Back then, I'm sure it was awesome. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I played Woke or Nah. It's a browser game. No, bring it up next time. I guess we could do it. Devin got proven right by an interview Nintendo/Retro did trying to blame everything on Bamco. They say they made Prime 4 the way they did because of Breath of the Wild and people online. Oh, shit. Dude, you knew, though. You knew! I know no one listens to The Synthetic Man, of course. Why would anyone listen to me? But they fucking contracted the bitch who wanted Samus to be trans to be the lead writer on the game. Which, of course, no one fucking... I mean, whatever. I think I did see another video bring that up, though. Was it an Endymion vid? It might have been an Endymion vid. Yeah, sometimes Endymion covers this stuff, at least. But the point is, like, the actual reviewers, the reviewers don't talk about it. New Year's resolution, kill Ricardo. I'm just... No, that's joke. Anyway, I don't know if I really have a real resolution. I'll put it at that. I think there's some things that I would like to do next year, but I don't think there's anything like extremely... I'll keep it to myself. We'll put it at that. You know, there's some things I'd like to do next year that are just for me. The real resolution should be to try to cut for summer like you were supposed to this year. That's going to be hard. But I could try. Considering the major thing that he's recently done with your live streams with the main purpose of making money off you, I'm not surprised he would do something like that. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it that much because I don't care enough. But I guess my basic thing is just... This is almost like a pointless video. Like, you're being, like, psyoped into watching something. It's the bad kind of clickbait, where you're expecting it to be... And that's assuming anyone who's not a Syncell clicks on it, which is not likely, but... If it did make it into the algorithm, people are obviously expecting a video that's going to show all the ways New Vegas is woke, and instead, it starts off with, like, a super long, shredded nerd quote. I don't remember from which vid, but it was one of his more recent ones. And then it just goes into random stream clips of me from like years ago. I mean, I guess the B-roll sort of lines up. I only watched like 6 or 7 minutes of it, but I'm just like, this doesn't really work, you know? Six, 7. I thought he hated you anyway. He's still obsessed after all this time. I don't know why. It's just not worth it, man. Just move on. It's not worth it. I mean, you can say that to any of these people who are like my actual dedicated haters. I feel like my adversaries, whatever you want to call them, the actual YouTuber people, enemies, you know, they have their own shit going on. They're not thinking about me 24/7 or anything. But the type of people like that legitimately just do literally anything else. It's not worth the fucking time. That is funny, poor. About Gen 4, yeah, that was like my first reaction, where all the new Pokemon, that stupid beaver, kept showing up everywhere. The designs of Gen 3 are far superior. Yeah, Gen 4, I think, was their beginning of trying to cater to old fans and new fans, but they only dipped their toes in, you know? It's not like Gen 6 where they're like, Charizard gets 2 megas, Mewtwo gets 2 megas, you know, like you get 2 sets of starters, you know, like shit like that. Gen 6 was like, Gen 1ers, please buy our game, please. That's what Gen 6 did. And you know what? It was still based, okay? They got away with it. I'll give them that, because Mega Charizard X, awesome, love it. But yeah, Gen 4, I think they were just tipping their toes and like, yeah, we'll give them some new ones, but we want to give them some old ones, because like Gen 1ers complained like how a lot of the Gen 3 designs are kind of just like less good versions of Gen 1 designs, which is definitely partially true, but I mean, I obviously have a fuck ton of nostalgia for Gen 3. I will say that some of the early route Pokemon are not that good, except for, of course, Ralts. I don't even have to explain why. You all know. But later, the designs are fucking awesome. Well, actually, in Aron is an early on, and Aggron is Aggron is a top tier Pokemon design, easily. But a lot of some of the early ones are not that good. But later on, it gets much better. You don't like the Thomas Frog with the hat? Yeah, I guess Lotad's not bad. It's not bad. I love slacking. Yeah, slacking, again, that's what I want to be. I want to be just slacking off, you know? Okay, yeah, you sent the emails in, man. We'll read that next time. I'm just rambling a little till I just end the stream here. Will 2026 not have a drama saga? Let's be honest, Brian. There's gonna be a drama saga. There's always a drama saga. There's gonna be one. I just hope it doesn't involve any women at all. I'll just put it at that. No women drama. I don't want to even be anywhere near that bullshit. Nope. Devin's, yeah, there might be drama related to Devin in some way, maybe. Not between us. Absolutely not between us. Devin's not like that. As much as he's done bad things over the years, he would never do that. What makes male drama easier to stand than women? Dude, I don't think I need to explain that. I mean, genuinely, I think whatever you're assuming in your head is correct. Okay. Don't jinx it. Do I answer questions from chat? Yes. I was about to say a smart ass thing, but I'm a little too tired, so I'll just say yes. I was supposed to end the stream like over 10 minutes ago. I don't know. Oh, hold on. There's 2 more supers. Online Whiskey Consultant, thanks to 3 pounds. And the next time, Hippo. Cedric Malfoy, thanks 5 months membership. You're wrong about Borderlands 4. Nope, I've never been wrong. So clearly, whatever you're saying is a lie, you know. For me to be wrong, I have to have been wrong before, and I've never been wrong. Even when I'm factually incorrect, I'm spiritually right. Always have been. Anyway, seriously, honestly, in some ways, that's my version of the retard maxing, where I'm just like, oh, people are disagreeing with me online. I don't care what you have to say. Shut up. What I said is right. Move on. That's what was funny way earlier in the stream, though, when Devin was bringing up the vid, the teaser, the autism teaser or whatever, and we read that pinned comment, and it was like, I'd love to see him disagree with, it being a debate or whatever the dude was implying. He didn't say the word debate, but it was just like, talk to someone who disagrees with him. This is about ego. Excuse me. The ego part was right. And the always assume you're correct part is also right. And it also explains why me and Devin piss off so many people, because anyone who speaks with an air of authority in the modern internet is scary. It's scary to these fucking whelps, these pathetic. Everyone is feminine. Everyone. It's like, no, I am right. Period. I am right. I mean, there's nothing you can say to convince me otherwise. This is the opinion. I'll say it. I'll say opinion. The objective opinion, of course. But this is the opinion I've come to after playing this product. If you're going to tell me I'm wrong, fuck you, eat shit. Okay? It's that simple. And that's the only way to really survive and still have a soul in internet content creation. As soon as you bend the knee, it's fucking over. You have to exist like that. Either that or, you become the act man and you just parrot whatever people's opinions are back to them. Did you and Devin promise your mom that you would never get into YouTube drama with each other? No. I mean, well, the idea of that is funny to me because I don't think either one of us would do that, but that's just not how we talk to our mom. But no, it just wouldn't happen. I'll just keep it at that. Keep track. 2022 Maulergate, 2023 Foodagate, 2024 Domaingate, Rip VODs, 2025 whaling incident, Moby Dick tipped over the ship, many cents drowned. Yeah. That's one way to sum up the drama. Who knows what 2026 will bring? Synth Cell versus Frogs Fire War. No. That's never happening. Yeah, Par, I know you want me to play Breakers. I know, Par, I know. You should show us your physical game collection on stream one day. Yeah, maybe. I don't have as many as you might think. I'll say that. Because I stopped buying physical games years and years ago now. I don't think I missed any. Okay. Lord Particle, thanks to the $2. Rest in peace, Vince Zampella, gaming goat. Yeah, I was listening to some people talk about the circumstances of the crash, but I already forgot the details. But yeah, that does suck. Remember when they all said you were becoming a compromised simp, and then, as usual, literally nothing happened? Yes. I knew nothing would happen. Because nothing ever happens, but everyone expecting me to suddenly become a different human being at 30 years old. You clearly don't know me that well, dude. You clearly don't know me that well. As with all things, there's a certain novelty in new experiences, and then when that wears off, I just go back to usual. That's basically my whole life in a nutshell. So, no, I'm always going to be me. No woman is going to be able to change me into something else, I promise you. Another problem with Gen 4 I noticed is the music just feels like slow city slop, like one of those YouTube lo-fi 8-hour tracks. I also looked up Gen 5 and saw the black W and said nope. What? Gen 5 is a mixed bag because on the one hand, I like quite a few of the new designs. It also has some of the worst, at least at the time. At the time, Gen 5 had a lot of the worst Pokemon, like quite a few of them. Now, Gen 6 through 9 has introduced probably 40 to 50 Pokemon worse than anything in Gen 5, legitimately. It's just that the ice cream cone, Vanillux, Chandelure, the chandelier, you know, things like that, or the garbage, Garbodor, the fucking garbage, things like that stick in people's head because at the time, people still had standards for Pokemon designs. Now, like literal, if a fucking turd with eyes on it rolled around, people would be like, it's cute though, look at it, it's funny, it's a funny meme. The modern Pokemon designs are so horrifically bad that, I don't know, complaining about ice cream cones seems not worth it. If you were to have a permanently hairless spot on your body, where would you want it to be? My head. No. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I mean, obviously, I'm going to say like my wiener or something. I mean, what is that? Is this all you want me to say? My dick? I don't know. Gen 5 had the best battle systems and story progression in 2. I never played Black and White 2. My issue was just in Black and White 1 is when the linearity of Pokemon got to a comical degree where you weren't even allowed to go to the next town until you beat the gym or advanced whatever like Team Plasma story event was supposed to happen there. That was the shit where I'm like, okay, so Pokemon's becoming like a modern game now. And it only got worse after Gen 5, but that was pretty sad. It was a dark moment for the series. But other than that, I do like quite a few things about Gen 5. I think it's a little overhated, but at the same time, like it does have some shit designs. I'll be real with you. I'm not gonna defend them. It just also has some of my favorites as well. All right, I'm going to stop rambling about Pokemon for no reason. The only reason I'm even entertaining this conversation is because I've probably listened to several hours of Jimothy Cool videos in the past 3 days, so you know. so it has been on my mind a bit. Just a bit. I mean, the black woman normal gym leader. Oh, yeah, her. Yeah. Yeah, Lenora, is that what her name is? I don't know. Yeah. Well, Unova's in America, so it makes sense that they had, you know, she's one of the only actual black NPCs, though. Because even in a game where it would make sense to have black characters, they still obviously hadn't given into the whole, like, ESG globo homo shit. And then you look at Scarlet and Violet, and every NPC is some brown, like, disgusting creatures, like abomination thing. Like they had the roided women, they had like the grandma rapper chick. There's so many disgusting designs in Scarlet and Violet. It's crazy. Anyway, Eli, thanks for the $5. Playing Sword after my last game with Sapphire is still kind of fun. That's just how it works if you haven't played Pokemon in a long time. Devin played Sword and Shield. I never did. I know everyone was mad about Dexit. For me, I think Dynamax is just kind of retarded. I loved Mega Evolution, even though it really was completely brain dead and trivialized the entire game, like to a comedic degree. Like Gen 6 is truly when Pokemon became like for fetuses, you know. If Gen 1 through 5 is like, you know, baby game, then yeah, Gen 6 onward it became fetus game. Like everything after Gen 6 is fetus game. It's just like it became like Zygote game or something. Whatever, we could go further back. Like at one point, Zygote game is like, I guess where we're at now, but it was fetus. Gen 6 is the moment it became a fetus game. Alex J, thanks for the $10. Love your content, bro. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's literally just a sperm cell or an egg. You sell, yeah, game. In X and Y, when your party gave you a nickname to choose X, Lil B or B Meister, if your name is Brian, it took the wind out of my sails so much I didn't play much after. Oh, so your fucking, yeah, your nickname was Lil B or B Meister? That's fucking funny. Yeah. That is funny. All three of the Generation 5 Pokemon you just mentioned are good Pokemon, especially Chandelure. Chandelure grew on me, for sure. I don't really care about Vanillux or Garbodor, though. No, my favorite Gen 5s were Excadrill, Crocodile, Scolipede, Haxorus, Hydreigon. I'm trying to think, like, or I liked a lot of Gen 5's designs. I didn't like the starters so much. I mean, Serperior, he's okay. The other two, no, not really. The starters were weak, for sure. But there's some good ones. There's some good ones. All the Edgelord ones. Yeah, those are the Pokemon I like. That's why I don't like Pokemon anymore, because they don't really make that many Edgelord ones. I did like, I mean, there's, you know, there's like a handful of decent ones like every gen. Like, even in Scarlet and Violet, I like the Nihilape. Why? Because he's edgy. I like, shit. I can't remember his name, but Bisharp's evolution. He's cool. Or he's like a Shogun. But the thing is like just the percentage. Like, there's so many bad designs now is the issue. Oh yeah, Golurk. Yeah, he's another good Gen 5 design. I like him. Favorite track from Silent Hill 2? That's a hard one. Like, you guys are just trying to keep me awake. I'll read this. I'm Japanese now. Anyways. Holy shit. I'm in one of those moods where I could probably stream until the sun comes up. So I got to stop it. This is gonna be. I'll read the super chat. I'm gonna end the stream. Cedric Malfoy, thanks to the $5. I saw my second cousin at a family party, and I think I like her. I haven't seen her in a while, and I want to see her at New Year's Eve now and hang out more. Please do that, and please turn it into a Doomer Hour story. We need more. I want more Doomer Hour stories, or who knows? Maybe it'll work out like amazing. Maybe it'll change your life. Be like the retard Maxer guy. Just do it. Just go do it. Freddy Fazbear, thanks $2. Breakers. No breakers. Okay, that's it. I'll see you guys.